All right, council, let's get to our battle stations. This fine morning. It is now 9:05. This is the continuation of the budget hearings, 2021, 2022. We've got, for the benefit of the public, those tuning in, we've got the police department going first, Department of Public Utilities, Transportation Department, IFACS, Airports Department, Public Works, and then we will finish off with Personnel Services Department. So up first, we have our Police Department. Chief, welcome to the main event. You are the main event.
Council
We're
President,
going to
would you
get some
like me
calls.
to do roll call?
And just for the benefit of the public, we will have our chief do his presentation, and then what I'll do is have folks chime in under public comment, and then we'll bring it back up to the dais. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions and answers from our colleagues. So with that, Chief, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Council President. Thank you for
Council
everyone.
President, I'm sorry to interrupt. We need to do roll call first.
Thank you for that. Roll call. And we have Councilmember Carbasi joining us online, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Councilmember Soria? Here. Councilmember Carbasi?
Present.
Councilmember Arias?
Presente.
Councilmember Maxwell? Councilmember Bredefeld?
Here.
Council Vice President Esparza?
Present.
And Council President Chavez?
Here. All right, with that, Chief.
Thank you very much. I'm here to present the budget for fiscal year 21-22 for the Fresno Police Department. And I'll start by saying that the overall budget being requested is $206,209,500. That's actually a 2.4% decrease from last year's actual budget. 193,725. $193,725,000 is out of the general fund. The fiscal year 22 proposed personnel budget includes an increase to the general fund of $991,000 for an additional 12 sworn police officers, 19 professional staff, which will bring the police department up to 850 sworn positions and 320 professional staff. Now, compared to fiscal year 2017, which we did a 5-year comparison, that's an increase of 61 sworn personnel and 24 civilian staff. The increase is not only due to the new positions. Excuse me, let me get the slide. It's not working. There we go. The increase is due not just to the additional personnel positions, but also for raises in the MOU in all bargaining units, pensions, health and welfare, and workmen's compensation. Fiscal year 22 proposed non-personnel budget includes an increase in $427,000 to the general fund for contractual obligation growths, new employee equipment, and the expansion of ShotSpotter program. Fiscal year 22 proposed budget also has some increases in ID charges to increase $488,000 out of the general fund and for the replacement of 64 police vehicles. Moving on to the next slide. These are the estimated revenues for fiscal year 2022, which is going to be an actual decrease of $18 million. This is due for a lot of reasons. One of them is the expiration of CARES money, which was included in last year's budget. The general fund also reflects the elimination of various contracts, such as the SNRO program from the Fresno Unified School District, FACS officers, the recycling team, illegal dumping team, and as well as the graffiti contract. All of these services have been moved over to other city departments, which shows an overall decrease of $18 million, as I said before. The enterprise revenue has risen over the past 5 years due to the increase in the use of contract law enforcement services program. So to show you the impact, $5.9 million out of the general fund. Special revenues is $7.8 million. That includes all the contracts. Capital funds, such as the Southeast Station and the RTC, Regional Training Center, is $239,000. And then the CLES contract law enforcement is $3 million. These are all revenues. Next slide, please. My clicker's not working. This slide shows the expansion in additional asks this year. As I said before, this includes 12 sworn police officer positions, 19 professional staff. The additional employees is going to be an impact of $991,000 from the general fund. New vehicles, 33 patrol vehicles, 20 unmarked vehicles, 7 motorcycles, 1 van, 1 ISD van, and 2 CSI vans, total of 64 vehicles. The costs for these are going to be $488,000. These are broken up in new purchases and also in one-time lease payments, or part 1 lease this year and second part next year. New field services equipment is going to be about $58,000, just under 59, and this is for various equipment for new employees. And then the ShotSpotter expansion and contractual increases in the program is an impact of $368,000 out of the general fund. So the total expansion is going to be $1.9 million out of the general fund. Next slide, please. Clickers. As we make a comparison to the goals and the mayor's priorities, number 1 priority is to increase public trust and safety. Fresno PD is increasing community trust by lowering violent crime. We're doing this through several programs. Some that I can detail today is increasing the public trust through the 73 recommendations which we've began to implement. We have 2 recommendations that are ready to be implemented within a couple of weeks. We are working on several others. 31 have been identified, which it is a goal of mine to implement these within the first year, within my first year here, approximately 31 of them. The other ones are longer term that we're currently working on. We're starting in an aggressive recruiting campaign to try to fill the vacant positions. At this point in time now, we have about 58 vacant police officer positions, and we are losing approximately 3 to 4 police officers every month. In order to stay ahead of the attrition, the goal is to hire 120 police officers in the next 15 months. We will do this through an aggressive recruiting campaign. This includes commercials, billboards, social media platforms, going on the radio, hitting various colleges, making partnerships with our local military stations here locally where we can attract soldiers who are about to leave the military and want to seek a career in law enforcement. We've already been successful in that. Additionally, a couple of new programs which we started. One of them is PAL Girl Fight Club, which is a mentoring program for young ladies, where we partnered with a gymnasium to provide mentoring opportunities, increase self-confidence, and just implement some life skills with these young ladies. We do this on Saturday morning. This is several police officers that do this on their own time. They're not paid for it. And also, just to name a few, the PAL ice cream truck. One of our police sergeants was able to acquire an ice cream truck, which we are outfitting as a PAL police ice cream truck, which we can use at various community outreach events. All these events are starting to open up now because as COVID allows, we can attend more of these events and we can participate in community outreach and engagement. Inclusive economic development. Obviously, reducing property crimes is very high on the priority list. If we can reduce property crimes, we can allow for businesses to grow, for businesses to invest in this community. I can tell you that as of this morning, we're showing a total decrease in the last 28 days, the last month, decrease of 8.3% in violent crime, and overall crime is down 6% compared to last year. All of this promotes, again, an environment of inclusive economic development. I've already talked about our youth leadership development and the partnerships with PAL, but also MAGIC and Advanced Peace. We have been working collectively with Advanced Peace since January, formed a partnership between the members of Advanced Peace and also our MAGIC unit, which focuses on violent crime, on gang crime, and the communication has been very positive. And although we don't use them as a source of information, we do use them to be proactive and to reduce potential shootings before they happen. The high visibility of our downtown patrol policing units and bike units. We've expanded our bike unit to allow more feasibility when we have overages in the districts and we have an area that is encountering property crimes. We can deploy those units to be proactive, to be seen, and to help reduce violent crime. Recently, we had various meetings with our downtown businesses. They had various complaints about vandalisms and burglaries which were occurring, also arsons, and we were able to not just reduce those numbers, but identify 30 areas of vandalism and graffiti which were removed in one day. So a big thanks to our graffiti removal team from the city. And then homelessness and housing. The transition continues to, at some point, disband our homeless task force. We believe that services can be better rendered through other resources, not the police. We do have studies and estimates that show that when police officers offer services to homeless, they accept services about 3% of the time. Another study shows that you have to offer services 77 times before they accept services once. The acceptance rate of services for the HEART team is a lot higher, mainly because it's not police officers that are offering these services. So I believe it's in the 90% percentile right now at this point. So that is a brief overview of the police budget for fiscal year 2022, and I would like to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Chief, for that presentation. Brianna, do we have anybody queued up to speak from the public on this item yet? What? None yet?
Yes, we do. Ivanka Saunders.
Ivanka Saunders. Let's put them through so we can get public comment out of the way first. Ms. Saunders, you'll have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Ivanka Saunders, and one concern that I heard is in the recruitment. I would like to hope that the recruitment, as it includes the 73 recommendations from the Police Commission, that there is room for discussion of recruitment of veterans and what that vetting process looks like to make sure that you are only hiring veterans that have already been correctly, I don't know what the right word is, correctly placed back into civilian life, so that we are not getting veterans who have PTSD on our force, and that mental health component is very highly critical. in the process of hiring veterans. I'm all for hiring veterans, but I also come from a family of over 4 military served folks who know what, and I've experienced what PTSD is, even from the fireworks. So that it needs to be a crucial piece when you're considering what our community and what our police force can do in making sure that our cases of police brutality are decreasing along with those recommendations. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Mario Manganiello. Mr. Manganiello, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mario Manganiello, a Communities for New California volunteer. I'd like to thank everybody for the opportunity to speak to you all this morning. For far too long, we believe that the narrative, in order to achieve a safe neighborhood, we need more police, but that is far from right. The safest neighborhoods are those with the most resources. That is why I'm urging you to be proactive, invest in programs such as after-school programs that would reduce the amount of youth entering the school-to-prison pipeline. As studies have shown, youth that have a reading deficiency by the 3rd grade have a greater chance of being part of the school-to-prison pipeline cycle. Myself, I worked in AmeriCorps, so I found this out. The goal is to get the kids to read at grade level by grade 3. Otherwise, they have a 75% chance to drop out of or not complete high school. And also, that's when they start building them prison beds if they don't read at grade level by grade 3, because by grade 3, they have to grasp all the information through reading in order to learn everything. Our communities, especially the youth, deserve an opportunity to thrive by investing. By investing in police, we are stealing that opportunity, forcing them to merely survive. The future is in your hands. The time to act is now. I thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Brandy News Villegas. Ms. Brandy, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you. Over the last year, the Fresno Police Reform, the Commission for Police Reform invested countless untold hours, time, energy, and resources in developing their recommendations for a better Fresno through reforms in the police department. They partnered and then listened to the community. They spent hours getting feedback, documenting, and present it. I ask that as you are considering the budget recommendations, that you refer back to all those recommendations, that you listen to your community, that you see where this budget may not be in line with those recommendations in the community, and with the budget and the expenditures, ensure that the budget falls in line with those recommendations by this team that has given you and our community so much time. I ask that you look at how this affects other budgets in our city, and ensure that money is placed into services and resources that will ultimately contribute and decrease in crime, including increasing youth programs and resources, and that those are made the priority as the community asks. I ask that the heart reflect the recommendations of the city and also our homeless advocates, and that you invest in cahoots, and that for our unsheltered community members, and also that ensure that advanced peace is supported in this budget, including general budget. Regarding the dire statement and also things that were mentioned by our police chief, he mentioned that the homeless task force has been remarkably effective in reducing encampments. This is incorrect. For 8 years, people were simply displaced. We came to you and told you that people were just moved from one place to another. He mentioned that he did not intend for the city to displace people to the county, but they were going there because they had no place to go. They went to the highways because they had nowhere to go.
You could wrap up your comments, Ms. Brandy.
Excuse me?
If you could wrap up your comments, 2 minutes are up.
I also, and so I asked that in these new, as we're pursuing these new things with the homeless task force, that people are homeless do not become, that homeless is not a scapegoat. And with this displacement, the PD said scapegoat the homeless by saying that only 1% accepted services, despite the fact a lot of people had issues with the homeless, and that at the time the shelters did not allow pets or partners and other things.
Thank you, Ms. Brandy.
Okay.
Thank you. Next up is Adam Harrison. Mr. Harrison, you'll have 2 minutes. Is he on mute?
Yeah, sorry, just taking myself off. Hello, everyone. My name is Adam Harrison. I'm also a Communities for New California volunteer. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all this morning. According to the 2020 Fresno Speak survey, 36.4% of the Fresno city budget should be apportioned for law enforcement. So I'm here today demanding that the police budget be cut because these findings should be given careful consideration in the context of the 2020 police reform and building a better models for community safety. It is time to do better and learn from past mistakes. There's no need to hire more officers in order to get the goal of 850. There's no data that supports that more money will actually decrease crime rates or even reduce gang violence. However, according to the Fresno Speaks, there are solutions other than more funding for law enforcement. Respondents chose at 30.4% more job opportunities for persons on probation or for formerly incarcerated. The community has spoken, and it is your duty to listen to us in order to make a difference in the future of Fresno. Thank you, and have a great day.
Next up is Sean Felton. Mr. Felton, you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Patrick Quintos Felton, a Communities for New California volunteer. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all this morning. The investment in law enforcement is rooted in systemic racism, and we, the people, should not have to pay for our brown and black community members to be shot or incarcerated at such high rates. According to the Fresno Speaks survey, we support 77.9% of elected officials that advocate for police reform, such as more training, diverse recruitment, community relations, and stop and frisk. Up until today, all we know is disinvestment, and that needs to change now. Our families deserve more. We deserve access to equitable resources as seen in other communities in Fresno, and our youth deserve to thrive. More police is not the solution, and as an elected official, it is your duty to work for us. Dismantling the narrative that more police makes a neighborhood safer ought to be high in your agenda. We look up to you as elected officials and will continue to support those who support police reform in the city of Fresno. Thank you and have a great day.
All right, our next speaker is Kyle Lopez Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, you'll have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Council. Kyle Lopez Schmidt, live in the Lowell neighborhood and active in organizing South Tower. Wanted to echo a lot of the comments from my community members around following the recommendations of the Police Reform Commission. We need to look at policing and community safety in a dramatically different way in our community and invest in things that actually proactively reduce crime. And I don't see that the correlation of increased investment in policing does that, as supported by data. Wanted to highlight a few areas that I see of potential waste, specifically in my neighborhood. There's a police chaplaincy office at 905 North Fulton Street that's on the corner of my mom's block, as well as up the street on 1302 North Wilson. There's a police office, and both seem to be underutilized and both seem to be used by active police, Fresno police officers. So I know the chaplaincy is a nonprofit, but I think receives some City of Fresno subsidy. So I'd like to see those two offices maybe merged into one to be less waste in our community. Also, the chaplaincy office should really be looked at and how it fits into the community. My mom was experiencing a problem with somebody in the alley having a crisis that seemed to be homeless. She approached the chaplaincy for help and they turned her away. So really need to look at how our community is serving our, how the police is serving our community in a dramatically different way. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Ms. Sandra Celedon. Celedon, you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Just really briefly, I want to echo some of the comments before me, but just wanted to highlight to the council that there is still a need for greater transparency and accountability of the police department budget. As recommended by the Fresno Police Commission, the department doesn't currently track expenses to outcomes. And so it's really difficult to evaluate the overall cost effectiveness of the police department. Year after year, what we've seen is the general fund increase to support the department at this budget presentation, 91% of funding for the department comes from general funds, which really impacts other general fund departments. A couple of things that I want to highlight is the fact that workmen's compensation, liability, and fleet expenses are not tracked by division. And so again, it's really hard to actually ascertain the true cost of hiring an officer. Additionally, the city has already met its goal as outlined in the general plan, which is to hire 1.5 officers per 1,000 residents. So the need for additional officers is not actually evidence-based. In fact, what the commission did find is that there is an over-reliance in overtime that is inflating cost for the department. And there's also a number of special units that are not providing the types of services that Fresnans want. So I think that there needs to be some serious consideration about looking at how the department is structured before adding additional staffing or adding additional dollars. It's really important also to highlight that the way that fees are charged for special services, for example, for schools or for businesses, are at very differing rates. And again, they do not include the additional expenses for that fully cover the cost. And so Fresnans end up subsidizing a lot of those contracts through the general fund. So I think it's premature of the department to ask for additional funding without completing the implementation plan for the that's underway with the Fresno Police Commission. So I would ask this council not to increase the budget, but instead ensure that the department completes and goes back to the implementation team to fully assess the financial outcomes and track those with safety metrics before increasing making any further allocations. Thank you.
All right, I think our last speaker is Brisely Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Brisely Martinez. I'm calling on behalf of the organization Fresno Barrios Unidos. We are in strong opposition to the proposed FPD budget of over $200 million, and we urge you to consider how reinvesting those dollars into community care could transform Fresno and promote true public safety. True public safety means a well-resourced, healthy Fresno. The city of Fresno cannot continue to respond to public safety concerns with massive investments in police. We do not need more police officers, we need resources. Community is paying attention, and we know that whether crime is up or down, as stated by FPD themselves, on 6% crime down, the FPD still receives the biggest portion of the general fund. In allowing this, you are investing in harm and violence, and you are not investing in the care and help communities. And again, on behalf of Fresno Barrios Unidos, we urge you to please reinvest in our communities to promote care, not harm. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Is that the last speaker? I know. All right, let me close public comment, bring it back up to the dais. Councilmember Maxwell, you're punched up.
Good morning, Chief Balderrama. Hey, I just wanted to start out by saying thank you. I think these last 6 months, we've had a really good working relationship, and you, as well as your department, including Captain Rowe and Detective Kim, have all been extremely helpful as we've navigated these first few months. I don't have any motions to make at this moment, Chief. I just wanted to ask some questions. Luckily, some of my top priorities I am seeing in this budget, for me, that was the personnel. I think rightfully so, we give a lot of attention and resources to the sworn officers that are out there in the field every day. My experience as a crime scene technician, really had me put an emphasis on seeing some of those adjustments, which I'm happy that the mayor put those into his proposed budget. So thank you, Mayor. My question is, Chief, I'm seeing the addition of 4 new crime scene techs in this budget. Can you give me a brief overview of what other commodities or resources are being provided for those crime scene technicians?
Well, Mike can you hear me? Thank you very much for your question. And we are adding 4 crime scene technicians. We're also adding a couple of vehicles. I think it's very important that when we ask our employees to perform certain tasks, that we give them the equipment to do so. So they provide a very, very important job. And so we want to give them the equipment that they need. We're also looking into better training That's one of the big things that across the country we talk about, police departments and training. Well, that's not just our police officers. That also includes all employees. And crime scene techs are some of the best trained professionals on the police department. So we want to increase some of the training and some of the opportunities for them to advance, not just in their education, but up the ladder. So we are definitely focused on investing in career development and in the individuals themselves.
Chief, I heard you mention the acquisition of 2 new crime scene vans. When I read through the proposed budget, it had said a lease for half of a vehicle or half a lease. So my first question is, why not just purchase a van outright? And number 2, the second van was proposed to be purchased with ARPA funds. Do we have clarification on whether we can use that money to purchase vehicles for the police department, or is that still up in the air?
I'll have to defer that question to the city manager for ARP.
I'll go ahead and take that. So there are many things on the ARPA list that the regulations are not final yet and won't be for another month or 2, but I can tell you that there are some steps that we can take to be creative to obtain the most flexibility as possible for the use of those funds. So while there may not be an outright, you can use this money for vehicles, there are some other things we can do with the budget that would free up resources to be able to use that source of funds.
I wanted to add, I have frequent conversations through the U.S. Conference of Mayors with the office that is overseeing the ARP funds. And I can tell you that the latest information is that any impact that COVID has had in terms of public safety, which we can clearly see in Fresno, crime numbers have increased dramatically since COVID, as well as a number of other impacts. And with that crime increase, certainly it's put a strain on our crime scene investigators. And they need vehicles, they need equipment, and so I feel very confident that the ARP funds are going to be able to support that. But I agree with the Assistant City Manager that if we can get creative in terms of how we do that, but I'm very confident that pretty much anything to do with public safety, we're gonna be okay.
I feel confident as well, Mayor, but out of overabundance of caution, like to make a motion to set aside $63,100 for the purchase of a new CSI van in the event that ARPA is not able to accommodate that appropriation.
Second.
I'm curious, Chief. I don't like to, micromanage, but I'm wondering if there's any other resources that could be useful to the crime scene team. I know when I was working there, we were very low on cyanoacrylate fuming chambers, and with the addition of 4 additional CSI techs, I could see that being a really limited resource. Have you had that robust conversation with the division to see if they need any of those other day-to-day accommodations like that fuming chamber?
I have not had that robust conversation. I do rely on my staff to bring me that information. One of my high priorities is to treat everybody as part of the team, and that especially includes our professional staff. That's why I don't use the word civilian personnel, because that implies division when we're all part of one team. So anything that they need, I will do everything in my power to get that for them.
Appreciate that. A couple more questions for you, Chief. Could you please go into detail for this council, the HEART program? I understand this is going to be the new revised version of the Homeless Task Force. I was hoping to see that in today's presentation, but could you please let us know what that entails and if that's going to require any additional funds?
Sure. Well, I'll first start off with my philosophy as far as homelessness. And one of the things that I said very early on, even before moving here from Oklahoma, is that I really think that we need to get out of the homeless business as far as law enforcement is concerned. And that goes the same for mental health. I do not believe that police officers are the best trained to assess the needs of somebody who is homeless, and also to be able to deliver services. Obviously, there's a safety factor involved when you deal with homeless people. A high percentage of the homeless are addicted to drugs, have some type of mental health issue, and those situations can be very volatile. So we have seen dozens and dozens of situations across the country. We've actually seen them here in Fresno, where somebody who is simply homeless snaps and attacks somebody. So there's a public safety issue. So my philosophy on this, and something that we've done in the last 5 months, is that the police department has been used as a resource to provide safety. but the city's HEART team has really been the ones who have been identifying some of the homeless camps where there's a need. They rely on the police department to get the criminal element out of there. Something that I had never seen before is the fact that a lot of our homeless are being victimized, and there's a criminal element in a lot of these camps. We were able to serve various search warrants in a camp here in the last couple of months, where we were able to find guns, illegal drugs, people with warrants for felony crimes, violent felony crimes. So that is something that poses a public safety risk, not just to the homeless, but to the resource workers who are going in there to try to provide help. So my philosophy is that we should not be the primary people to call in the event of a homeless encampment, but the police department should be there as a resource to provide safety.
I
And
agree
we've
with
seen
that
some success.
assessment, Chief, but is there a fundamental difference between the Homeless Task Force and the HEART program? From what I understand is we were already dispatching folks with the HERO program that were in social services. What, if any, fundamental changes are there between the Homeless Task Force and the HERO program?
Well, I think one of them is an appearance. So we are out of sight, out of mind, at a distance. We're not the primary responders to homeless camps. To me, it creates a very negative impression on people who need services when the police show up in a uniform, sometimes in tactical gear, to provide assistance. That's not a very touchy-feely, warm situation for anybody needing help. So I believe it's a lot better to have people who can better communicate, who are not armed, and to have our police officers out of sight, out of mind. Another idea that we've talked about is softening the police uniform that the HEART team wears. And maybe they don't have to be in a full tactical gear. Maybe they can be in polos and BDUs, something that is a little bit more inviting. So those two things are, although they appear small, I think the impression that we set is also sets the tone for any interaction.
Chief, has there been any conversation around redirecting calls concerning homelessness or One Mary calls to a separate dispatch center to free up some of those dispatch folks for more violent crimes while redirecting some of those calls for, again, homelessness, mental health issues?
I think that's something that we need to look at. What we are looking at right now is we're looking at the how we respond to mental health issues, and those overlap a lot of times, as I detailed earlier. So instead of just adding to the call volume, maybe we can separate those, as you just said, and it shouldn't be a 911 response every time when there's a homeless issue or somebody who's having some mental health issues. It could be redirected, so I think that's a good idea that we need to look into.
It sounds like there's a lot of agreement, Chief, between the police department and the community about some of these changes that need to take place, and I think that's why it's been a growing frustration for me to only see the implementation reform team meet once since I've started office. I know that's nothing to do with you, Chief, but this was an appointed body. The community has come together to provide recommendations specifically around Homeless Task Force about redirecting certain calls. And I think they're growing increasingly frustrated too that, this is what they were appointed to do and they've only met once. I'm not sure what's going on with that body, whose call that is, but if we can't get this team to meet more often, these frustrations are going to continue to grow in the community where they feel like they don't have a voice to help make some of those changes.
I agree with you, Councilmember Maxwell, and I took various notes as some of the speakers were commenting on that very thing. I can tell you this, is that when I was reading through the 73 recommendations months before I was ever announced and moved to Fresno from Oklahoma City, I was very excited about the 73 recommendations because, frankly, there was several of them in there that I wanted to implement myself. One of them being a de-escalation policy, which is finalized and it will be implemented here within the next couple of weeks. There are 31 of those recommendations that are within my authority to implement. So as police chief, I'm not going to wait. I'm going to move forward with implementing those 31 because I have an internal implementation team that is assisting me in not just developing the policy, but putting that together. So we will continue to move forward. And I know that the city's implementation team, they're focused on the heavy lifts like mental health response reform, which is going to take a lot of partnerships. It's going to take buy-in from the community, and it's going to take funding. That's one that I cannot implement myself.
Last question for you, Chief.
Sure.
What is preventing private businesses from increasing their contract amounts to stay more competitive? I know one of the issues that we've had is, getting contract officers at Fashion Fair Mall. I think it's a lot more enticing to take the contract job at Apple, where you could stand around in an air-conditioned room for 6 to 8 hours. It's harder to fill the position for the scope of an entire mall, including indoors and outdoors. What is preventing the city or the department from increasing those contract amounts to stay more competitive?
So one of the things that we do is that we actually do not make any money from the CLES program. We basically break even because the amount that we charge pays for the officer at time 1.5 at step D of a police officer. And then there's a little bit of overhead that covers the Medicare and the cost of a vehicle and things like that. So it's not intended to make money. It's intended to provide a service. And I know that that's something that has been criticized in the past, the fact that we even allow police officers to do that. But if you will just consider this, there's a lot of businesses where the incidents are going to occur. They are going to occur, and if we don't have a contract police officer there, it's still going to expend police resources because there will be a 911 call and we'll have to respond. As far as the rate that we charge, it's a standard rate for everyone.
Why is that, though, Chief?
I don't know. I don't have that information. I'll have to get back to you.
Anybody here answer that question?
In terms of why there's a standard rate,
Correct.
it's dictated by the master fee schedule. It's also dictated by negotiations with the POA. There's a rate that is agreed upon by the FPOA as well as the city, and then there's a master fee that regulates that. So the agreement made in the MOU drives the master fee, and so it's all about what gets agreed upon.
You're telling me that's a ceiling, Mayor, that nobody's
Yes.
able to go above that?
There's a maximum that is allowed, but through negotiations they can increase that amount with the city and the FPOA.
But it would still be standard across all private agencies.
But it is a standard fee, yes, citywide, yes.
Gotcha.
Per the master fee schedule.
Councilmember Maxwell, can I ask a follow-up to that?
Yeah, that was actually the last of my questions, Chief. So I appreciate your service.
Thank you very much.
Sir.
Can I go? Actually, can I just
Yeah, go ahead,
fill in
City
a few
Manager.
blanks?
You want to answer that?
So I think you said the fundamental difference between HART and Homeless Task Force. I think one of the fundamental differences is in the Homeless Task Force, it was there was a little bit of a displacement model. We're going to move along now, move along. With the HART team, it's not about displacement, it's about placement. So that's our focus is going to be on the placement of homeless as opposed to displacement. But while they're there, we can clean, we can provide
Are you
sanitation.
assigning vehicles to this division then in order to help transport folks experiencing homeless to shelters or a place where they could get service?
So that's
besides
part of the
police
service
vehicle?
package that we currently contract with for the outreach workers that the chief identified. So we have the outreach workers are the initial contact, as he indicated there, kind of just making sure everybody's safe. And we're using them to keep everybody safe, keep our sanitation workers safe when we're cleaning up. We keep our outreach workers, we keep them safe while we're engaging with the community. We keep them safe while they're transporting. So that's the role we've identified for and again, as he indicated, with that model, I apologize, Chief, it's about 70% acceptance rate of services where it used to be the 3%. So that's one of the changes, the fundamental changes. We're moving from a displacement model to a placement model. And the other addition is, I think one of the council members identified, is that we want to really focus the HART team on, right now they're focused on the freeway model. Right now we're working on that. But then we want to look at targeting that resource toward public schools, can we keep those areas clean? The public parks, can we keep those areas protected? And then the neighborhoods. So that's and then we'll get into the business districts. But we'll always have some combination. So that's the other focus we'll put on the group. On the Police Reform Commission, so the chairman has had his first meeting, as you indicated. He he allocated or assigned teams within the Police Reform Commission and gave them recommendations to focus on. And so he's working with them on those recommendations.
But it's been months, City Manager.
Yeah, we're not clear on what their schedule is on going through those. We do know the one that we're focused on like a laser is the mental health response.
Don't they have to submit a schedule of expected meetings? I know every other committee and commission, whether it's bicycle pedestrian, a planning commission, they have a set schedule where we could anticipate a time for them to convene and get an update from them.
So
Why
their
is that
schedule,
not the case
yeah,
with this
yeah. So the
commission?
chair is working with each of the individual members, and they have not contacted us about scheduling the next meeting, but they have contacted us about several of the initiatives they want us to do some heavy research on. So the mental health one is one of the ones where
Because
we're
I
going to be
really
focused on.
appreciate the chief's tenacity. He's ready to go on some of these recommendations, but they really should be coinciding with updates from this commission and allowing them to have a seat at the table.
And we can go ahead and reach out to the chair who's been organizing the committees, organizing the assignment of the recommendations, and then the schedule. So I'll work with him on identifying when his next schedule is. But the chief is presenting the recommendations that we've come up with through his committee. Those will be shared with that group, and then we'll get those out into the community and start deploying them.
Councilmember Maxwell, in fairness, the mayor appointed the chair, and the mayor and the chair have been working closely. So if there's any delay in that work, that buck stops with the mayor and with the chair. So I would, redirect our frustrations, because I have them too, with those two individuals.
So that is accurate. So Oliver Baines, who is the chair of the Commission on Police Reform, is also the chair of the Police Reform Implementation Team. The initial meeting occurred. He, at that point, put in place several committees assigned various recommendations. They were well aware of the fact that the recommendations that Chief Balderrama has already said that he would be implementing. Once those are implemented, they will be provided to that implementation team. And in the meantime, they're working on the other ones, which are really the heavy lifts. And it's going to take a lot of time, a lot of research, a lot of data that is being requested. And not unlike the Commission on Police Reform, they also utilize the same model where they divide it up into various committees, 4 or 5 different subgroups. And then they would meet monthly and report back each of the committees so that everybody had an awareness. So I will check with Oliver Baines, find out when the next meeting is. I can't remember the last meeting, but it was probably about 5 weeks ago or so. So they should be getting ready for another meeting.
Mayor, you could understand how those recommendations could have been useful during the budget proceedings, though, I imagine.
Yeah, but I could, but there's absolutely some of those that are really heavy lifts. The one that Chief Balderrama, the 20, or I believe you're doing 31 of them now, those do not necessarily have budget implications. So that's what we refer to as the low-hanging fruit, things that we can implement timely. And so it does not hold the implementation team back. But I would anticipate that either during the mid-year, perhaps a mid-year review, when we get some additional recommendations from the implementation team, that may have a financial impact. We have set aside in the budget, as I recall, monies for the police implementation team. I'm hopeful that money is still in there. And I believe Councilmember Arias had set that in there last year. So we do have money for that. So
it's $500,000.
Yeah, $500,000.
The council actually appropriated $1 million for the recommendations to be implemented in the last budget year. So it'd be.
It got recorded as $500,000. So we can check the record and just see. But we've allocated.
There's many recordings that happen after the fact when votes are taken.
Did that answer your question, Councilmember Maxwell?
Yes, thank you.
All right, and
President?
council, just for the sake of the public and for the orderly process of this, I know that we all have our own independent thoughts, but let's try to queue up here. I got Councilwoman Soria and then Councilmember Arias next. That way we avoid the council ping pong theme that we had yesterday. Councilwoman Soria?
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a couple questions related to, one, I think going back to the Homeless Task Force and what you guys have transitioned to the HEART program. We don't know if it's working for our districts because we don't have the data. That goes back to, Georgia, and the comments that we were making yesterday, where council has no access to the information on the end result of what's happening with the encampments when they get reported. So if we can get that information, we'll be able to, I guess, at least make some calls from our viewpoint if your guys' new structure is working for us. So I can't speak to that, but I will say that last year this council approved an appropriation to do a Fresno Cahoots model, and kind of similar to what you guys have, I think, tried to structure. I don't know, because we hadn't gotten a full presentation. We don't know how it operates from, the initiating call and then until the end. So we're kind of in the dark in terms of that. So we did appropriate money. We were supposed to work through and create a model that really worked for Fresno. We were working with homeless stakeholders, because I think when we look at the police reform commission or the implementation committee, it didn't have homeless stakeholders on that commission. So it wasn't representative, and I didn't think that there was appropriate individuals to recommend us on what would be the best model. So we had been meeting with that. Unfortunately, the previous administration was not interested in doing any of that, so that kind of went by the wayside. But there was money in the budget set aside last time. I think it was like $60,000 or something to go through a real robust planning process and get, we had like Fresno County Department of Mental Health or Behavioral Health on there. We had Marjorie Mason Center. We had some of the outreach folks that you guys are already working with. And so I'd like to see us kind of reconvene with that to really see if this model that you guys have created really is going to work and is going to be sustainable for the long run.
Can I add something to that?
Oh.
Because I did want to update you that the part of the implementation team, as well as the police department, they're traveling to Oakland, Portland, and Seattle
Austin.
On July 19th, and to look at their models, and then they'll be doing Austin, Memphis, and Albuquerque as tentative, and that is in middle of August. And all of those have some very good programs, and again, that will be part of their research.
Yeah, so we had talked earlier about Chairman Baines had allocated the recommendations to the committees, to each of the members of the committees. He personally took this one on personally, the mental health and how do we want to redo the mental health. So we've identified these cities that the mayor has identified, and he and one of the other members are going to be traveling to these cities to look at how they're doing exactly what you said. How do you integrate behavioral health into the 911 system? How do we integrate that into dispatching for service? A few of these models we're fascinated by. We want to really see, because they're starting them from scratch. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to start them from scratch. So we're going to see a combination of folks that have started from scratch. What did you encounter? And we're going to visit a few cities that have actually had it. It's up and running and fully evolved. Well, how does it look like at the end? So we've got that program.
What's that timeline, though?
Yeah, July 19th. I think July 19th, July, we're in August.
July and August are the trips are scheduled for those 2 months.
Would you like to go?
And what about, maybe, and what about some of the other stakeholders?
Yeah, so right now the goal is taking the commission members that have been appointed to that committee, but we can talk with you about adding some other individuals that could help with that element as well, the homeless kind of perspective.
Yes, that's
Or the
what I
mental
would
health
like.
kind of
The
perspective.
mental health and homeless folks.
And the county will be attending that meeting with us from there, bringing their behavioral folks.
Perfect. So they're doing those trips, so we probably won't expect anything until the end of the year, I'm assuming, because if their trip is in August, do we have a timeline in terms of
Yeah,
when
I
this
think we could
council
probably
expects?
provide you in September with just the what we call a trip report, just saying here's what we learned from each of them have sent us kind of their model how their programs have got set up. So what we can do is give you a trip report on each one of those and just identify those elements that seem to be adaptable to the city of Fresno. So we can give you trip reports on those.
Okay, a question for you, Chief. How many police officers are doing civilian jobs right now?
I don't have a number for you on that. I can tell you that the information I received is that back in 2007, 8, when there was a decline in the economy, well, we had to let go of a lot of personnel, and a lot of those included professional staff. Therefore, somebody had to do those jobs. So some of those jobs were transferred to police officers, which I'm in agreement. You know, I sense what your point is going to be, that there's a lot of duties that are being performed by police officers that don't have to be. So as I proceed and be as chief, I plan on assessing some of those, identifying some of those positions, and trying to pass those duties off to professional staff instead of police officers. But I don't have a number for you. I would say probably at least a dozen.
Okay. Is there a way that we can get a number before the end of budget? I'd like to kind of see that number, see where we're at, if we have it.
We will do our best to provide that for you.
Yeah. Then I know that, and I'm glad to see that in this budget, we've included additional staff for the dispatchers. That has always been kind of one of my things that I've brought up. I know in the last couple budgets, we also incorporate additional dispatchers. In the notes, it mentions that I guess the goal is to answer 95% of the calls within 15 minutes. The current, I think, average that we're seeing is in the 80s. Do you think the adding additional 4 will get us to the 95, or do we actually need more dispatchers? I know that it's a really difficult job. I've gone to toured and talked to many of our dispatchers, and I know that it takes a lot of training to get them to be ready for the job. So I just wanted to ask you.
Well, if you want to talk specifically about reducing the response to calls, it is the dispatchers, but it's also having the adequate manpower, police resources to respond to those calls. That number is driven up or is lowered, I should say, because a lot of times we have to prioritize and we have to respond to the high priority calls first. But then some of these property crimes calls, they sit for not hours, but sometimes days. And in my opinion, that's very unacceptable. And we should be able to respond to all calls, whether it's a priority call or not, in a reasonable amount of time. So yes, the dispatchers will help that. But I think additional police officers, I think reducing the LTA list will also help, because that'll put more bodies on the streets. The hiring of 10 additional CSOs, those CSOs are going to be assigned to the districts. That'll give us 3 CSOs per district. And they also respond to property crimes calls. They assist with a lot of different duties, but if it does not have to be a police officer, if a CSO can go out and take a burglary report, then we want to allow them that opportunity to do so. So to answer your question, yes, but I don't think that's the only factor. I think having adequate police staffing is going to reduce the time that people have to wait to get the call answered.
Okay. I guess I'm only speaking to the immediate picking up of the phone, because that's the measure and that's the goal. The goal, according to your budget, which is the standard across this country, is 95% of the calls should be answered within 15 seconds. We're only in the 80%. So I'm trying to figure out, how do we get us to that 95%? And is 4 going to do the job, or do we need
We have
more?
several vacancies in there, and if we can fill those vacancies and add those 4, that's certainly going to help that.
Okay. And I'm glad that you referenced the LTA issue. That has been an issue that I have brought up. I feel like it's deja vu, because I've had this conversation previously with the former chief, and I can't seem to get an answer. And I went back and I looked. I wish I could highlight this and put it up there so people could see it. But I went back into budgets back until 2012. And so when I look at the workers' comp line item detail, I look back, and the total back in 2012 was $4,962,756. That's what it was in 2012. Fast forward to 2022, that same line item is $11,425,100. So in about a decade, we've seen it pretty much threefold. And back in 2015, I voted to establish this ADR program that supposedly was going to reduce the long-term absences and that it was going to reduce our workers' comp. That hasn't happened. I know that last year I called for an audit to happen. I don't know what happened. I don't know if there was a mix-up in terms of the scope or what, and I don't even know where that audit is at. I don't know if someone can talk about the audit, but it seems like there's a lot of money being spent in workers' comp and really no explanation. I know that one of the explanations is it's state law, and so we have to kind of abide by state law. I get that. But when I approved spending, I don't remember at the time how much it was, if it was $1 million or more, in this alternative dispute resolution program, the goal was, and what people swore to me would happen, because it had happened, I guess, in other communities, was that our numbers, both on the officers, on the LTAs, would go down, and then also that our workers' comp dollars would go down. However, that hasn't happened. Promises haven't been kept. And I think that we have to really get serious about this. I know that you have initiated a special unit to do workers' comp fraud or, something in that realm. I don't know if everyone agrees that maybe officers should be doing. I know that I've been hearing that there's a disagreement whether our own officers should be doing that kind of work. Or civilian folks. I also hear that from kind of civilian staff that, civilian folks should be doing that work. So, I guess it's up for debate. But I really, really like to figure out why has it gone up so much. When I look at other line items, it hasn't been as drastic. And so I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to that. And I know that you and I have had several conversations as it relates to this issue, given the fact that we want to have more officers on patrol in our neighborhoods to ensure that the community is safe.
I couldn't agree with you more. I believe Assistant City Manager Georgianne White has some words about this.
Council member, on the ADR program and the audit, I think about 60 days, I'm thinking February, we did send out, February, March, we sent out a pretty detailed tray memo on the program and why the audit wasn't conducted. And to summarize, the items that we were asked to audit were in direct conflict with the intent of the program. So at the time, in going back and reviewing the tapes from the council meeting of when you made that motion, there were discussions about the role of the ombudsperson of the ADR program. That seemed to be what the conversation was focused on. And there were comments about the ombudsperson was perhaps too comfy or too close with the officers, and we're working with them to push their workers' comp cases through, to add additional injuries to their claims. And once we went back and looked at the original intent of the program, and in the tray memo that we sent out, we included the actual, bylaws or the description of the program. That was exactly the role of the ombudsperson. They are supposed to be working directly with the officers and pushing them to get their claims, maybe multiple injuries combined, to get them processed through the system faster. So you are right, the audit was not conducted because what we were being asked to do was in direct conflict with the intent of the program. Having said that, we also identified that while I understand the concern that the costs have increased, I think what we discussed in that is if we didn't have the ADR program, that 11 million number would be even higher. And some of the issues.
So how do you explain, though, in a 3-year period, so 2012, the actuals were 4.9, 2013, the actuals were 4.7, 2014 was proposed 4.5, and then the following year, 4.6. And then in 2005, the actuals were actually 4.6. So how can you tell me that between 2012 and 2015, everything stayed around 4.6? It didn't start escalating until after.
Right. And
like dramatically. So
right, from what we understand from the actuarial reports is a result of the cumulative injury claims. And so as the force was getting older, and you had lots of retirements that were on the books, which we did see a lot of the higher ranks of folks that went out on retirement prior to retiring. There were cumulative injury claims, and cumulative injury claims are very expensive and very intense. So that seemed to be what was driving that big spike, were the cumulative injury claims. So we are still looking, and we actually asked the actuarial, there's an independent actuarial report that is done every year of the ADR program. It's not audited internally, it's an external auditor that evaluates all of this. And we did ask them, and they, we worked with the audit committee to do a scope of work to also evaluate. We know what would happen if we didn't have the ADR program. So that is an additional scope that we added to what they're doing to evaluate, okay, this is what we have now with the ADR program. Can you go back and take a look and tell us, if we didn't have the ADR program and we went through the traditional workers' comp system, what would the expenses be? And that work is underway right now, and we'll be able to be putting out a trade memo. So remember, the ADR program is in lieu of the traditional workers' comp system. So yes, I agree, it is a big jump, but according to the actuarial, that large jump is being driven predominantly by the cumulative injury claims.
So I thought that the number of workers' comp, the cost is just paying for the time that they're out, not for the actual injury. So no?
No.
So it's the cumulative piece, that's what you're telling me.
So the cumulative injury, somebody correct me because now I'm in the deep end of the pool. The cumulative injury claims, I believe, are not just time off, but the whole, the workers' comp system pays for everything, pays for the time off, pays for the medical. So we're not going through that process, we're doing the ADR process, so it pays for that as well. So that's why they're so much more expensive. They could be things like somebody did a knee replacement, I don't know, in January, recovered from that, and did a hip replacement 8 months later, and then recovered from that and did the other knee. I mean, when you're getting officers who have been on the force for, 40 years, wear and tear on the bodies, and as they're headed to the end of their careers, those injuries start adding up, and those are considered workers' comp and, would be covered under the workers' comp system.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that we don't want folks to get better, absolutely. But I remember that when the program got sold to the body at the time, I'm the only council member left that voted on that. We haven't reviewed it, and it's been almost 6 years. We had never taken a time to see if it was really working. We were promised that we would see savings. I don't know where the savings are. Every year, I just see it, the police budget go higher and higher. So, and in this area, I haven't seen any savings. So, to me, when I feel like promises weren't kept, and from my vantage point, obviously I don't know all the details, but from my vantage point, it doesn't add up, I'm going to question it. And I still don't feel like I have a satisfactory answer to really what is going on.
Yeah, I think there's two things that we've identified. The first one was the initial audit request was really about the process. What is the process for it to happen, for this system to work, this new ADR? And I think we've identified that we're doing it the way you guys had adopted, that it should be done, the ADR process, that this ombudsman advocates for the employees. So that's one thing, the process. I think whatever process was adopted, that's what they're doing. The next one's the effectiveness. You're right. To go from 4 million to 11 million, that's hard to understand. Is that really effective? And so that's the process we're in right now, is to understand the effectiveness. And that's why the chief has also identified creating this workers' comp task force. The reason he's using law enforcement, we're viewing it as a criminal activity. If you are, gaming the workers' comp system, that's a criminal activity. That's why we're having police officers investigate that stuff. So this issue you're identified, we've been here 6 months. We see it exactly the same way. We've got to get a handle on the process. Seems like we have a process. Is that process being effective? Go from 4 million to 11 million? I'm with you. It calls it into question. I also appreciate the chief stepping up and saying, we're going to start investigating these and see if we can move these along and get that list down.
City
So we're with
Manager,
you.
for me, it's a trend with this department. They bring forward a recommendation, an action, a contract, sell it to us on, the basis of A, then A doesn't come to fruition, and then they double down and say we still need it for B reason, right? It's like ShotSpotter. We were sold on an A reason, that doesn't seem to have worked out based on the evidence. Now they need it for another reason. So I'm struggling to, when it's the largest department, our biggest responsibility as a city, there seems to be no recognition of making adjustments based on the evidence of effectiveness.
We agree. And that's why we're going to have the actuary report at the end of the year and unbundle this thing and find out why are we trending this way.
Yeah, I think Councilwoman Sora, you still have questions,
and
right?
I think for me, it's like, okay, if we were demonstrating that people are going back to work and that we don't have as many long-term absences as we have in the books, I'd be like, okay, I'm willing to pay a little bit more to make sure that we are staffed up, as we propose in every budget to have these many officers. But that hasn't been the case. Every time we ask, the number seems to continue to go up. And so I do want officers to be healthy and get better so that they could do a good job when they're out there. But I also want to make sure that we're doing it in an effective and an efficient manner. And if this isn't the most effective and efficient way, it's been 6 years. We got to figure out how we tweak it or if we move in a different direction. So I'm
Is that a
hoping, I
motion?
don't know when you guys are going to bring something back. But again,
That's the actuary.
what's that time frame?
I think the actuarial could probably be done within 30 days. The intent, it's the last piece of information that was missing, and we were always intending to come back and do a workshop, because I think once we sent out that Trey memo, I know there were several conversations, and I'll resend it out just to refresh everyone's memory, because there were the percentages of what the savings have been over the last several fiscal years. And it was, of course, it started out, lots and lots of savings, and then the savings has reduced, although it's still saving, but not as much. But we definitely need to come back and do a workshop and talk about the effectiveness of the program and make sure you have all of the data in front of you. So I think I'll double check. I'll send an email and double check on the work of the actuarial, but I'm hopeful they can wrap that up and we can be before you within 30 days or so.
Can I add something real quick, please? I wanted to go back historically when this was presented. I know we keep saying that the police department was the one that presented the ADR program.
It was FPOA.
It was the FPOA and personnel who collectively did a negotiation, looked at other agencies, and then collectively personnel in the FPOA came forward, specifically Damon Kurtz, and presented that. And so it really wasn't a police department issue, although I can tell you the numbers did grow over the years. I don't know how much of that is tied to the ADR or the fact that the law changed in California. At one time, that police officers in the city of Fresno, based on the fact we were a charter city, would receive, when an officer was off on a workers' comp, would receive 80% tax-free. The law changed and that went to 100% tax-free. So we have to look at that factor as a contributing reason as to why the numbers increased. I can tell you specifically the ADR, when I was a police chief, the numbers of complaints that we received from police officers not being able to receive timely medical attention, the fact that they had to go through an extensive process before they could ever have surgery there were a lot of those complaints. After EDR, that was no longer the case. They were expediting medical care to all of the officers. As a result, those officers were getting back to work more timely. And so what I saw when I was there on the long-term absence list, we saw officers go through the system quicker and get back to work, but the numbers of officers that were going on the long-term absence increased, which was a huge frustration for me when I was there, and I know it is for the police chief today. So it definitely, all of this has to be looked into. So not just the ADR, but the entire long-term absence process. I believe the workers' comp fraud unit is a very good step. I tried to implement that years ago, but could not. Then I think that's going to have a very good effect as well. But the contributing factors have to all be looked at. So just want to give you a little bit of history. Thank you.
And Chief, I just wanted to give you an opportunity if there's anything else you want to add. I know that the question was initially asked of you and everyone else chimed in. So
Thank you very much. You and I are very much in agreement on this particular topic. And I also have some numbers for you. When I first got here, the numbers were as high as 104 and 107 police officers on long-term absences. Okay. As of today, it's 80. So we've already seen a reduction of more than 20%. I really want to promote an environment of wellness within the police department. I believe that healthy people make better police officers. And I do understand that our police officers are dealing with more stress than they ever have in their careers. I certainly am. But, it's important that we provide resources to them so they can get back to work. And it's not just about physical ailments. It's about counseling. It's about, resources where they can not be so stressed out. So we want to afford those opportunities to our officers. We've done that by doubling the wellness unit. We only had one police officer in there. Now there's 2 full-time police officers and a supervisor over the unit. We go back to the 12 positions that I asked for. 2 of those are for those investigators. So here's my philosophy on this. I believe when a police officer is out there doing their job and they get hurt, jumping a fence, chasing after somebody, defending some innocent person out in the streets, and they get injured, we should provide them with the best medical care available so they can get back to work. Okay. At the same time, what we have here is we have a system that like I've never seen before. The fact that you can be off of work and you could actually make more money than you do coming to work. So there's not a whole lot of incentive. And I am concerned that I've asked around, I've asked other departments how many personnel they have on LTA, and it's a lot less than ours. So it's also about accountability. I believe that there was very little to no accountability before. We had a non-supervisor trying to manage all the information, and he was doing a great job, still is, but there was no accountability. And now what we're doing with these 2 detectives and a supervisor is we're holding people accountable. Okay, if you have a scheduled appointment with a specialist, you need to go. You don't miss that appointment and then wait another 6 weeks before you can get another one. You need to go so you can get back to work. So it's already working, in my opinion, and we're going to continue to move forward because I've talked to a lot of people. I've been to 24 briefings, and every time I mention the LTA list, I get a bunch of head nods, and I get the comments of, it's about time. It's about time that we hold people accountable because my officers that are working the streets every night are tired of doing it with skeleton crews. And if I could wave a magic wand and bring these 80 people back tomorrow, we'd be in a lot better position right now. So that's my philosophy on it, and I'm going to stay after it. All the information about the ADR and what we did 6 years ago is pretty new to me. I know the premiums have gone up from about $12 and some change to 19% or $19 and some change. So that's driven the cost up as well. But I did want to talk about the wellness unit and the fact that we do have workman's comp fraud investigators now.
thank you, and I appreciate it because I remember when you first came on board, we had a conversation about this, and so I'm glad that you are being proactive and trying to do something about it. So thank you for that. I did have a question as it relates to also kind of some of the line items in the budget this year relates to the pension for sworn in terms of what it is being proposed and then what it has been in the actuals for the last few years, because there has been a significant increase. I'm just wondering if the current line item for the pension of sworn includes the number or the total for also the new positions and then also vacancies? Do we take that into account? Because it's 18,174,000. If we go back to 2019, the actuals were 13 million. And then subsequently there, 2020 was 14 million. So it just seems like a lot, a 4 million increase. So does it take into account all those vacant positions? Like we have the dollar there, and then at some point it moves to something
I'm not
else?
completely sure about, let me defer to the city manager if you know.
Henry, you got which line item were you looking at?
It's line item 51106, the perm fringe on the pension for sworn. It just seems like a big increase. So I'm just wondering, does it include the vacancies? Does it include all the new positions? Why is it so much if we look at the last, like it's a $4 million increase? When over the years, it's been pretty consistent between 12, 13, and 14 over the last 6 years. So I'm just wondering.
Councilman Soria, let us go back and research that for you.
Yeah.
And then
Okay,
come back with the
perfect. I just want to make sure you guys aren't stashing up cash there, and if we have.
No.
You caught us. You caught us. Just kidding.
No, just, it seems a pretty big jump, so that's why.
My
I'm trying
finance
to figure
managers
that out.
let me know that it's based off of rate increases. All the fringe benefits are included in there,
Mhm.
but we can double check for you.
Okay, perfect. And then one of the other questions that I wanted to ask is bike patrols. I know you kind of mentioned that, and you reached out to a few of the council members that do have bike patrols in our district. I was hesitant to give you the green light in, reassigning folks, because people, especially in the tower, appreciate having the bike patrols. What's your time frame for getting those folks back? I know kind of in the summer, it's a little bit more challenging to be on the bike, so I understand that. But is it possible for us to have our bike patrols back in the neighborhoods this fall?
Well, let me tell you, that would be a goal of mine to do it this fall. I can't make a promise on that, and simply because those officers have been reassigned to patrol, so they are now answering 911 calls and providing a very important service. With that being said, I am a big supporter of our bike units, to the point that we recently had about 30 to 40 police officers trained, and we purchased several more bikes. So although we don't have them directly, we only have them right now assigned full-time to the downtown patrol unit. We took them off the bikes in the Tower District and then from Northeast, simply because we needed the personnel to answer calls. But what we are doing is on nights when we have overages, we are putting them on bikes and we are putting them in the Tower District. Additionally, the officers that cover the downtown area, we have asked them to make sure that they remain present in the Tower District. So no, you're probably not seeing them as much, but they are going through there when they can. And Councilperson Soria, we did speak about this, a couple months ago, and I would remind you that I've kept all my promises that I've made to you. I believe in that program. Not only do I want to bring it back, but I want to expand it to all 5 districts, because it's a strong component of community policing to have police officers on bikes that can engage with people one-on-one, face-to-face. And I think it promotes trust and increases safety. So I make you that promise that at some point we will bring them back as soon as we can.
Okay, hopefully this fall. I know there's one of my other colleagues that's really interested in this issue. So I don't know if Tyler, you and I kind of talked about this. Did you want to?
I know we had discussed, you have a very ambitious goal, Chief, of hiring, was it 120 officers in the next 15 months? I think if that's the goal, it should be a reasonable expectation to relieve those folks back onto bicycle duty. I know for Councilmember Soria and myself, she has hers in Tower. I have mine in the El Dorado Park neighborhood, which, I know you've been learning a little bit about the history of that neighborhood. They've come a long ways, and part of the identity over the last, 4 or 5 years has been having that bicycle presence in that neighborhood. So I'd like to potentially make a motion to have those units restored in full by the fall.
Well, before you make the motion, let me give you a little bit more information. Keep in mind that although hiring 120 officers in 15 months sounds really good and it makes for a great headline, but in reality, I'm only getting 12 people. And 2 of those are going to the workman's comp unit. So what's really going to make an impact is our previous conversation with getting those 80 that I have on LTA back on the streets. And once I can do that, I can start bringing back those units. And it is a goal of mine, and I would love to do it by this fall. But at the same time, I don't want to take officers off the streets that are responding to violent crime. We are supplementing those officers in those areas with overages. So that's all I can say about that.
Well, to be accurate, you're adding 12 officers to this budget, but you are trying to fill 60 unfilled current vacancies. So
Right.
you're not just adding 12, you'd potentially be adding 72 folks on top of the 60 out for long-term, illness, disability, et cetera. So, I mean, if your goal is to hire an additional 72 officers on top of the 60 out, why is it an unreasonable suggestion to restore those bicycle units?
Well, when you consider all the units that I had to disband to put them on the streets, then I have to prioritize. We also disbanded the neighborhood safety teams, which are very proactive in the south side and central Fresno. So, we have to weigh what's more important, bicycle officers, when I still have overages where I still put people on bikes, where we trained extra people. When we have an overlap, we can have those bodies there, or bring back some of these proactive units that are, literally going after violent gang members. So my goal is your goal, is to bring them back. And like I said before, expand them to other areas of the city. But that's your prerogative to make a motion if you'd like to.
I appreciate it, and I understand what you're getting at, Chief. I think for the sake of discussion, I'll leave the motion out there to restore those units, and we can have that conversation next week, whether that's something we want to go forward with or not. But I'll leave that motion out there for the time being.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Soria, you still have questions? Yeah.
Sorry, just a couple more. So I'm glad that the filling of the vacancies obviously was a topic of your of the presentation. So right now, sworn filled positions is 700 and what? 75?
779.
And out of those 779, you still have close to 80 that are
I have
out
exactly 80 on either light duty or long-term LTA.
Okay. So we really only have about 700 officers,
699.
699 officers. Wow. Okay. What are we doing? I know that, as my colleague mentioned, obviously there's an ambitious plan to try to fill all of those positions. What are we doing in terms of the recruitment to try to fill all these vacancies?
We've added people to recruiting. In addition, one of the bottlenecks was doing the backgrounds. Okay, and that takes a lot of time. That's an important job. One of the callers, talked about vetting these people properly. Being a police officer is a huge responsibility. So we have to make sure that we hire the right personnel. One of my goals is definitely to have our police department mirror the community. I've said that for years. I believe that that's important. We should not look like an outside occupying force. We should have people in the police department that know and understand the community, and they can speak the language as well. So that is one of the goals. As I said before, there was a bottleneck in backgrounds. So we have all these people on light duty. So Chief Cooley, who's here as well, who's over recruiting, put together a class to get them all trained. I believe about 30 of them in doing backgrounds. There's a certification course. It's about a week long. So we did that. So now these folks that are on light duty, they can do backgrounds, okay, which is open up the floodgates, if you will, of being able to process people quicker, faster. We're as I said before, we are putting together a commercial. We got money allocated for that to revamp a recruiting video, to put up billboards, to travel to some of these military bases to recruit some of those folks, but also to go to our local colleges and try to motivate people from Fresno that are qualified, 21 years of age, who want to be police officers. We're also about to open up our residence police academy. We've done this for years. COVID has limited us in what we're doing, but we're about to start that back up in this fall, and Maggie Navarro is helping us with that, along with the additional CSOs that we're adding to the districts. They're all going to help do this. So these are just some of the things that we're doing to get the word out there, to promote ourselves as a great place to work, as a city that you want to live in. If you noticed our social media presence, it's a lot more robust than it used to be. I recall, taking the job from Oklahoma City and going on social media to see what I could learn about the department, and there was maybe one post a week, maybe one post every 2 weeks. So there wasn't a whole lot of engagement. Now you see a lot more. You see 3 different platforms with 5 to 10 posts every single day. So that's getting our name out there, and it's getting people excited about wanting to be a police officer here in the city.
Perfect. One last question that I have, going back to contracting for services. I think you guys were talking about the fee, right, on the master fee schedule. So does the fee really cover, because I know folks use our own city-owned police vehicles, does the fee actually cover, the time, the benefits, all of those things that I think should be accounted for as part of the master fee schedule?
It really does, and Fresno's one of the only cities I've ever seen where we actually charge the extra fee for a vehicle and certain percentages for fringe benefits. So it really does. It doesn't make us any money. It goes back to the officers, and it covers the cost of vehicles and fringe benefits. But it really does cover that fee. I'm glad you brought that up, because we talked about hiring the rates, and maybe certain companies could pay a higher rate than others. Well, I think that's a slippery slope, because then the big companies that have all the money will contract all the officers. And then your mom and pop shops that can't pay that money are not going to have a police officer there, and I think that's unfair.
Does the outside contracting impact your staffing levels?
It doesn't. We have a policy that limits how many hours an officer can work. If a police officer is on some type of disciplinary probation, then their extra duty employment can be revoked. We don't have to allow them to work this. They can only work this during off hours, or if they happen to take a vacation day. But burning a sick day to work would be a violation of policy, and I will hold people accountable for that.
Okay. And then they get paid the same rate as a normal workday?
Right. It is. It's a certain rate. It's $62 per hour, which is time and a half plus the. That's what we charge. They don't get that. I believe they get approximately $57, something like that, because the city takes the rest, or the department takes the rest to cover those other benefits and the vehicle.
Have you noticed that there's challenges with allowing contract servicing in terms of people being fatigued at work, or because if they're working, say for example, their full-time gig and then they have a second job, or does that impact people's
it does impact people.
Productivity? And
so here's what we're seeing. What we're seeing is that we're not filling these contracts. We are not filling these contracts because there's so much overtime available from callbacks, because we don't have enough police officers. That officers don't want the money anymore. They want to be home with their families, and frankly, I don't blame them. So we haven't created this situation. Really, a lot of other outside impacting factors have done that for us. But we're in a situation where officers could work every single night if they wanted to, based off of callbacks or contract. They don't want it anymore. Yes, they'll work the occasional contract work or come in for an overtime shift, but they'd rather be home with their families. And that's what happens when you have a city with a lot of crime and, as we said, 699 police officers, when in reality, we should probably have 1,000. And I know nobody really likes to hear that, but we want a safer city. We just don't want to pay for it.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councilwoman Soria. Councilmember Arias and his 100 questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let the record show that the mayor has left the chamber, so now I can ask my questions unfiltered and uninterrupted. So, Chief, I have you all to myself and all your compadres out.
I've been waiting for it.
Good. So, speaking of paying for it, I pulled up the budget. In 2017, the actual expenditure for the police department was $162,444,062. In 2020, the expenditure was $211,754,500 actual expenditures. My simple math tells me that in 3 years, we've given the police department authority to spend an additional $49 million, $314,438. That for me is a city who has been paying a lot more every year for policing. In exchange of the nearly $50 million of new expenditures in the police department, services are down, crime is up. You've noted that you have about 80 officers on long-term medical leave, and you have about 60 vacancies. Hundreds of officers are not available to work on a daily basis in this city. And I recognize you're taking steps to address some of the issues, but to the mayor's point, it looks like the state legislature is going to have to take some additional steps because it makes absolutely no sense that you make more money staying at home instead of showing up to work. This council had a debate a few years ago about certain classification of employees being paid extra to show up to work. And that was a pretty big debate because fundamentally, we all are required to show up to work if we want to get a paycheck. But I have very specific questions for you on a couple of things. I know you've outlined an aggressive hiring goal, and I do appreciate the fact that when we announced that we're hiring 120 officers in 15 months, what the public hears is 120 additional officers. What the public expects is better service and response time, but that's not the actual reality of that announcement. So in your pursuit to hire all these vacant positions, are you lowering hiring standards for the newbies who are coming in?
Absolutely not. I think lowering hiring standards is something, number one, it's a terrible mistake. It would be a mistake that we would have to pay for the next 20 years if we did that. So I've seen the results of that type of practice, and it's not the way to go. So the standards are the same. We are focused on being an equitable city where we give everybody the opportunity to be a police officer. And as I said before, a police department should mirror its community.
Okay. And recently there were some headlines about a specific officer and his extracurricular activities. What assurances does the public have that officers who get a DUI while off duty or on duty are no longer going to be employed by the city? Do you have very clear authority and expectations that officers who engage in criminal activity would no longer work here?
I can tell you is that I have to take every case on its own merit and individually. And I can't just blanket with one answer say, look, everybody who makes a mistake is going to be terminated. I do believe in second chances, but I also believe in holding police officers accountable. And I also believe that there's certain transgressions which I cannot put up with. The most recent situation, which you alluded to, being one of them. So I have to look at the police department as a whole. And no one individual is greater than the police department, than the citizens that we represent, the city that we represent. And if one individual happens to discredit the entire police department, well, then I have to take action. But some of the things that you outlined, such as a DUI, well, we do have police officers who have made a mistake, have gotten arrested for a DUI, misdemeanor crime, have paid their debt to society, gone through the court case, and have kept their jobs. So I have to take every case individually, but definitely when it comes to a situation which discredits the police department or takes away the trust between the community and the police department, the fact that we have to be able to effectively do our jobs. And if there's a transgression which hurts that, then I have to address it.
Thank you. Now, speaking of which, the police department has significant discretion. Who they arrest, who they charge, how they respond to situations. And one of my personal pet peeves has been our use of social media. An example has been, if you're arrested, you get posted on social media. However, if you're arrested for engaging in human trafficking, you're John, you don't get posted because according historically to this department, you have a family, and it's not appropriate to go ruin your name for engaging in human trafficking. Are we still keeping the Johns from being published on social media while publishing every other individual who's arrested or charged?
I don't have that particular answer for your question because the laws here in California are different from what I'm used to. And I have seen some court rulings in several other cities where they don't allow the police department to release any mugshots, being that they would damage that individual for future earnings and things like that. So basically the only time that we post somebody's picture is when it's a violent felon that we are looking to apprehend, somebody that we're looking to identify, or when an announcement is made that we're looking for, say, a murderer and they're captured. Typically for misdemeanors, that's not something that we will typically show unless we're trying to identify somebody.
And human trafficking is considered a misdemeanor?
I'd have to look at the specific laws. Certain engaging in prostitution, some of those are misdemeanors. Human trafficking is a felony.
Thank you. Traffic control, it seems that this city has a pretty large traffic control unit, and you're proposing, in general, from my perspective, your department's going on a shopping spree. You're buying a ton of new equipment and replacing equipment, which, if it's aged out, is appropriate. But your traffic control unit, how large is it comparable to other cities of our size?
Well, I can tell you how large it's not. It doesn't have 80 motors in it, which we used to at one point. Right now we have 38, I believe, and they're split up into squads and day shift and evening shift. And it's actually very effective because our motors unit is also our mobile field force. So we utilize them not just to do traffic, but also in the case of a riot, civil unrest, they're also going to be our first responders that show up and engage.
Do you anticipate growing the traffic control unit back to 80 motorcycles again?
Not unless you guys give me a whole lot more money.
Okay, thank you. Your grants and that you apply for, I've seen a clear trend that all the federal grants and state grants that the police department applies for is all wrapped around overtime for enforcement, DUI checkpoints, things of that nature. When those grants allow for prevention services and preventative actions, but for some reason the department has always structured those proposals to be strictly enforcement and to pay for overtime cost of officers doing that enforcement. Are you planning to take the same approach to those grants at the state and federal level to enforcement versus prevention?
No. As a matter of fact, I have a list here of the grants. We just had a meeting, coincidentally, yesterday to do an overview of what grants we're applying for. By the way, the highway grant is $80,000, the one that you're speaking about to reduce DUIs. And at this point, I believe we have 34 homicides. I believe we're at about 30 fatalities. So we're always almost neck and neck. So that's important as well. But we're applying for a grant for advanced peace and breaking the chains for human trafficking for $1 million. We're applying for another grant for $125,000 to find solutions to mental health issues. We're applying for another one to combat human trafficking. That one's a $750,000 grant. And a lot of these are tied into not just overtime, but services for the victim. So the approach is more restorative than it is punitive.
Thank you. And then I was back in the reopening of Tower District a few days ago, and I noticed that you have sergeants in the night shift, which surprised me at 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night, doing check-ins of nightclubs. Do you have that kind of staffing to have sergeants and officers walking around, checking in on capacity of clubs? I didn't think the police department was doing that, surely not during the pandemic, much less now.
I'd have to get more details on that particular incident. This is the first I hear about it. Obviously, if there's no calls holding, and we have the ability to be proactive at a certain establishment that has the reputation for having trouble, then doing a walkthrough with a supervisor present, I certainly would rather have a supervisor present than officers just walking around a nightclub on their own.
Thank you. And one of my other areas, Chief, is that historically speaking, the police department would always recommend conditions of approval for liquor licenses, especially off-site liquor license purchases. And with those minimal conditions, the Planning Commission and this body would always approve additional liquor license. nobody was enforcing whether those conditions were being met that the police department recommended. But the legislative body took that as, if the police department's okay with one more liquor store on a corner that already has 3 of them, then why shouldn't we approve it? Are you guys still actively recommending approval of licenses with specific conditions? And secondly, who in your department goes around to confirm that these off-site liquor licenses are adhering to the police conditions that were placed on them?
So that's a new process, which I've only experienced one time before. This is not something that I'm used to, but I believe those requests come to me directly. And I asked the district to run a report to see what types of issues are in that area. And if we feel that an additional liquor license is going to increase the call volume or hurt public safety, then we would deny it. I haven't had a situation where we would approve one with certain conditions, but it's something I can look into as far as if we approve one, who's going to follow up on it.
Just note that we've had multiple situations where the school district opposes the liquor license, but the police department recommends it with minimal conditions that nobody ever, enforces or ensures that are being honored. So just a heads up on that. Workman's comp, I know Esmeralda, Councilwoman Soria covered this quite deeply, but it's clear to me that it's beyond our local authority to address why we have 180 officers at this time. But my question to you is, why aren't we hiring an outside investigators to investigate these long-term medical leaves? Because every other employer in this city, in this state, hires outside investigators. Why not keep your internal investigators and officers investigating criminal crimes versus, being, looking at workman's comp claims? Because what I struggle with is every solution tends to be, every problem that we have has a policing solution, and every policing solution removes people from responding to 911 calls and investigating crimes. So why not hire outside investigators like we do on every other situation to investigate whether these workman's comp claims are true?
Well, part of the answer to your question is the fact that I believe that the police officers are going to do the best job. Number 2, workman's comp, depending on the monetary value attached to it, is almost always going to be a felony crime, which a peace officer in the state of California should investigate. But I had a conversation just about 4 days ago with the supervisor of that unit. If this is successful, the way I think it's going to be successful, then possibly this unit can also investigate workman's comp fraud across the city. And at that point, I think it would be a good idea not to just use police officers, but civilian personnel, retired police officers who have that experience, but at a lower rate. So I do agree with your recommendation that that's something that we're looking to do in the future.
Chief, how many long-term absences would you be comfortable that we no longer have a crisis of individuals being there too long? Is it 20, 10? What would be that sweet spot for saying this is the acceptable level of long-term medical leaves? And additionally, what is the acceptable amount of vacancies in your perspective that's just normal attrition that happens naturally?
Well, I'd have to compare that to the national standards. Having 60 vacancies is, I read an article just this morning where right now 93% of our positions are filled. That's comparative to the national average, especially in law enforcement, because last year and this year it's very difficult to hire police officers because some of the things nationally that have transpired, people don't want to be police officers, and it's harder to recruit those personnel. So 93%, we're on average. As far as the LTA, the bigger the department, the more number that you're going to have. I would like to have it at 5% instead of what we have now, which is closer to 10%.
Okay. And just know, I'm doing comparables with the fire department. I think the fire department has one long-term medical leave, and they're equally a pretty physical, role. So I don't know what the standard is in the industry for police departments. So if you can get us some information so we can judge whether we're going the right direction.
Sure. Last time I read up on it, I did get some information that it was close to 10%. Coincidentally, the conversation I had with the fire chief was one of the, initiating factors that had me really look at this hard. But definitely 107 is too high, 80 is still too high. We need to get folks back to work.
Okay. And then the Commission on Police Reform, I did confirm the council allocated $1 million. When we balanced the budget, we landed on $500,000 for the primary reason that you had so many vacancies that the police department felt that there was sufficient funds in the salary savings from all the vacancies that they would be able to cover the cost of the remainder of the $500,000. Specifically, my question is, what recommendations are you planning, have you already implemented, and which ones are you planning to implement in the immediate future?
As far as what? I'm sorry.
The reform, the commission recommendations.
Well, as I said, there's 31 that are low-hanging fruit, which I fully intend to implement by the end of this year, if not here in the next year and a half. All I can do is focus on the ones that I have control over. Some of these, like the mental health issue, which to me is one of the most important recommendations of all 73. If we can figure out a way to address the mental health issues in the city and not to have primarily a police response, I think that would be a huge success. 3 of the grants that I just detailed to you are related to mental health issues. So it's not just the money that's been allocated, it's a grant funding that we're looking at to look at better ways of doing. I'm very much encouraged by the fact that we're going to send a team to look into, learn, and investigate from 5 other cities who are having successful programs. Not that any one of those programs is going to be perfect here in Fresno, but perhaps we can take the best qualities out of each program and create something here that's going to help implement that.
And City Manager, there's several recommendations that require negotiations with labor. Are you engaged in negotiations now on those recommendations? If not, when do you plan to be? Because I know
we're not engaged on those negotiations. We're just engaged in negotiations on their overall agreement, but those will get factored in. We did put a trade memo out early that identified the 73 recommendations and how we were categorizing them. So I think we can go ahead and reissue that, possibly update it with the latest information that the chief is putting. But we put a trade memo out. Here's the 73. Here's our recommendations on the ones that are low-hanging fruit, what we're going to put. So we can get that out to everybody, and then we can update it for the...
City Manager, I just want to be clear. We're in a reopener with the labor group.
Correct.
So I like to see all those items that require negotiation included in those negotiation sessions, not an afterthought. I mean, we knew when we established a commission that negotiations was going to soon commence, and that would be the opportunity to work with our labor partners on resolving some issues. I don't want to see the administration come forward with just one component of an agreement while ignoring all the recommendations that staff has had for a year. And know that they have to be negotiated. So,
well, the recommendations came out in October, so not quite a year.
It's pretty close. It's pretty close.
Yeah, and then he's identified those in that memo. So in the memo, we'll get you identify those ones that, and he's been participating in the negotiations with the labor units and has identified those items that he'd like the work condition kind of ones that he wants to adopt.
Thank you. And Chief, the other area I want to cover is contract policing and the role of the police department in dictating the amount of police officers under contract policing that are required to be utilized for special events. I think we've had these brief conversations. Downtown is a place where there's a lot of special events. And I've always been uneasy of a police department dictating how many officers a private business should have to hire in order for their event to take place. I've seen a lack of consistency. I personally don't know why we impose that on a private business or a promoter or an event. In most cities, that's all done through private security. There is armed private security. So what's the process for determining, contract policing? Because as you know, we as a city always give planning a hard time or permitting a hard time on the cost and how long it takes. And then to come to find out that one of the biggest costs for any event to take place is the amount of extra policing that's being imposed by the police department, all under the umbrella of contract policing. So what process do you guys use to determine whether you're requiring an event promoter to hire 50 contract officers versus 5, or why are we even in that business of imposing contract policing on special events?
Well, to answer your second question, public safety is to make sure that there's not going to be an incident at the event that's going to endanger public safety. So if there is a promoter that wants to put on some type of an event, they would typically go to the district where that event is going to take place, and they will make contact with the staff there. The information will go up to the captain, and if it's a large event, then our special events unit, which is under Deputy Chief Mike Reed, will assess the event, gather some information. And there is actually a formula that we use to determine how many police officers are needed. Some of the factors that impact that the number of officers is number of people attending the event. Obviously, if there's 6,000 people and alcohol is going to be served, well, sometimes there's problems. So we want to have a certain amount of officers there. That formula should be standardized, and we should be fair with everybody and consistent. And I do agree with you that if we ask a certain promoter to supply a certain amount of officers, that we should be consistent in that same formula. Sometimes we do supplement that. There's several events that I can think of where the promoter did not want to pay extra for traffic enforcement. And if we know there's going to be some traffic issues, then we'll go ahead and assign some of our traffic personnel to just ease the event. The event's going to go on no matter what. We want to reduce complaints and increase public safety, so we go ahead and supplement the officers that they're paying for with some of our officers. But it should be consistent, but it's based off of a formula.
See, what I struggle with that, Chief, is when you go to a concert at the Save Mart Center, you don't see 100 police officers on contract services. When there's a church service in Northeast Fresno that has thousands of people, you don't see 50 officers on contract services. I recognize there's a huge difference between alcohol sales and a church service, right? But churches now do concerts too. We're not imposing contract policing when they have thousands of people in a contract setting, in a concert setting. When you're at the Sound Arena, you have 100 officers for the same amount, for less people than you would have at Save Mart Center. When we have a football game, we have 40,000, 30,000 people at Bulldog Stadium, I don't see the 100 officers being imposed on Fresno State. And talk about serving alcohol. A football game is as rowdy as it gets. So what I'm struggling with is we are becoming a financial impediment to events that we all want to occur for economic activity, but we're not being consistent when it comes to huge events that serve alcohol. Our concerts, require a lot of traffic control. I've seen instances where we are doing free traffic control for certain events while imposing contract officers for traffic control in other events. And it does have a geographic feel to it. So I want you to be aware of that, because it's one of the biggest complaints I get from businesses on the financial burden that contract policing is becoming. On contract policing, the other thing I struggle with is I've been asking for police officers to try to respond and patrol the motel drive where we intentionally put families and kids there to deal with the human trafficking, and we still have not been able to get that addressed, right? In this last contract that we purchased Valley Inn Motel, Housing Authority insisted on contract policing to be part of the conversation to address the concerns. I struggle with, you can't get an officer to do that job, because rightfully so, you guys are all spread thin. But if I go to Apple to buy a new phone, I see a police officer sitting there in an air-conditioned setting, and they ain't ever have a problem filling that contract service. If I go to Walmart, there's an officer there. If I go to Bobby's, there's an officer there. But we can't seem to get officers or the police department to respond in any way to the average person unless you're willing to pay extra, which fundamentally is unfair to me as a taxpayer and as a council member. So, and I don't know what other way, Chief, I recognize that contract policing is part of the labor agreement and we'll have to engage in negotiations, but I think it's time for us to revisit whether we should be in the business of external contract policing as a department. You've noted that it's hard to fill those contracts. This started as a partnership with the fair. It transitioned to Walmart, to Fig Garden, to Apple, to the school districts. So fundamentally, we are in a city where taxpayers have given the police department $50 million more in 3 years, but we can't get a response to 911 call unless we're willing to pay extra in the form of a service contract. So, Chief, I'm going to make a motion to eliminate all external service contracting in the police department until we come back and you provide us some kind of clarity on what we do in the world of, contracting.
Councilmember Arias, I'll make a second to that for the sake of discussion. I think that's a conversation this council needs to have. I'll make an additional motion, though, to reconsider the structure of the master fee schedule to allow for a more competitive contracting process so that this council could have a robust conversation on whether this is something we want to keep. And if we do, how do we restructure that to make it a more efficient system?
And it might be, and I'll second that, Member Maxwell, it might be where, I recognize it's the master fee schedule, but it's pretty cheap to hire private police officers who are in our uniform. Other cities, when they're doing moonlighting, they don't wear our uniform, they don't use our cars, they don't use our equipment. And I'm wrestling with, we have a force that is thin, is extended, but we're still allowing moonlighting to take place that results in officers being tired because everybody deserves their vacation days and their time with their family. And they should be resting during that time, not having to respond to a service agreement on their time off. So with that, Chief, I also want to address, and I know that motion will all be subject to negotiations, and I'm fully aware of that, and I know FPOA is going to have a role in that process, and we're in a full reopener now, so that'll be a discussion point. I also want to be thoughtful about your request, Chief, for additional bodies. I'm hesitant to just grant more bodies on paper to be able to say that we are now have more officers than we did in 2009 by one. That's a headline. It's a talking point. It's not real. I've struggled with this notion that we keep on adding positions knowing that they'll be vacant and we'll have salary savings to do other stuff with, a month after we approve the budget. So my motion's going to be to appropriate the funds and authorize the additional positions that you're asking for, but the funds will be held in contingency for that purpose and released only when you have filled your current vacancies. I want to make sure that we support you in having the positions, but that we also hold you accountable for not sitting on vacant positions for the sake of a headline that's not, resulting in better service for the residents that we serve. So my motion is to appropriate the funds and authorize the additional positions in the police department, but the funds will be held in contingency for that purpose, and release once all the current positions are filled.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
That, just so you're clear, that's consistent with how we've been talking with all the department heads.
Yeah.
That you're going to get money for the bodies you're going to fill. You're not going to get you're going to get money for bodies that are going to stay empty. So that's been the message we've told everybody. So your motion is consistent with what we've been telling. The other comment about again, we've talked about the 40 million, part of it, a lot of that was just the accounting. We wound up putting the fleet lease costs in their budget. We started putting the fleet charges in their budget, which you can see that in the bump in the ID charges, how that jumped. We were putting capital projects in their budget, and we did add more bodies. We were at under 800 PCN count in the police department in 2017. Now we're going to be at 850, but we're only going to fund 820. So part of that 40 million has just been accounting that we've done so that we can get a full cost accounting for the police department on everything it costs to run the police department. Just putting everything in there.
I understand.
Member Arias, can I
Go ahead.
clarify a point? So when I look at the budget in the description on page, B145, it says that the budget includes 12 unfunded. So they're not currently funded, or they are currently funded?
So what we're going to fund going for FY22, we are funding 820 police officers. That's the funding in the police department budget, is 820.
Tommy, if I can address why, I think that leaves a lot to be a question. The reason is it's going to take time to hire those officers over the course of a year. So some of those officers may only be funded for 3 months. Some of those officers will be funded at 6 months. And so if you said you're going to fund 100% of 850 officers, that means during the course of the entire fiscal year, you have those officers in place. We know that's not fiscally responsible to do. What we've done is given the police department hiring authority up to 850 police officers. They're putting together a very aggressive hiring plan to achieve those numbers. But we realize as a result of the time it's going to take to hire those officers, some are going to be funded 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. We funded them based on a calculation with our budget office at 820 officers for the entire year, but they have the ability to hire up to 850.
Mayor, is that across the board when it comes to the benefits like pension and health care? Are you guys funding 820 positions or are you funding 850 on the other?
It's 820 all in, pension, benefits, everything. That is what we're doing. And it's the
So
same
the
thing.
numbers would be higher if we in fact would fill the 850 positions.
Correct. So if we started the fiscal year with 850, the numbers would be much higher, but we're not. We have an attrition factor during the course of this year is going to be somewhere around 3 to 4 per month. That has to be factored in. And then you also are currently at 58 vacancies. So by the time you hire all of those people, you have to factor in that attrition as well. So to be fiscally responsible, not to pad a police department budget or any budget in the city, we want to go in accurate and say 820 is the appropriate number that we agree on in order to get us to 850 by the end of the fiscal year.
So City Manager, just so we're clear, the $206 million you're asking for in this proposed budget, does that fund the 820 or the 850?
It funds the 820, and it's staged as well. We know that we're just, like the mayor said, 9 months, 6 months, 3 months. That
So-
effectively it'll be 820.
So a year from now, when all those people are hired, your budget's going to be more like not 206, but 215 or 210 or whatever that cost is, right? Because what?
So if it'll be 800 if we get everything filled, including covering all the vacancies that'll occur, and so that we're at an effective net 820 officers. That's the budget that'll get expended. The 206.
What I'm struggling with, City Manager, is when you guys announced the budget and presented it, you presented it as we're only increasing the police budget by 2.4%, right? Which is a 206. But you've just indicated, but we're authorizing all these additional positions.
Not funding them.
Right? Not funding them yet. You're authorizing them. So come next year, the real increase of your proposal is not going to be a 2.4% increase in the police budget. It's going to be a 5 or 10% increase in the police budget.
And it won't be that big, but it won't be that big. It'll be 20 bodies on 820 bodies. So it's going to be a smaller percentage. It won't be 10-15% like here.
But it's not going to be the 2.4 that was suggested.
I agree. And again, that's if we can effectively get the 820 hired. In a perfect world, we're here next year.
Yep.
We have 820 hired.
Yeah.
And we're coming into the budget next year saying, here's our plan to get
We're
these
dealing
other
with
30 fields.
personnel costs, not equipment and material, which
Correct.
is, accurate, completely true. So here's what I struggle with. In the past, we've authorized 850 positions in the police department. A month later, they said, we're bringing this request to buy a new helicopter, and we have salary savings to be able to pay for it.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Right, because
we're not doing
there's
that for any
plenty of money
department.
there.
Yep, we're not doing that.
So we're not going to get an AAR in 2 months based on
We're
salary
hiring
savings?
police officers. So like I said, your idea is consistent with how we're thinking. If you want to say you can use this money when you hire officers, that's what we've told all the department heads. You get to use this when you hire.
That's my motion, because I want this body to own the goal that has been set to hire officers and be held responsible for the progress that has been made or not made.
Can you clarify your motion, Councilman Arias?
So my motion is to authorize the appropriations and the positions as requested by the police department, but the funds will be put in a contingency until the vacancies are filled that are outstanding. And
As we fill the
they're needed.
vacancies, we'll.
Yes.
Is there a second for that? Okay, second.
Two.
City Clerk, did you get that for the record?
So I want to get clarification though, because from what I'm understanding in the budget, the money's not even there for the 850 positions. So what are we setting aside? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
So we are funding 820 officers.
I know.
So right now, the approved authorization for sworn officers is 838. So we're gonna fund 820, but we want to add an additional 12 officers to that to get the authorized count to 850. Just in preparation for as we start going through this
I understand that, but your budget explicitly says that it's unfunded. So I'm trying to figure out where are we setting those monies aside if your budget says that it's unfunded?
So to council members, Ari's point, we have the 58 vacancies. Okay, that's what we're going to be. So what really, if you looked at it now, the 59 vacancies that we've got and the salary associated with it and the benefits is going to be in this contingency fund. And as we hire an officer, poof, comes out of the contingency. We just keep hiring bodies out of that fund.
City Manager, I think you've both given us more information and confused us. So what I want to know, let's hone in on just the 12, right? The 12 additional authorized. It says in the binder that they are unfunded.
Correct.
For those 12, there's no money. You're saying there's no money built into this budget for those 12.
Correct.
Okay, but there is potentially some money built in for the amount of officers that are between the 820 and the 838. So those 18 officers, there's some you anticipate will be funded at 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months.
The money we have in there for adding new bodies is, what's your current vacancy?
We have 58 vacancies.
50, just to fill the 58 vacancies up to 820.
Okay, so there's no money, zero money for the additional 12 positions.
Correct.
And there's zero money for positions 820 through 838.
Correct.
Zero money.
Correct.
Yeah, and Councilman, the reason I wanted to put in a contingency is since they haven't appropriated the money, therefore haven't identified where it's going to come from, I don't want 3 months from now to say, we can't do these general fund projects because we've hired these bodies and we didn't, previously identify the money. So I want that to be an actual conversation when we get to the point of those vacancies being filled, because you're basically asking us for permission to spend money we haven't yet identified.
Well, I'm asking you to appropriate money for bodies we're going to add to the city's headcount. But I'm with you. You don't want me to come to you later and say, hey, we didn't use all the money. Can I buy a helicopter?
We can always increase the reserves if that's what you're saying. Can just replace the word contingency
I'm
reserves.
down for that, Mike.
I'm just kind of confused, I guess, that we would add 12 unfunded positions for the sake of what? What is?
Let me. It's not for the sake of anything. It's authorizing them to go up to 850. So the potential is to fund all 850, but incrementally, meaning some of those may only be funded for 1 month or 2 months or 3 months. So you're not funding somebody for the entire year, but they still have the authority to hire up to that amount because we're adding 12 PCN numbers to the police department to do that. We do the same with when you hire somebody during the course of a fiscal year, you're not hiring them in July. You hire them in October. And so you're only providing funding for 9 months for that position because of the delay in hiring. And the same holds true in every budget in the city.
But in this instance, there's no money allocated, not even for 2 months or 1 month. It's just the actual position. So I'm just curious because we're talking about the difficulty of hiring 50 vacancies. So in a span of 12 months, could you speak to how many vacancies have been filled in the span of the last 12 months? Because I think that should kind of give us a good picture of what we could accomplish. Obviously, you're going to be much more aggressive in your recruitment, and
So
I would love to
Councilwoman-
be able to fill all the positions, but I'm just trying to figure out, what are we trying to demonstrate? Are we really trying to get to 812 or, the
So
838?
Councilwoman, if I may, it seems to me that the staff for the first time changed how we do budgeting, and authorizing positions, which is, I would say, it's a much more accurate depiction of how it works practically. But what I like to hear is from our budget director, what exactly are we being asked to do? If we authorize the additional positions and appropriate the additional money, how are they going to be able to hire if we haven't identified the money, where the additional money is going to come from?
So Councilmember Arias, so you got to keep in mind authorized positions and the amount of funding for those positions. So as it was stated earlier, the police department's budget has 820 sworn that are funded. But in addition to that 820, okay, there is the authorization to fill up to 850. So again, funding only 820, not 850. So that differential is, in essence, as the timing takes place to hire those officers, it's going to take them a while to get to that 850. But in the old days, where we would have budgeted and funded the full amount, we're not doing that in this budget. We're budgeting what we believe is truly realistic, depending on the timing of filling those positions.
The hiring plan, the staff cost for the hiring plan we're going to execute.
And are you guys suggesting you did that for every single department?
Yeah, that's why you saw, we talked about, you're going to see this 0.75 FTE, 0.3 FTE, because they're not going to be here the whole year. So the net effective cost of our hiring plan is an FTE count. So that's the FTE count. Like we talked about it yesterday. Yeah. If I hire 2 people for half a year, that's a half a FTE
Correct.
each. One FTE.
So, City Manager, am I following you correctly to understand this? In this new process that you guys put in place, we're not giving you the full amount of money for all the positions yet. Does that artificially leave extra money for other things?
It's not intended to do that. That's not our intent. Our intent is to hire 800, is to the effectiveness of 850, correct. But it'll equate to 820.
But you guys can't come in tomorrow and say, we now have money for a 5% raise across the board, because
no raises in this budget.
Yeah, but follow me, right? We don't have all this extra cash that's unallocated, so therefore now we have room to do other stuff on a one-time basis.
Right, that's exactly right. This is to hire police officers.
City Manager, so clarify one more time. The for officers numbers 820 to 850, zero funding in this budget. For officers numbers 1 through 820, fully funded and some partially funded based on the fact that you don't expect to have them the whole fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay.
City Manager, if we could add PARs at any given Thursday council meeting, is there an urgency to do this through this process? If we're getting to our hiring levels that have been identified by the aggressive approach by the police department, why couldn't we just add additional PARs at that time once we're actually nearing our goal of hirings?
Yeah, I think our plan is to give you our hiring plan for the year and get it adopted now so that we can just go ahead and execute that.
I'm asking, is there pros and cons to doing it now versus waiting till we've met our goals?
It doesn't change how the expenditure will be made, because I think your recommendation on your motion just kind of locks it up. So we can do it now or do it later. I'd rather do it now, and so that we have our plan in place. We know the money's there, and then we just go aggressively get these people hired.
So basically what you're asking today in your budget is approval of your goal to hire, up to 850, but you're not asking for the money to hire those 850. So my motion would be in alignment with your
exactly. That's why I said your motion is consistent with how we're thinking.
Don't release the money into the bodies that are actually here.
Right.
The most fascinating part about this conversation is that you're both saying the same thing.
Exactly.
And you both have been saying the same thing for the past 15 minutes.
City Manager, if I just may add, I just got the numbers as far as hiring ability. Since January, we have hired 50 police officers. In the next 8 months, we are on schedule to hire an additional 54. We can meet that goal if the money's there.
So Council President, to your comment, I hope we're all saying the same thing. For more money and more resources, we want better services to residents. And it can't be the same old business, and it just can't. This is our top priority, is public safety in the city, and we've demonstrated in the form of $50 million in 3 years, and we now need better service. That includes officers back at work, people being healthy, and folks responding. So I'd like to see bike officers back too. If Walmart and Apple can have a full-time, Fresno PD security guard, then the Tower District, West Fresno, Fashion Fair, neighborhood, everybody deserves police officers to respond to 911 calls.
Agreed. That is the long-term goal.
All right, Vice President Esparza, want to land this plane?
Thought this time, huh? Oh, yeah, thought this time would never come. Chief, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Happy
to be here.
Not the greatest on earth, but certainly in Fresno. Appreciate you being here. We're happy to have you as our new chief of police. Thank you for your service. I want to dive into a few numbers questions that you may be able to answer, maybe the administration. You did note the decrease in the budget by 2-point-some-odd%. Is that primarily due to a decrease in general funds or some other source of funding?
It's a lot of things. So the decrease in the budget is some of the decreases in our contracts. So we're no longer getting money for the SNROs from Fresno Unified. So that's a significant chunk right there. We're no longer getting monies for the FACS officers because we've removed them. So that's a significant reduction there. Part of that was the CARES money that was included in last year's budget that dried out. So that's no longer impacting our budget. So it technically is a decrease in the budget by 2.4%.
Okay, fantastic. Circling back somewhat to this conversation we just had, there is zero funding for the officers 820 to 850, but I do see here this $991,000 increase in general funds for additional employees. So is all of that allocated for the increase in civilian positions?
It's all included together, the 12 sworn positions and then the 19 civilian positions. And I'm sure the city manager can answer that, whether we're funding 100% of those or, obviously if we hire them in the middle of the fiscal year, then it wouldn't impact the full salary.
City manager, the 991,100, is that full amount for civilians since the 12 sworn positions?
So the 991 also has a schedule. We're funding that, all of it, from the beginning.
But the funding is for who and what exactly?
Those are the CSIs and...
So the 991 is all for civilian?
Correct.
Okay. Yes or no question. So the 12 additional, I see it's 10 officers and then 2 to investigate workers' comp. So as part of the ask for authorization today for these positions, up to 850, do you plan to expedite those 2 workers' comp positions? Is that part of the
I've already put them in there because I need those people back to work now. If I were to wait until we were fully staffed and then got those extra 12 positions, it really wouldn't help us reduce the LTA numbers now. As I alluded to earlier, those numbers are down by 20%, so it's already creating a positive impact for us.
Got it. Yeah. So you're not following this in a sort of linear hiring. You're sort of, I got to prioritize these couple positions.
Right. I'm making the moves that I have to make today, and that's what we did with the bike units. That's what we did with the motors. We took 20 motorcycle officers and we reassigned them to the districts to help patrol, to not have to respond to traffic accidents or take DUI. So all these moves have really not been a traditional reorganization. They've been necessary allocation of resources to combat violent crime.
Okay. The 12 additional positions, it actually adds up to only 9 full-time equivalents. How is that broken up? Are the workman's comp, are those one individual?
Those are 2 police officer positions. The other 10, I anticipate sending them back or adding numbers to patrol.
I see. So, but how is it that those 12 authorized positions translate into only 9 FTE? So if those 2 workman's comp are 1 each, that means that 10 positions are translating into 7 FTE. I'm just curious. I mean, I thought if we hire an officer...
I'm not following you on that. If I get the 12, I've already moved 2 officers from patrol, into those workman comp positions. And when I get the additional 10, those officers would be reassigned or assigned to patrol primarily.
Okay, well, so let's detach from your actions, which I appreciate you expediting that. Just on maybe the city manager can answer, maybe you can answer. On paper here, these 12 additional authorized positions, above and beyond what's authorized now currently, translate only to 9 FTE. So I'm just curious, who out of those 12 positions, who's part-time?
There is one position which is a background investigator, and another one which is a part-time, and I believe that's where that translates to. We had to add one to our 290 unit. The law changed this last year, and we're going to have to do backgrounds within a certain amount of time for individuals who have been charged with some type of a sex crime, and they want to not register any longer as a sex offender. Then we would have to expedite their backgrounds in order to process those requests. So one of those positions would have to go there, and I believe the other one is a part-time employee that we would continue to fund.
And those are, we're talking fully sworn, right? I mean, these are all sworn.
One is fully sworn. The other one, I believe, is professional staff.
Okay. So I was speaking just strictly with respect to the 12 authorized translating into the 9.
Councilmember Esparza, if I
Yes.
can provide a little more information.
Please.
So you're correct. There are 12 new police officer positions as a count. But as we built it in the budget, we know they wouldn't be able to hire them at July 1, so we factored them starting later in the year. So their FTE then became at 0.75. So if you take 0.75 times 12, that's how you get to the 9.
So this fiscal, yeah, that makes sense. So this fiscal year, it's at 9 FTE, but presuming these were filled going into
July
FY
1
23,
or 23.
It would translate to the full 12 FTE.
That's correct.
At that point, okay. Thank you for the clarification. So, Chief, I want to give you a chance to get it off your chest. I want you to in your words, I've heard it from my colleagues and their speculation. But I mean, what are, in your words, the structural barriers to achieving our full capacity within our sworn authorized positions?
Definitely a lot of factors. I wish I could just say, look, it's this one thing. But this is a national trend, and this is not exclusive to Fresno. I have a lot of dialogue with other major city chiefs from across the country, and they are all experiencing the same thing. 2020 was a difficult year for law enforcement. It hurt funding, it hurt morale, a lot of different factors. Additionally, the rise in violent crime is something that we're seeing nationwide. I mean, I just read an article yesterday from the New York Times which talks about the expectations of 2021 actually being worse than 2020 as far as violent crime. Right now, we are doing so many proactive enforcement measures at Fresno PD that we have the opportunity to actually lower that. I don't know if we'll get there, but that is certainly the goal. But all those combination of things, the defunding movement, the fact that across the country there were various cases that actually resulted in criminal charges against police officers, just disillusioned a lot of people. It caused a lot of early retirements. As you already know, I'm losing 3 to 4 police officers every month, but it also created a lack of interest and desire to be a police officer. So those are some of the challenges. And although I do believe that we can hire the 120 in 15 months, I don't know exactly how many people I'm going to lose, because since January of 2020, we've lost 77 police officers to either, most of them were retirements, some resignations, and some terminations.
Yeah, well, when we work in public service, whether you're an officer or a council member, an engineer with the city, or one of our very smart bureaucrats down here on the floor, we take it on the chin every day, right? From the public. There's a whole contingent who's just not going to be happy with the service or believe in what you're doing. So it alarms me to hear that the folks in our toughest department, right, may have some of the thinnest skins. I don't like to hear that. So what I'm going to attribute it to, just to put it kind of in a nicer way, is it sounds like some folks in the profession don't like the fact that the profession is changing. Would you agree with that?
Not completely. I think any human being.
How would you characterize?
Well, I think any human being wants to be appreciated. And when you go into work every single day, and just the mere fact that you have to put a bulletproof vest on in a city like Fresno every single day, because one of the citizens who you're trying to protect may try to shoot and kill you, has a demoralizing effect on an individual. So when police officers take this job, not to get rich, but to make the community better, that is a decision that's who they are. That's a decision that they make. But when you get a sense of the public not appreciating that, which is not the truth, by the way, you have a very select few being the most critical. But the information that we get, the messaging that we get from the communities of color, marginalized communities, is that they want to see more police officers, is that they feel safer when they see a police car driving up and down the street. That's the information that I'm getting. I get the emails, I get the calls, I get the letters, I get the cards from all these individuals saying that they appreciate us. So that's the real narrative. But for a lot of our police officers, they may not get that sense. They feel sometimes that city government doesn't support them, and they look elsewhere for a job. We're trying to change the narrative, and I think the fact that people are valued and appreciated in our police department is very, very important. And for most people, they would rather get that than the money. I know that our salaries may not be the highest in the Central Valley, but the fact that we have a large, robust police department with a lot of opportunity, where you're valued and appreciated, where you're supported by your city government, is very important to not just hiring, but retaining police officers.
Absolutely. Well, hear from me, hear from all of us. All right, this council, this city administration does support you guys. We know that none of you are doing it for the money. We're not doing it for the money, right? We're in the wrong business. My economics colleagues from college, they're on Wall Street making 10 times more than I am now. So I know it. I know personally. None of us here in the city of Fresno government are here just for the paycheck. We obviously believe in the mission. So how do we? What are your solutions? Is there funding in this budget to address these issues that you are? That you brought up today? How do we fix
Well,
this?
the funding's there for the aggressive recruiting campaign, and I do appreciate the support of the city manager and the council in this. $175,000. I believe we're using 50 of this for the marketing campaign, but we're also providing bonuses. We have a recruiting team, but the best recruiters are police officers. When police officers can go and find other, good qualified individuals who want to be police officers, we'll give them a $8,000 bonus. When they refer somebody and they make it through all their training completely, they can get that bonus. So I think that's good money, or that's money well spent. But also, I think changing the culture within our police department to let every individual know, whether they're professional staff or they're police officers, that they're valued, that they're appreciated, that they do important work, that the community appreciates them and values them. I think that's I can't put a funding source to that. I can't put a budget number to that. I think we can do that internally.
Yeah. So the incentive, sure. That's hard. That's tangible. It's something that certainly could be a draw. I'm open to helping solve this problem, and I'm not an expert. I look to you folks. There is value from folks who are outside of the department and their opinions too about how you draw folks in. It is just from the outside looking in, not being a law enforcement officer myself. It does seem that because of the shifting values within our communities across the country, the profession is being forced to sort of change and evolve. I think it's uncomfortable for many who have been doing it for a lot of years, and for many who maybe had a certain expectation of going into the fields and it being a certain way, both currently and prospectively. So I don't know what the solution is. I encourage you and the folks, you got the top brass here, appreciate all of them being here behind you and showing their support to the chief, just to come up with anything and everything. We're open to hearing it, whether it involves some kind of fiscal allocation or not. I think filling these positions, the vacant and anticipated vacancies, just make a tremendous difference from where we are now. The LTA conversation, we've had that conversation 4 times over today already. I'm not going to bring that up. But just strictly with respect to the vacancies and getting some of those folks back to work, it would make, it'd increase the capacity by, 10-20% from where we're at now in terms of officers on the streets. And at that point, right, kind of take a pulse of where crime is in the city, and go from there, right? Starting next fiscal year. So I hope when we're here in a year, right, and for your second budget, that you truly have achieved, filling the vacancies. And if not, we hopefully have a more honest assessment of where we're at and what we need to do. And in fact, I'll go ahead and throw it into the form of a motion. I'd like the council to receive a quarterly update on our progress with filling sworn police officer positions. And then, if council could be part of that policy solution, again, I think that's certainly a role. We don't get out here, and some of the captains have heard me say this to constituents, that, when you get elected to council, they don't give you a pair of handcuffs. You don't get to go arrest people. But in terms of, we can be part of the policy solution and trying to facilitate, that level of recruitment. But that's my opinion, right? I think profession's changing. It's uncomfortable. It's sort of almost a misalignment right now in terms of getting prospective police officers, but we got to fix it.
Council Vice President, that was a motion for quarterly update on hiring.
I forgot about that, yes.
Okay, I'll second that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, Vice President, just for the record, City Clerk, you got that motion? All right.
Council President,
Yes.
earlier, Councilmember Maxwell had made a motion on the bike patrol. I think I forgot to second that, so I want to make sure I second. Thanks.
All right. Councilmember Bredefeld and then Councilmember Carbasi.
Council President.
Oh, you're not finished?
Yes, want to give the chief one last, last opportunity. If you have any responsive remarks.
I think you make some valid points. I think, I've said this before publicly. After all the things that we went through in 2020, policing is never going to be the same. And in my opinion, it shouldn't be. I happen to be the type of person that appreciates change when we're progressing and we're making things better. When body-worn cameras were first introduced, there was an uprising. Nobody wanted to wear them. Heck, when computers in police vehicles were introduced, nobody wanted to have them. They didn't want to be tracked. They didn't want this. Now they make our job so much easier. Now, body-worn cameras, I know very, very few police officers, including myself. I would not be in a police car without a body-worn camera. And so a lot of these changes are good. I think the things that impact us the most is just the public sentiment. But like I said, most of that is a false narrative. And I think it's up to us as leaders to continue valuing our employees and, making the right decisions to just improve our police department. So I appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Chief. The remainder of my questions will be directed towards Henry and the administration. What portion of the total police budget, 206 million, what portion of that is ARP dollars, if any?
There is no ARP dollars in that 206 million.
Fantastic. Okay.
I thought the CSI van at least was one.
It's listed, however, we have two in the general fund, but again, anything on the ARP list is just a consideration, there's no funding.
It's a recommended reference, I guess, for
Yes.
the future, but you did not actually build it into any of the department
It's
budgets.
not in the numbers.
Okay, great. So, anything we do on ARP or consider for ARP is, at this time, non-binding.
That's correct.
Well, how much of this budget is recommended ARP then for the police department?
Again, if I'm understanding your question, council member, in the police department's budget, or even at the citywide, no dollars are in the budget.
Sure, I understand and appreciate that, but when I'm
Okay.
reading through this, maybe I'm not understanding which of this is general funds and which of this is
Henry.
ARP, and I don't know, if I vote yes on this budget, what of that is going to be funded automatically through general funds, and what was actually just a recommendation for ARPA?
And for the record, you guys have made it very clear publicly that you're recommending ARP funds be used to purchase vehicles for the police department. So that's why there's confusion.
Can I refer you to page B152? At the back of each department's budget summary is a list, and you'll see Police Department Fiscal Year 22 Investment Plan, American Rescue Plan. So these are the things that we are going to propose be funded by ARP dollars when we have that discussion following this budget discussion. So these are what we'd like to fund with ARP. The revenue is not recognized in the budget.
And
Mayor.
that was $20.3 million. for all departments spread out, which some of that's going to change obviously after council motions and so forth. But it was 20.3 million in addition to the overall general fund budget.
So,
Thank you, City Manager.
Mayor, to follow up on that, so we're not, this is speaking generally, not with respect to PD. I know that in the original ARP proposal, the very first one you brought to us and what we've had discussions about, you were able to use a certain amount for general fund backfill. So this total budget number, the 1.4 billion, is that include, that's strictly all without ARP?
Correct.
Supplemental?
There's not $1 of ARP money in this budget.
We did not want to presume that this council was going to approve that list, but we wanted to provide it. But secondarily, we did not have finalized criteria from the federal government. So I think that would have been premature. But there is 20.3. You're going to see a lot of, for example, even on the fire equipment, in the ARP recommendation, there's about $4 million in just some fire apparatus and a number of other things that were backed out, like fire overtime at $2,025,000, police overtime at $1.1 million. So those are all recommendations in the ARP list that you have in your book. So,
okay, so I mean, are we going to be able to do general fund backfill based on these calculations, since we've, I guess, done so damn well with the general fund revenue? Speaking relatively, are we going to be able to ultimately do general fund backfill, or is it sort of now or never?
So what I will tell you is there is a revenue replacement calculation that is in the current version of the regs, and we are working on, it's a little vague on which numbers. There's an algorithm of how you determine what the revenue replacement number is going to be allowed to be used, so we're working on doing that calculation. We're not sure if we're supposed to use the CAFR number or the budget number, so there will be a portion of ARP money that will definitely be general fund revenue replacement. We know that. We're in the process of calculating it. It's not $170 million. It's a portion of the $170 million. So, but once again, we have not allocated or recognized that revenue in the fiscal year 22 budget.
Councilmember Esparza, can I just chime in for 1 second on that?
Sure.
Okay, colleagues, hold on just a quick second. I just want us to be mindful that we've been at this for 3 hours now, and all council members have spoken except for a couple that have been waiting. So if we could just be respectful of the process and let every council member speak too, I really would appreciate that.
We're getting there. I mean, this is the largest department in the city. I mean, half the general fund. We're gonna have at it for a few hours.
Go ahead,
But Councilmember Soria, go ahead, and then I'll wrap it up.
I
right
just
after
wanted
that.
to, because I was confused too when I read the budget, how the budget is written. It says we are putting all this general fund money, and in addition, $63,100 is budgeted in the American Rescue Plan for funding for a cash acquisition of 1 crime scene van. So I'm assuming that if we approve the budget as being proposed, that we're making the commitment that the ARP dollars would be used in that way. Can a city attorney, can you chime in on that? Because I think I'm under the impression that that's generally what happens. If it's included in this budget and we vote on it and it alludes to ARP, that we're committing ARP to it.
Well, you are appropriating for expenditures, and so you would authorize spending money for that purpose. That's what the budget is. And yes, it should designate what the source of that money is, too. Ultimately, though, you authorize spending through contracts and that kind of thing. So when it comes time to buy the vehicle, then that would have to be brought back to you to actually go and buy that vehicle, unless it's under the purchasing manager's authority.
Yeah, but it would, if they're saying they're going to use ARP money, that's probably what they're intending to do, so.
If that were a condition in what's proposed, then no other money could be spent for that purpose. It would have to be ARP money unless there's a change brought back.
That's how I read it, so I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Councilmember, can you tell me where you're reading that at, please?
Police Department, B146, that's just one example. The new vehicle acquisition, same page. It says 60 vehicles will be acquired through general fund leases, while the remaining 59 will be cash funded through ARP. So a lot of ARP assumptions are being made in this budget per the things that we're asking for.
Yeah.
for each department. So I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think we didn't do a good job wording that. So to your point, I think it should have been worded differently. They are not, nothing is funded by ARP in this budget. We are proposing to push off the cost, and you'll see that a lot with one-time expenses. At the end of each, as I described on that page, whatever it was, 152, we are proposing that those costs, they're not in the fiscal 22 budget. So if you adopt the fiscal 22 budget intact, there is not that funding for that van or the vehicle purchases as you described. However, in just a couple months, we'll be right back before you going through all of the proposals for the ARP funding. And we will be bringing each one of these lists for every department forward to be having conversations with the council. And that will be our proposal on how we spend portions of the ARP. So there will be a lag time between July 1 and the time that we come forward and get agreement on how we're going to spend the ARP dollars.
I'd like to make a motion to get all of that information before I approve a budget, because if you guys have outlined things that are contingent upon ARP funding, I want to know that now.
It's at the end of each department. So for police department, it's page 152.
Councilwoman, can I also, a friendly amendment to your motion, request that the true cost of the authorized positions being requested in this budget be provided to the council? Because you've already noted that your budget reflects $206 million for the police department, but it doesn't include the 31 vacancies that are not funded, and it doesn't include the $7 million in ARP. So I'd like to know what is the true cost of the proposed budget, irrespective of funding sources or positions being filled. What would that be? Would that be 210 for the police department, or would that be 207?
I'll go ahead and second your motion, Councilmember Arias. It sounds like a separate motion, kind of a whole different thing, but I'll second that. Two separate motions.
All right, Vice President Esparza, you still had the floor. I think you had some more questions.
Councilmember Soria, the administration has assured us that there is not $1 of ARP money getting by us. I think everything we talk about here is strictly prospective. We'll have that discussion here. We'll do budget part 2 here in several months. That'll conclude. Chief, thank you for humoring us. Appreciate it, and we're going to see you back here right after lunch. For my colleagues to my not my left, to my right. Sorry, my left. we'll have their turn. Thank you.
Councilmember Kurbasi, you have like 3 minutes. Do you just want to wait? We'll take a break. We'll come back or do you want to kick it off?
Well, Councilmember Butterfield, you're going to speak as well, because I think I want to ask the captains what they want to do. They probably want to get back to their districts. So should we go through it, or should we have them come back?
I don't know, Chief. Do you need them to come back?
I don't need them to come back. They're here because they want to be.
Okay.
On that. So I think we just break for lunch. Okay. Come back at 1:30. We've been at this for 3 hours now. Chief, thank you for that presentation, part 1. We'll come back for part 2. The Lord is testing my patience today, as you could probably see. But we'll get through this. Thank you. See you back at 1:30. Maxwell now on the dais. So with that, Chief, I know we left off with one of my colleagues concluding, but we'll go have Councilmember Bredefeld go next, and then Councilmember Carbasi right after, and then I'll see if I can land this.
Okay. You and the landing all the time.
Right.
First of all, before we get into this, I wanted to ask Tommy, when are we going to open up this building? I know King Newsom today freed a lot of Californians with his mandates and orders, but we're still locked down here. This building is still closed. The county is open. The city of Clovis is open. This is the people's building, and we still have it locked down. And I think, frankly, it's really ridiculous that that's the case. Restaurants are open, theaters are open, everything's open, but the city of Fresno, City Hall is not.
Yes, so we have been working on our memo to get this thing transitioned, to get the employees back first and then bring the public back. So our goal right now is July 6th is we're going to direct employees to be back in the building. And as part of that plan, we'll be transitioning how do we want to bring the public into the building. The Cal OSHA, and I think the governor kind of provided some guidance today on, people with masks. People who are vaccinated, unrestricted use, can be anywhere. People haven't been vaccinated yet, got to wear a mask. So we've been on that model for about 3 weeks, been working with the city attorney on it. So we'll get that out on Monday to let everybody know that July 6th, directing employees to come back to work. And then we'll have something in the subsequent weeks before July 6th on how we want to transition the public into the building.
Yeah, but you're saying transition the public. I mean, the public is out and about.
Yep.
The public is all over the place except City Hall.
Right.
They can't come into City Hall. But they're in movie theaters, they're in restaurants, they're in sidewalks, they're in parks, they're everywhere except City Hall. I'm sure why we can't just open up this building, just open it up like everything else is open.
I think, Councilmember, King Dyer needs to make the decision to allow the public back in.
Well,
No?
can the council make a decision or,
It's actually King OSHA.
King OSHA, yeah.
I don't think it's King
that has
OSHA.
been doing that.
The county is open, regardless of what King OSHA does or what King Newsom does.
How about we have Greg Barfield, our guy, address that, because he's the one hopefully most, so King Barfield, can you?
I take no royal title outside of public servant. No, yes, we are under King OSHA as we are talking. So as an employer, OSHA has an additional mandates as for employers. And one of the things that you will see, hopefully beginning on Thursday, is OSHA will finally align its policies up with the rest of the state and the CDC. What Tommy is referring to is on Monday, we hope to do the same by aligning our policies up. On the opening side, there are still some things that we need to do. So as the city manager has alluded to, bringing our employees back is number one. We need to bring them back because some of them have not been in this building in 16 months. So we need to bring them back safely, make sure everything is in good working order, including our ventilation, and then bring in the public. Yes, I get it. This is, it's been crazy the last couple of weeks. But we're moving in the right direction.
And with all due respect, how is it that all the other government buildings have opened up? Are they just reckless? Do they do not care about the public like we do? I mean, how is it that they've all opened up?
So not all
OSHA exists for them too.
So you're incorrect, Councilmember. Not all government buildings are open.
But many are.
That's up to, some are, but not, that may not have been the wisest decision, okay? Look, we had 2 positive COVID cases in just the last 48 hours of our employees. I take that responsibility very serious. We've had 3 deaths. This is not the end of this disease. So trust me, if I'm a little slow in running to open up the doors, then blame it on me.
I'm not interested in blaming it on anybody, Greg. I'm interested in opening up this building to the public like most places are open up.
And I'm interested in doing this.
Yes, there are. The disease is still here, and the disease will be here a month from now, and it'll be here 2 months from now, and somebody will still get it 2 months from now.
Councilmember Bredefeld, I just want to make sure we stay on topic just because of the Brown Act regulations. This is about the budget for the police department. Okay. You didn't notice it for the building. But Director Barfield, Assistant City Manager Barfield, and City Manager Thomas Gala are going to send a memo outlining exactly what the timeline is for opening that up. Whether we agree with it or not, I think that's another conversation that we can have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, Police Chief, we have, again, 779 filled police officer position, 699 active, 58 vacant. We're losing 3 to 4 police officers per month. Is that all accurate?
That is accurate,
Okay.
yes.
And we're trying to hire 120 more police officers over the 15 months. So I want to understand why, one, we're losing 3 to 4 police officers every month, and why it's difficult for us to hire police officers. Can you address that?
As to why we're losing 3 to 4 police officers every month, again, there's a lot of factors to this, and I wish I could tell you that it was 1 or 2 things, but there's just a lot of different things. Basically, one of them is just that officers are retiring. If they have enough time, if they're on drop, then they have to retire. So people are leaving the department just because it's time to retire. Secondly, we are losing police officers to other agencies on occasion. And some of these agencies either pay the same or a little bit more as the Fresno Police Department, but the stress is a lot less. This is a major city, the 34th largest city in the United States, the 5th largest in California, and we have big city problems. One of the things that is an attraction to potential candidates is just the diversity of this police department. If you work in Fresno, in the Fresno Police Department, a year and a half of being on the streets, you get exposed to just about every type of violent, stressful call that you can imagine. And that's a fact. That's not me implying that things are as such. That is a fact. So to me, for individuals who want to serve their community, this is a great place to work because you get exposed to so much. You get experience very, very quickly. You get to do a lot of good. So, but again, when you compare it to people who don't want to work that hard, well, they can go make the same money someplace else and be a lot less stressed and maybe have a little bit more support and just not be as tired. So that is a challenge.
Yeah, Fresno's, I would imagine, tough as a police officer. We have how many gang members in the city of Fresno?
Over 22,000.
22,000. How many gang members do you know are in Clovis?
I don't have those numbers.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not even close. What is the pay compared to Clovis to a regular officer to Fresno?
I don't have those actual numbers. I do know that they make a little bit more than we do across the board.
Okay. You don't know, does anyone know at all in terms of what the comparative analysis? I know we got FPOA here. They may know. I don't know if they want to come up, but does anybody know from your staff in terms of?
I'm sure somebody will email me the information here quickly, but no, I've never looked that up. I've heard that they have some certain incentives. We have certain incentives. At this point in time, we are offering a $10,000 bonus for lateral transfers, and that's our attempt to hire police officers who are already trained. They don't have to go through a full academy. They're already certified in the state of California to be police officers, so they go through a condensed academy. We can put them to work a lot sooner.
What do you know what, let's say, Clovis officers for a lateral hire?
I believe that they're offering a $10,000 bonus as well.
Okay, so we're offering the same thing they're offering. They're making more money. They have less stress. Obviously, we know Fresno's got a lot of crime and violence. We read about it. So us offering $10K doesn't seem like we're making ourselves very competitive with Clovis. I'm just wondering if we need to be doing other things in terms of pay to make ourselves much more competitive than other cities. If our goal is to hire 120 officers over 15 months, I don't see how we're going to get there unless we are dramatically different than our neighboring cities that have less stress and less crime and less violence.
In order to attract more police officers, we need to be an attractive police department. I do agree with you. And we do offer a lot of opportunity as far as advancement. There's a lot more types of jobs that you can have. You can literally have 35 different jobs on the Fresno Police Department. And smaller departments cannot give you that. They don't have the units that we do, the ability to go to different specialized units. And it makes a career a lot more fulfilling. So we have that going for us. But obviously, if we're going to attract more people, we need those incentives.
Okay. What about pay increases for your officers? Do you see a need for that in order also to be competitive? If so, what kind of pay increases?
Well, as far as the pay, I believe we have to be competitive, and we have to offer our police officers a living wage to do this tough job. But as far as the actual numbers, I know that we're in negotiations right now. I don't deal with the actual monetary pay raises, so I'm not at liberty to say, and I don't have that information.
What about
Yeah, so we are in negotiations with all of the expired contracts that exist in the city. There's a ton of them. All of them have been told the same thing. 0 is in the budget, but as part of this process, we're going to identify a salary adjustment for all the employees, all 3,800 of us, and how that might look.
Okay, so we're talking about this department, so let's talk about this department. What do you need, Tommy, to make us competitive? If our goal is 120 officers, I don't know how we're going to get there. Honestly, I don't know.
We've got 108 in the pipeline, right? You have 50 in the last
We
6
hired
months.
50 since January. We have another 58 that we're going to hire in the next 8 months.
So it's not like we're not hiring. We're hiring. It's just a process of getting them hired. We're attracting people and hiring police officers.
Okay, so you're not having any difficulty hiring police officers? You're going
No,
to meet
it
the
takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of vetting to find the right type of individual. Any person off the street can't do this job. I think we all understand that.
Oh, yeah.
So we have to find a quality personnel who want to serve the community, who want to do it for the right reasons.
So you think you're
And
going...
is that easy? No, it's not easy.
It's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy. Engineers can't get engineers. Planners can't get planners. Yeah, it's not easy. There are a lot of job class in the city we can't hire for right now because we are not competitive. So that's not a unique thing to the police department. That's in the city we have that issue.
Okay, so the thing, though, I want to know, though, Tommy, and I don't know if you're going to answer it, is, or even know, what pay raise do our officers need to get to make us really competitive with other cities?
Yeah, we have not set that number yet. So you're correct. We have not set that number.
Okay, so we're having budget hearings, but we don't know what we need in terms of salary raises.
Right. Well, we know that going into this budget cycle, we gave you the original estimate of, we had, as the mayor indicated in his first slide, here's how we had originally proposed the budget in his budget book. No raises in this budget that we presented to you. 3% we were going to pay out of our essential worker. Now that we have the different sales tax forecast, now we have some money to have a discussion about salary adjustments. So that's the process we need to go for all 3,300 employees.
What you have, right, so you have in there 3,300 employees will get a 3%?
Well, that was just a number to just, what would that look like in terms of dollars? It's about $6 million.
Okay, so I guess I don't understand the rationale of doing that when you need police officers. We're inundated with
We need a
crime
lot
and
of
violence.
employees. We don't just need police officers, we need a lot of employees.
What's that?
We need a lot of employees, not just police officers. We need a lot of employees across all the different departments. We need.
Of course, but we're talking about police. We're talking about, is our number one priority making the city safe?
I would say that, and I've had this discussion with FPOA, try running a city without water.
Okay,
Try
so
running a
it
city
isn't-
without.
All right, so from your perspective, public safety is not the number one priority.
Well, public safety is, if you look at what kills people in the world, it ain't lack of cops, it's a lack of sanitation, water. That's what kills people around the world.
Okay, so when we talk about the water department, we can maybe talk about that. Since we're talking about public safety.
Well, you were trying to suggest that that's the most important.
Well, to me, it is the most important.
Well, public
okay?
safety
For
is-
me, it is the most important. Public safety is the most important thing that we as a government ought to be ensuring in our community.
And you were here in 2016 when we had the discussions up in Northeast Fresno about the water.
Absolutely.
Those people were not happy when they thought
Of
their water
course.
was a threat.
No one is saying the water issue isn't a serious
I know, I just
issue.
want to make sure we're balanced in terms of what the needs of the
Of
community
course.
are in the city.
Of course, nobody's questioning that.
Okay.
But our number one priority, from my perspective, is public safety. It doesn't mean it diminishes other things like obviously water.
Love it. Perfect.
Okay, so the issue for me still, and we don't, I guess the answer is, we don't know what the answer is to what we ought to be paying police officers as a raise in order to make us competitive, to meet the goal of 120 officers in 15 months, which I don't believe we're really going to meet. It's nice, I want it to happen, In fact, I want us to be at 850. We ought to be at that if we really want to meet the needs that say, in terms of your population, this is what you ought to have.
I agree, but with the current program, he's got 108 in the pipeline.
So you're
I'm not saying that because he's got 108 in the pipeline, we don't have to do anything. We've got 108 in the pipeline based on the existing recruitment strategy we're using. We want to take it to the next level. What does that next level look like? That's the discussion we'll have.
Okay.
Correct.
And Police Chief, you said when you started that crime rates have come down, yet, I mean, I've heard the mayor talk about shootings and murders being up 50, 60%. And I think we read about it almost every day where people are being shot. So is the crime rates going down or the crime rates going up?
In the last 28 days, which keep in mind, we've made a lot of changes. And what we're doing is we are reallocating resources. We are transferring individuals from very good units to where we need them, and it's paying off because we're showing that we have an 8.3% decrease in violent crime in the last 28 days. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I don't know what's going to happen next month or the month after that. Like I said, there was a very intriguing New York Times article where they, took the stats nationwide, and basically what they're saying is that 2021 is expected to be more violent than 2020, which is difficult to believe because we set a lot of records in 2020. What I can tell you is that this police department and the leadership that is behind me is doing everything that they can to lower those rates. And we have a chance of actually lowering those rates in Fresno. That's with very few resources and with a lot of need and by sacrificing very important units.
Okay, but I understand that 28 days we've had numbers go down, but we're talking about, let's say, January this year, the rates have just skyrocketed, have they not?
Right.
Especially in comparison
As far as
to 2020.
homicides, we are up 113% from last year.
Okay.
Okay, so that's alarming. Aggravated assaults, we're up 20%. I thought that would be higher, but we're kind of we're working very hard. As you know, we doubled our Magic team. They're doing great work. We added police officers to patrol. We have asked them to be more proactive. All this is helping, but are we where we want to be yet? No. But overall, crime is down by 6%.
Crime is down by 6%.
Overall,
over
crime is down by
days?
6% from this year compared to last year. Violent crime is up 15%.
Okay. In terms of the contract policing, there was a motion to eliminate contract policing. Now, usually there's, for example, we'll give an example of Walmart. There's a contract officer typically at Walmart. If there was no contract policing, let's say at Walmart, would it not be reasonable to suspect that now those calls or problems at Walmart is going to be more of a burden on your department?
That's exactly what's going to happen. And let me just say this, with all due respect to the council, which I respect, I think that's a terrible idea because the crime is not going to stop. If we cancel contract policing, somebody's still going to call 911.
Exactly.
And I'd rather, Walmart pay for it than me have to assign a police officer to be at Walmart being proactive. I mean, we don't have the resources to do that. So contract policing actually helps us quite a bit because it allows for businesses to put a little bit of money up front and have a police officer who are not pulling off the streets. That's a misconception. People go to these various stores and they think that I'm assigning somebody to that store. That's not what's going on. They are doing this on their time off, working extra hours to make money on the side.
Excellent. I completely agree with you. Thank you very much for that. I want to ask you a very direct question. Is your police department systemically racist?
No.
Are you sure of that?
I'm positive.
Okay, because I hear that a lot, and I know your department is not systemically racist. As a matter of fact, I could probably say that most police departments are not systemically racist, but that's the narrative that the corrupt media and all the phonies and radicals want to say is that every cop is pretty much racist and the departments are all racist, and they're not. I see all the fantastic officers here, and I know they get up every day to serve this community and to risk their lives, and their families give them the permission to go potentially risk their lives because not only do they serve, their families do. So I appreciate that because I haven't believed that, but I hear that all the time, that police are systemically racist. Is there a problem in your department with systemic police brutality?
No. As a matter of fact, I don't have the exact numbers, but I can tell you that out of all the police contacts that we have annually, that about 0.001% actually result in any use of force whatsoever. So the rate of use being of force being used on citizens is extremely low. So I mean that is also a false narrative. But what you see is social media highlighting one incident that in many times occurs thousands of miles away from here, and it is viewed millions of times. So it makes it look like this is happening on a daily basis. We've had 2 officer-involved shootings this year, both of them justified. In only one of those incidents did the person expire from their injuries. So things have been going pretty well, you know, other than the fact that we don't have enough police officers. Also to add to, you know, what you talked about as far as my personnel, I've said this time and time again, and you'll hear me continue to say this as long as I believe it's true. But the most important thing that I've noticed and the most impressive thing about this police department are the people. The level of professionalism, the level of care, the level of attention, highly trained, strong communicators, and a huge heart for this community. So without a doubt, without them, I couldn't do the job that I'm doing today.
Completely agree with everything you said. Does it make it hard to recruit officers when the fake and corrupt media portray the police as systemically racist, beating up people, looking for people, minorities, people of color to shoot, kill, and beat up? Does it make it difficult for you to recruit people?
Yes, it does. This is an honorable profession. This is a profession that people, like I said before, they take on, they risk their lives. They're never going to get rich. They want to be public servants. They want to serve the community, and they want to raise a family in most cases. The overwhelming majority of police officers are honest, good, hardworking professionals. But they're also human beings.
Yep.
And human beings make mistakes. And on occasion, we have individuals who take it upon themselves to do something that's either illegal, immoral, unethical, and I have to hold them accountable. And I think I've proven that I'm going to do that.
Okay, thank you. And somebody said earlier, one of the callers, that we didn't want more police. More police, one, are unnecessary. They don't help reduce crime. Do you believe that more police, adding more officers, will make no difference and will not reduce crime?
It will definitely make a difference. It'll reduce response times. Like I said, we've been doing a lot with a little, and as I've dictated before, overall crime is down by 6%. Just think of what we could do if the LTA list wasn't at 80 and we were actually fully staffed. We could do a lot more, and I believe we could provide a much better police service. Some of the commentary from the callers, I wrote down a lot of their recommendations. As I detailed in our grant applications, more than half of those are tied into services for victims. Better responses to mental health, better responses to homelessness. You know, very few of these grants have to do anything with equipment, militarization of the police, more officers. No, it's all services on solving the problems of this community.
And we talked a bit about, obviously, the crime situation. In terms of making it difficult for police officers to do their job, does it make it more difficult for you to keep this community safe when, over the past year and most recently, there's been almost 90,000 criminals released from the prisons into our community? Does that make it difficult for you to do your job and make us safe?
It does. We do have some strong partnerships with the state and probation and parole, and which allow us to go and check on parolees. But do we see some of the same people committing the same crimes? Yes, over and over. You know, we have documented cases of one individual being arrested 3 different times in the same day. You know, that happens, and it happens because we can't leave them behind bars. So, you know, we discussed earlier last month in one of the purchase agreements to purchase 5 jail beds from the county sheriff. We do that to put the worst of the worst people in there who we know as soon as they get out, they're going to commit another violent crime. And when we have that availability of those jail beds, it reduces violent crime. So that is proof that, the release of violent criminals does make our job more difficult.
Well, of course it does, and we see all the time across the nation where just yesterday I was reading that somebody was released from prison after an assault, was released that day, the next day that person stabbed a young girl multiple times. We have a revolving door jail system. prison system do we not in the state of California? We have Prop 4757, AB 109. We recently had no bail, where people had no bail when they committed a crime, and a revolving door system. Is that not truly what causes ongoing problems with crime, that we've weakened all of our laws? What used to be a felony is a misdemeanor now. What's a misdemeanor now is basically no crime, that you can witness people actually going into Walmart and Target, taking things off the shelves and walking out the door, and they're not even stopped. And there's nothing you can do about it.
I believe that the lack of accountability contributes to more crime, just like we were discussing the LTA issue. And when there's no accountability, the numbers go up. When there's accountability, the numbers come down. So when there are no consequences for breaking the law, then more people are going to break the law. I do believe that.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what's happening. It isn't about finding a new way to reimagine policing. It would be a great way to reimagine people who commit crimes being held accountable. That would be a nice thing to reimagine, if we could hold people accountable who commit crimes. We used to have something in this state that really toughened the laws called 3 strikes. And what happened? Crime went down. I mean, criminals said, I don't want that 3rd strike because they're going away. So there was accountability. That's all gone now with 4757, AB 109, and no bail, which makes it obviously very difficult for you to do your job. There's no respect for the police. There's no respect for authority. You all are under attack constantly, constantly under attack. That's why, isn't that why we see police departments, police departments all across the country leaving? Why it's making it more difficult for you to attract people, why people don't want to stay in the police profession, which is obviously an honorable profession?
Council member, I will respectfully disagree on that. I believe that community support is a lot higher, especially in the Central Valley, than a lot of other places in California. So although the narrative is out there, the false narrative that most people don't appreciate their police officers.
No, that's not what I said, Chief. I said there's a narrative. I didn't say it's constituents. I didn't say it's people who are just living their lives every day. There's a narrative put forth by certain people. We heard some of them today on the phone, and one of them who actually tweeted, "Burn it down," when the Minneapolis Police Department was burning down. Those kind of people I'm talking about who put out a narrative. Not the people in my district or in all of our districts who you mentioned before want to see police. No, I'm talking about the corrupt fake media and the people who hate cops, and they're the ones who want to reimagine policing. No, most people, the majority of people, want more police. They want to see you in their neighborhoods. So you're not disagreeing with me, we're in complete agreement.
I do agree with you that there's a false narrative out there that does hurt recruiting, it hurts morale, and it inhibits our ability to do our jobs.
Okay. I want to ask you something about CCWs. I believe people ought to pursue their freedoms and Second Amendment rights to certainly have CCWs carry concealed weapons. I know the county and our sheriff encourages it, supports it. Where are we at with that, police chief? Because I hope that we're encouraging people who are law-abiding citizens, all CCW holders. They're law-abiding citizens. They go through their training. They have background checks. And all they want to do is protect their family. And obviously, a police officer can't be everywhere. Where are we at with that?
I can tell you that the Fresno Police Department manages approximately 2,700 CCWs. These are existing CCWs. These are also renewals, which go directly through my office. This is something new that I'm dealing with here from my previous employer, because in the state of Oklahoma, you don't need a CCW. So there were no permits to be given. I can tell you that I strongly believe that if you are a law-abiding citizen with a clean background and you want to carry a firearm and you've gone through the training to do so and you obtain a firearm legally, that you should be able to carry one and obtain a CCW.
Excellent. I'm glad to.
And by the way, since I've been here in 5 months and 5 days, I believe we've declined maybe 3 or 4.
Okay. What is the training your officers receive annually in terms of improving performance for each officer? What kind of training are they getting?
I'd have to get the exact number of hours. Yeah. What is it? 24 hours every 2 years. 24 hours every 2 years is the minimum by post. Our training center exceeds all of the training, and I know that this year I pushed strongly for de-escalation training, and that is some of the training that we're doing this year.
Okay. Is there anything that you need in terms of helping you with improving performance that you need from the council, other than what, we got stats and stuff, but are there things that you would need in addition to what perhaps is here that would help your officers,
More training is always needed, and that's one of the things that is being harped on nationwide. Is you look, police officers train. I think the only profession that trains more than police officers may be doctors, and we train and we train and we train. But the fact of the matter is that society has relied too heavily on police officers to do dozens of jobs that really we have no business doing. So it takes even more training to do that. So I believe this year we've asked for a pretty solid training budget to be able to send officers to specialized training. But certainly, if there's a special school, something that I want to send my command staff to, then either I'll pay through it through Chiefs Foundation money, or I'll make another request for additional funds.
Okay, appreciate that. And what about any equipment, better equipment, anything that you need?
Everything that we've asked for in this year's budget are things that are necessary, very much so. We went through these with a fine-tooth comb, me and my executive staff and my finance director. There's no fat in this budget. Everything that we've asked for are things that we need. Things like replacing vests that are expired. Okay. These are like mandatory updates to our helicopters, things that we have, mandatory servicing that we have to do. I mean, that's all that's in the budget.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of community service officers, you've requested some community service officers in this budget.
10 additional ones. We have one at each district. 10 additional community service officers will give us 3 per district, which will help us reduce the amount of time that people wait for property crimes reports.
Yeah, that's a concern. That's an ongoing issue for constituents, that something happens, there's a car theft, and they get no response. And I think I've talked to you in Oklahoma City, that doesn't happen, right? I mean, officers come out.
Well, you don't wait for days. One of the things that we do here in Fresno is we have an online reporting system. I'll be very candid. I don't like it. I believe that if you are the victim of a crime, that a police officer or a CSO should come and take your report, and it should be done within a reasonable amount of time. That's not days. That's within hours.
Okay, so will you get to that goal with 10 officers, community service officers?
No, I will not.
What do you need?
I need more police officers, and I need to fill all these positions, and then we can reduce those numbers.
So, would CSOs be the one taking those reports?
They can assist with that. We have cadets and we have CSOs, and some of those reports are very basic, but still it should be human-to-human interaction to ask certain questions, to obtain certain evidence. When somebody goes online and does an online report of a burglary, well, there can be evidence at the scene. There could be a footprint, there could be blood, there could be something that we can link that to a serial burglar. But when you just go online and report it, none of that's being done. That's why I don't like the system. And it lends to the possibility of people, making erroneous reports or false reports for insurance claims.
So if you got all of the officers that you've requested, and you meet your goal of 120 over 15 months, does that solve the problem where now people will go out?
No, sir, it does not. My long-term goal is 950 police officers. Okay, I'm going to inch my way up there. But in my time here, I would like to see 950 police officers to 1,000 police officers before I leave this place, whether that's 5, 10, or 15 years.
Okay. So 950 to 1,000. You said 5 to 10 years. I mean, what's your goal of achieving the 950 to 1,000?
Well, next year I plan on asking for 875, and the year after that I plan on asking for 900. The year after that I plan on asking for 925, and then my 5th year here I'll be up to 950 if I get the support of the council.
Okay. The one thing that troubles me about that, I appreciate the fact you want to get there, but you said it's unacceptable that people have property crimes and there's not an officer that comes to see them, to visit, to do an evaluation, an investigation. This doesn't get solved for 4 or 5 years under your plan.
That's correct.
I'd like to see it changed within a year. I mean, I'd like to see it.
I would as well.
So, I mean, but it won't happen unless you request it. I understand the plan, and I would hope the mayor supports the fact that we don't want to wait 5 years for people. They've been frustrated enough dealing with property crimes. I mean, to me, again, it comes down to an emphasis. What is our primary service that we're supposed to be providing to our constituents? To me, it's safety. It's public safety. And if we need to be at 950, then that's something we ought to be really talking about. And I thought Jerry was going to say something. So anyway, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, council member, I would like to add one more thing to that last topic. These are not arbitrary numbers that I just dreamed up one day, okay? I've done my own comparison. And I know in this press conference that we had up here about 3 weeks ago, I detailed the number of cities, which are huge cities, but actually have a smaller population than Fresno, okay, that have a larger police force.
Exactly.
Tulsa, Oklahoma is one of them. It's not nearly as violent as Fresno, but yet they have 800 police officers. Okay, they have 380,000 people. Okay, how can we have 540,000 and 22,000 gang members? They don't have near that many, and yet they have just as many police officers as we do. That, I mean, with that comparison, I think we're basically doing a lot with a little, like I've said before.
You're doing a lot with a little, but we ought to, as an elective body, who all of us campaign on making the city safe, and we have a police chief who's telling us we need 950 to 1,000 officers. People are fed up with not being able to have a police officer come to their house, short of them being attacked and about to be murdered. You don't get a police officer that comes because you're inundated with calls. And so it really ought to be incumbent upon us to be meeting that goal. I know water is important, but public safety is critical. It doesn't diminish water. It just means that ought to be our top priority. Water is going to be there. And that's something that I'm going to continue to be addressing while I'm here. And I appreciate your honesty about that. In terms of 911 calls, we have people who wait 5 to 10 minutes on 911 calls. My colleague and I were able to get some additional dispatchers. We don't have enough dispatchers yet, right? I mean, people should.
No, we don't have all the vacancies filled, and we've asked for 4 more. And that's an area that needs to be competitive as well if we are to retain dispatchers.
Okay, is there anything you need to make it more competitive short of a pay raise, which we're not going to talk about even though your budget's here?
We're doing a lot of things, you know, improving workstations, improving lighting, buying better chairs. I mean, whatever little things I can do to make our dispatchers more comfortable, feel appreciated. Not too long ago, we bought them all exercise equipment, you know, small little exercise equipment that they could use at their desk. That's something they wanted. It was a small enough amount through the Chiefs Foundation, but that went a long way in showing that we appreciate what they do. So we're trying to take care of our people.
So how many dispatchers do you need so people, when they call 911, can get somebody to pick up the phone within 5 seconds or 10 seconds? What is it supposed to be? I know there's a national standard.
I don't have those numbers. Hold on. About 134. 134 what?
134 dispatchers. We're right now at about 100. Let's see call answer time. 95% of our calls should be, of our 911 calls should be. Sorry, Chief. 95% of our calls, of our 911 calls, should be answered within 15 seconds. That is not the national, that is the statewide standard set by Cal DOJ and their OES.
What is the standard? What is happening right now in Fresno?
We're not able to meet that.
Oh, I know that. We know that. But how long are they waiting on the line?
Well, that
generally?
varies. That varies dependent on week by week, and we measure those every week. But that varies. And currently, we're at about 71, 72%. And that's because we have a shortage at the moment of dispatchers, which we're hiring for. We've also had increased call volumes because it's getting warmer. And those will vary anywhere from the high 80% to the high 60%, again, dependent on the week, dependent on what's happening locally.
Okay, so let's make it a real person. Somebody's calling. No, I'm asking you.
Sure.
Somebody's calling. What is this average that they're waiting on the line in Fresno on 911?
Well, we do not measure by average because there are so many outliers that could occur. But right now, again, about 71.2% this last week are answered within that 15 seconds. If you bump that up, within a minute, we're probably answering about 80% of those calls. But we do get those outliers on a Saturday evening, for example, 11 o'clock at night, when there's a lot of things occurring. A 911 call can wait anywhere from 5 to 8 minutes.
Okay.
Again, to give that perspective, 90% of our calls are cell phone. So when we get a collision that occurs at the corner of Blackstone and Shaw, we'll get 60, 70 calls for that one event that we're dispatching to. So when we add to that volume, we will see over 1,100 911 calls a day in our center. And many of those calls are duplicates to something else, but you don't know until you answer that call, right? We don't know if it's a baby that's choking. We don't know that if it's the 55th call about that collision. So that's what makes it so difficult for us to deal with.
Well, I appreciate that, but we are failing our citizenry when they're only being successful 70% of the time, because there's a real life person on the other end of that call, and we don't know if they got seconds to live or a child or what. So we are failing as an elected body not to provide that 911 service, and we've been talking about it for years. And we have how many dispatchers and how many are needed?
We currently have 99 dispatchers plus another 6 supervisors to fill in when it gets going pretty good. Based on calculations done through the ECAT system, and it's called the Erlang calculation, based on our call volumes, they are saying that we should have in the neighborhood of 130 to 134 dispatchers or positions or people to fill those positions in our city.
If we had those 34, then you think we would meet the standard of the 95%?
There's no guarantees because, again, things happen both with our call volume and the amount of things that occur in our city. But yes, that should put us in the area of where we should be. Again, the difficulty there is having space for it, is having people at the right times. We do a lot of shift shuffling to ensure that we have more people at times when volume is higher, between that 6 o'clock in the evening and that midnight, and then we shuffle folks out at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. But we always have to have what we try to count as a minimum staffing of dispatchers there.
Okay. Who would be able to answer how much each dispatcher to get where we need to be, 34 positions, what that would cost? Or should I make a motion just to give you some time? I'd like to make a motion for the staff to come back with what that calculation would be, that number would be for hiring 34 positions to meet the 95% standard.
We'll go off the salary resolution, just see that number, multiply by, and get your number.
I think I need a second. Yeah. Okay.
All right, can you clarify that motion?
Yeah, I wanted to get what the exact cost would be to hire the 34 positions that is alluded to in terms of needed, what that cost would be, and then we could discuss that as we're dealing with budget.
Okay.
Councilmember Bertefield, can I make a complimentary motion? Yeah. I brought up earlier the idea, and Chief, I think you said was being looked into, but really not much more than that, of rerouting some non-emergency calls through a different dispatch, whether, again, it's homeless, mental health issue, something that's not a 0 or a 1 priority. I imagine that would free up a lot of our dispatchers to handle a lot of those 911 emergency calls and get us to that 90-95% response rate. So I'd like to make a motion for us to get a memo on what steps your department is taking. I know you said you're looking into it. I would like something a little bit more concrete.
Yeah, I
We'll
think
do that for you. Just a couple of comments on that. Yeah. And keep in mind, the captain just stated that, we should have about 134 dispatchers.
Right.
Okay, we should have more dispatchers than the Clovis Police Department has police officers. Okay, that's how big we are, relatively speaking. And hiring the dispatchers is important in answering the calls. But if you don't have enough police officers to send to the call, I don't see the correlation of how that's going to make improvements. You're absolutely right. If we can redirect calls so the call volume is not so high. And by the way, our response time to violent crime is actually pretty good. It's actually really, really good. We've gotten really good in the city of responding to violent crime quickly and processing the scene.
But Chief, how do you know that if you've got 30% that aren't being answered quickly, how do you know that, I mean, there's a percentage of that
Sure.
30% that aren't being answered that is violent crime?
Well, because zeros and ones, which are the most important priorities, we dispatch people there first. So a police officer will drop everything that they're doing, whether they're taking a burglary call or whatever, to respond to that 0 and 1.
I understand. When you get the call and you process
once
it,
we actually get it,
yeah,
you're
but
correct.
it's when you haven't gotten it yet that I'm concerned about. So, I mean, Councilman, if you want to make an additional one, that's fine.
I'll make that into a formal motion. It could be complementary to, the goals of hiring additional personnel. And so I'd just like to look at those side by side before we make a decision.
I welcome that. Thank you.
So I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank
I'll
you.
second that.
All right, so just for the record, Councilmember Berthelot, you made a motion, Councilmember Carbasi seconded that motion, and then Councilmember Maxwell made a motion, and you seconded his motion for the
Yeah,
memo.
two
right?
motions.
Okay. City Clerk, you got that?
Okay, and lastly, Chief, first of all, I want to thank you for coming to Fresno. I really appreciate it. I think you're going to do a great job, and I appreciate the sacrifice. And I appreciate the sacrifice of all the men and women who serve under you, because it is a tough job. And it's not often thanked enough for what you do. And I, for one, thank you, and I know my constituents do. And I know not only do we thank you, but we appreciate and respect what you do. And I want to just finish with this. Council, last year in 2020, 264 police officers died in the line of duty. 264. That's a 96% increase over 2019. 2020 was the most deadliest year. I don't see the corrupt and fake news media reporting those deaths ever. And as of January 1st of 2011, we've had 148 officers die throughout the country. So again, thank you. I appreciate your sacrifice for all the men and women who serve, and look forward to working with you so we can get to the numbers that we need to ensure the safety of all of our citizens. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Berthelot. Councilmember Carbasi?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank you, Chief, for your first budget meeting. Welcome to Fresno.
Thank you very much. Feel at home here.
And for those that can't see, we actually have our deputy chiefs and our captains in the gallery. I want to thank you all for being here. I know that you're grateful for being here, but you want to be in your districts because we have a lot of things happening right now, but the fact that you're here means a lot. Let's try and get you back to your home districts as soon as possible. In fairness, we do have a responsibility as council members. Really, half our job is what we're doing now, is the budget. So we have to ask tough questions, and we do that for our taxpayers, and we do that to protect you as well. And while other forms of government don't have to pass a balanced budget by law, thanks to the voters of Fresno, we have to balance our budget. But sometimes fiscal discussion turns political. And, for all the officers we have here today, including those on patrol right now that can't listen in, for all the civilian staff, I just want to say thank you for what you do. I think first and foremost, we have to be very, very clear about the importance of your role. You are essential to all our residents in this city. It's a very dangerous job, not just for you, but also now for your families and your livelihoods. It's a difficult time to be a sworn police officer, but I ask that in light of everything, please don't lose faith. It's easy to make blanket statements. It's easy to be courageous in social media. It's not so easy when you have to be out there defending people. And for us standing up here, it's incumbent upon us to see beyond those blanket statements, and when it comes to our decisions, to make balanced decisions, because what we do today doesn't just impact you, it impacts the people who elected us. And contrary to popular belief, this is actually a budget hearing. The PD budget does grow every single year, but what also grows is our population. Unfortunately, because of some changes in our state's policies and early release, we do have a bigger problem out there, but the solution is, well, we're going to deal with overcrowding by releasing people. Well, there's an impact on that, and the impact is felt locally, and so demand is up. So when demand for something goes up, unfortunately, costs go up too. But I do want to clarify that unlike previous years, and City Manager, if you want to chime in just to double check my numbers, we actually have less than a 3% increase in the PD budget this year as presented. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I want to clarify for the public, contrary to what's said, the PD budget has one of the lowest increases this year than, I don't know, how last, what, 5 years?
That's what it appears, yeah.
Right, at less than 3%. So let's compare apples to apples, despite a couple of stats that I want to have you help me with in a moment, Chief. Community policing shouldn't just be political speak, though it often is. Enhancing those relationships are long overdue. Now, I know there's been a lot of effort made already. I know Deputy Chief Salazar has worked a lot with PAL, and I know that in Northwest Fresno, Captain Martinez and Lieutenant Tejan are working very, very hard to increase the relationships with our beat officers and the people they serve, among other things I'm sure we're doing. But you know, I don't think that we can get there to the community policing model if all we're doing is using you as a proverbial punching bag. You know, some people, though, are genuinely frustrated, and their pain is realistic. They're genuinely frustrated at some of the problems we have in our society. And these problems, unfortunately, lead to crime, but they also lead to repeat victimization. There's so much more to it. It's not for a budget meeting. There's a lot of issues nationally we have to face and have those honest conversations, and it's very complicated. But placing the blame on law enforcement in general on a blanket term isn't going to help us get anywhere. It's kind of like, to me, attacking your doctor because you're angry that you have cancer, but the doctor's actually there to help you and to heal you, when all you're trying to do is help people. There is always, and I say this in all seriousness, there is always room for improvement in this profession up here and in your profession out there, because we're in a position of public trust. And you've outlined that, Chief, and you've outlined that over the years, what you want to do and the changes you want to bring with everything that's happening nationally and here in our community. What I want to do, and I hope my colleagues will say the same thing, is to ensure that for us out here, having the responsibility of the budget, can make sure we put the politics aside and give you the resources to achieve your mission, to make sure your officers are safe. But for me, number one is the residents of this community are safe and not repeatedly victimized. So now let's get into the budget. I have a few questions, and we're going to start with the issue of the police memorial. One of the toughest times when I first started was we had to divert, unfortunately, some money from the police memorial. I think it was $63,500 because we were trying to purchase, the Berettas were failing, and we needed to purchase new sidearms so that in a critical incident, you know, you'd be able to protect the public and yourself. Do we have an update on it? Has that fund been refilled at all? Or is there still a
I don't have that update.
This is before you were here,
yeah,
unfortunately.
Captain Burke Farah sits on the committee for the memorial, so he may be able to
If
tell
Captain
us that.
Farah can come on
I
up.
can tell you that the sidearms that we've been sending our officers to training, and I believe that that's just about done, that we had the last few groups that were going to get their updated firearms. About 32 left, so we only have 32 police officers that have gone through the training, and they'll get that replacement.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes, sir.
I think Councilmember Bedford just pinged me. He forgot to make that
You
that
mentioned the
motion.
memorial.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to make a motion, if I could, regarding
Yes,
the
sir.
memorial. We want to include $70,000 more in the budget. The mayor, Councilman Arias, and I are working on getting that completed, and we're got about 60,000 budgeted. We need probably another 70, so I'd like to make a motion to include that in the budget for the
I'll
memorial.
second it.
Thank you.
60,000.
City
Okay.
Clerk, did you get that? Councilmember Bedford, was it 60 or 70? 70. Thank you.
Thank you. Now in light of that topic, we're going to go talk about the guns in a second, Chief. I'd like to adjourn this meeting in honor of Officer Angel de la Fuente, whose end of watch was December 20th, 2020. He died in the line of duty. He died of COVID. Sergeant Paul Brown, whose end of watch was February 17th, 2021. And their names will be on this memorial. And he died from COVID. And I was able to meet his wife and his family and his dogs. You know, COVID wreaked havoc on every segment of the society, but it also did to your department. And you didn't stop, like so many different departments in this city, firefighters, sanitation, the garbage workers we have, you all kept working. Thank you for that. The guns. Now, you said, Captain, 30 officers have done the training for the new...
No, all of them but 32.
All of them, but,
Yeah,
that's great.
So we're almost done outfitting everybody.
Excellent, thank you for that. So then let's go back and talk a little bit about some statistics. So first of all, we're at 699 right now.
That's what we have currently, yes.
I never thought we'd see the day. That is incredibly alarming to me. Again, you say you do more, a lot more with a little. I don't want to see that anymore. Because every time we ask you to do more with getting a little, you get criticized. You're not doing enough. We need to give you what you need based on what's happening right now to make sure you can do the job so that when someone calls, they can get that help. And I know the commitment's there, but I wonder if our budget is there for that. Can you tell me about the number of shootings we've had this year?
The number of shootings, yeah, I have that graph here.
I'm going to ask about traffic incidents as well and murders and things like that.
I can tell you we're up to 34 homicides.
Okay.
I don't have my slide. 304 is what we've had so far.
304 shootings?
Yes.
And 34 homicides?
Yes.
This time last year, how are we looking versus the last year or the year before?
We're up.
We're up 42%, Mayor? Okay. Okay, as of Monday, we're up 42%. I am glad that violent crime is down, but unfortunately when it comes to shootings, and then let's talk about traffic fatalities. How are we doing there?
We're always neck and neck. I think we're at about 28 or 30.
Okay.
32.
Are we neck and neck with this time last year?
I believe they're higher this year.
They're higher this year.
Both homicides and fatalities.
Okay. I just want to make sure the budget reflects that. And that may go down. I remember in the mid-90s there was the crime bill that put 100,000 officers on the street. Now, maybe there were parts of that bill that weren't great, but that led to a dramatic decrease in crime because, again, more accountability. But unfortunately, now that things are better, I think we've forgotten the need. And the new numbers are reminding us that there is a critical need out there. Okay, contract policing. So how competitive, how many open contracts are there out there?
There were over 60 last week that we could not fill.
So we don't force businesses. These are businesses that request contract
Right.
policing.
Right.
And we can't fill all the positions.
We cannot fill all of them. So they
And it's
go
voluntary
through,
from the
right,
officers.
It's voluntary. So officers have the ability to sign up for the jobs that they want to work. A lot of it depends on their days off and the hours they want to work. But last week we could not fill over 60 of them. So there's a lot of these jobs that are not being paid for by the police department. They're being paid for by private businesses, but we can't even fill those.
Okay. So the other question is, it's fair, I think it's fair to look at this and see, is this the best practice for our city? But I want to look at it from the flip side. There are certain businesses that have higher calls for service. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So if we have to dispatch an officer and there's travel time to go out to that business, I don't want to single anyone out, then that basically takes up resources on patrol. Would that be correct?
That's absolutely correct.
So is it possible that, to a degree, contract policing frees up officers for patrol?
It's not just possible, that's what it does.
That's what it does, okay. Now, I know this is a meet and confer issue, but I think I'd like to suggest something, and I'm open to your feedback on that. There are certain high-profile incidents, or there are certain locations where there's a higher rate of incidents. You may want to go to, I'm going to just say Lululemon and do that contract because it's maybe pretty quiet, but we need officers, even though it's voluntary, we need them at certain places. What I'd like to do is talk about maybe a tiered system where we incentivize based on the market conditions. So we have higher demand, not enough bodies, and officers are tired, I get it. So what if we did, if you met with FPOA and we looked at an incentive, maybe a 10% increase or something, 10 or 20% increase. But if the captain and the council member, for example, say, hey, we're getting a lot of calls about this area, then they can say, okay, there's a contract for this business in this location. This is where you're going to get paid more to go here versus one of the other contracts. Instead of forcing, it incentivizes based on market demand. I don't know if I have to make that into a motion, but I'd like to see, would you be willing to meet with?
I would certainly be willing to meet and talk about any, possibilities to make improvements. I am a little bit concerned that we're going to force certain businesses to pay more, and maybe they don't want to pay more. So perhaps they're going to drop the contract because we come to them and say, look, you got to pay 10% more because we're having problems here. They're like, well, no, I'm not willing to pay that. And then they drop the contract.
I forgot to clarify, Chief. This would be paid for by the city. The city would be filling in this gap. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a motion for that, just to explore it, to come back with an option to amend the contract.
Can you repeat
policing
that motion, Councilmember Carbasi?
for administration and the police department to meet with FPOA and discuss a incentive program for the contract policing for areas of high-profile incidents or higher demand in terms of crime, to have an incentive program to pay our contract officers more, to make it more attractive to take those contracts. I can word it more concisely.
Do I have
for
a
the clerk.
second for that?
Point of order.
Second
Legal
by
counsel,
Councilmember, Bredefeld?
can we make motions that change the MOU?
Your mic's off.
Subject to meet and confer or amending the MOU.
And I'm sorry, maybe I couldn't hear myself. I thought I said that 3 times. Okay. It's just,
So
just
so
checking.
for the city clerk, did you get that motion in the second? Could you repeat the motion because the city clerk didn't get it because somebody was interrupting?
Sure.
But
To instruct the administration and the police department to meet with FPOA to discuss and negotiate a incentive program paid for by the city so that contracts of areas of high incidence of crime or high profile locations will be able to have an incentive system so that our officers will be encouraged to take those contracts.
say that 3 times fast, Councilmember Carbasi. Okay, did you get that now, city clerk? And then the second was Councilmember Bredefeld. It's in
I'm
the
trying to
hopper.
keep it open so that we can be inclusive and have the negotiation rather than just dictate. There's a problem we're trying to solve. Maybe this could be one of the solutions.
It's in the hopper now.
Thank you. Did it? Was there a second? Yeah. For contracting? Okay, can we get an explanation of how contract policing works right now?
Sure.
The process of how they select.
Right. I got it right here.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of other cities that do it differently. My previous city being one of them, and we were currently looking to revamp it because it can become a slippery slope. A lot of other cities allow for police officers to basically make their own negotiations between that officer who's going to schedule the extra duty job and the business. I don't like that model. I think it's, again, dangerous, inconsistent. So what we have here is we have rates in the master fee that are scheduled and calculated at an officer's pay. So basically what we do is we take time and a half, which is overtime, at step D per the MOU, which also includes Medicare and a small percentage of overhead to cover the costs.
Chief, I don't think that was the question. The question was more, how do you select what contracts to do? Say, for example, you have
I
100
understand.
businesses.
Sorry. Basically, if a business comes to us and wants to hire a police officer, they can do so. There's certain establishments where we don't allow that. One that comes to mind, if it's a strip bar, I don't want my officers inside a strip bar doing contract policing. I don't know if we have any of those here in Fresno or not. So anyway, there's certain policies that do dictate where they can work and where they can't. So basically, if a business wants to have a police officer there, they can go through the duty office and secure a contract.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying, because you're saying there's a lot of contracts that are going unfilled.
Right.
So if you have 100 businesses apply, who's prioritized? Is it first come, first serve? Are you guys doing an analysis on, hey, it makes more sense for us to do this contract because there's a high crime area? It'll, if...
We're not doing that. Basically, a police officer gets to choose what contract he wants to work at.
Okay.
So if he would rather be sitting at the mall inside the Apple store in air conditioning, obviously that's going to be one of the more preferred contract policing duties. If the choice is sitting in the parking lot of a bar that is problematic, where that officer may be involved in some kind of a physical altercation or even a shooting, that's not one of the more popular ones. So the officer gets to choose which contract. A lot of it depends on their schedule. If they happen to be off on a certain night and there's a contract policing available, then they can sign up for it, then they take the contract. But that's one of the reasons why they're not all filled, is that we have more contract policing opportunities that we can fill. We also have more overtime and callbacks being generated right now because of a lack of resources. So when a police officer is called back anyway, and they're working for time and a half in the city, for the city, and they've got called back twice or 3 times in a certain week, they're not going to want to work that contract. They're going to say, you know what, let somebody else work it. So that's what we're experiencing right now, is that we have too many contracts. We can't fill them all because officers are tired and they don't want to work. And which ones are going to go first? The ones that are less problematic and more comfortable.
And is that the best way to do contract policing in the city of Fresno?
I think things can always be improved. The way it is now, I can't tell an officer, well, no, you're not going to work this open contract. I want you to work this one. It's not something that we're doing right now, and I believe that has to be negotiated.
And I think that's why, and I really appreciate it. That's exactly why I want to create an incentive program to kind of, or at least maybe some alternative you come up with that we can evaluate to come up with a way to solve that problem. So thank you, Councilmember Soria. You're right on the same path that I was on. Thank you. Workers' comp. So exactly, maybe it was mentioned earlier, how much are we expecting or estimating we can save with the 2 new FTEs? Do we have a number on that?
I don't have an estimate. I mean, we've already lowered it by 20%. So, I mean, that's one positive step. I do want, instead of about 10% of my workforce to be on LTA, I'd like to reduce that to about 5%. I don't know what that comes to monetarily, but I think that's going to be very significant. Okay. Not only, it's going to more than pay for those positions.
Right, and that's what I was trying to get at. So if that's what we're estimating, so got it. That answers that question. Okay. We'll save the best for last, recruitment. Well, that's last. So let's talk about recruitment. Can you kind of give me a walkthrough and something the public can understand about how we recruit, especially now? So my understanding is we have quite a few positions vacant, and the goal is to hire how many people? You mentioned
the goal is to hire 120 in the next 15 months.
Okay.
We've hired 50 since January, and we have another 58 kind of in the pike. They're going through several processes. Obviously it's a significant process to be hired as a police officer. So we're on the right track. As far as what we're doing a lot of different things. And Chief Phil Cooley is over recruiting. He can detail some of those with a little bit more information. But we average about 5 different events per month.
Okay.
These can be job fairs. These can be traveling to local military bases. These can be, even some of the local malls have asked us to come out and set up booths for recruiting at the mall, which is a great way of recruiting folks. We have partnerships with the schools, obviously, which we intend to create some type of a positive engagement with. Between police officers and the students in Fresno Unified and Central Unified, so we can encourage them to be public servants, whether they want to be firefighters or police officers. Right. I mean, so we're trying all kinds of different things, but really combating that negative and false narrative that, this is not an honorable job or a satisfactory job to work at.
Right. It was 120 in how many months?
In 15.
How many officers do we expect to retire or to leave to other agencies in the next 15 months? Is there a way to...
Well, you can multiply that by 4.
Okay.
So about 60.
So as we're trying to fill positions, unfortunately, we are also losing positions.
We are.
Okay, and this is more than usual, I would...
a little bit more than usual.
Right.
A little bit more than usual.
Okay. And there's new recruits, but there's also laterals. Can you explain to the public what lateral hires are?
Sure. A lateral hire is a police officer in the state of California who's already trained. They've been through, they're post-certified. They've been through some type of a police academy. So they don't have to start from scratch. They don't have to go through the cadet program. Right now, if we hire a cadet, we basically keep them under our wing until we feel that they're ready to send to the police academy. This is a really, really good program because we have about a 96% success rate. The last thing we want to do is invest a lot of time, energy, and money into a young person who's never been a police officer just for them to quit. Well, laterals have been police officers elsewhere, so typically they're not going to quit. The advantage of a lateral is that you get a fully trained police officer who's already certified, so they go through a condensed academy to learn our policies and our protocols, and then they go through a condensed FTO program, and then they become police officers. So that is a very effective way of acquiring fully trained police officers, is the lateral program.
Right. Now, what is the incentive for a lateral? I believe it was stated earlier, $10,000?
It's $10,000, which is not given to them up front. You know, there's certain stages. You know, they complete, you know, a certain amount of time. They get $2,500 and so on and so forth until they complete a couple of years, and then they get their full $10,000 bonus.
See, what I worry about is what we're having right now, and it's in other industries as well, as was mentioned, and I think our own budget analyst for the council mentioned that it's just industry-wide, it's hard to get to recruit. But it's a little bit of a special circumstance, it seems, with law enforcement nationwide. So why has there been discussion about increasing the lateral bonus?
Yeah, there is discussion. I mean, obviously, I don't control the budget. So, I mean, I can ask for a lot of things, but I also have to be realistic. That's the same reason why I'm not asking for 950 police officers this year, because I'm also a realist, and I know that even if you gave them to me, I couldn't hire them.
Yeah, but I think that increasing that bonus, and I appreciate that because we're fortunately the body that does make those decisions. Increasing that bonus a little bit, because I don't think it's a policy issue. We're facing an economic issue right now. We're just having a hard time finding people, and we're in competition, so we need to change something, and incentives could be a way to do that. So what I'd like to propose is to double the incentive to $20,000.
You want to make a motion, Councilmember
Yeah,
Cabasso?
I move to double the lateral bonus to $20,000.
All right. Do you want to second that, Councilmember Bedingfield? All right. City Clerk, did you get that? Right.
I think this will pay for itself if we can fill some of those vacancies faster. They require less training, they have more experience, and they do go through proper background checks when coming from a different agency.
I do agree
But that
with
might
you.
help.
Thank you for that motion.
And also reduce overtime as well. Okay. I do want to talk about salaries, though, and thank you. What are, did we get any answers since earlier about the salaries for Clovis? Do we know yet what Clovis makes versus Fresno? And I wouldn't bring this up unless it was a special circumstance that we're just in competition with other places, and we have to fill these positions. If we really are committed to community policing, well, you got to have people to meet with the community. And if we want more patrol officers, well, we have to have officers that can work patrol.
It's about $800 a month, from what I understand, difference between a Fresno police officer and a Clovis police officer.
And that's just starting out.
That's correct.
Okay. So I'd like to get some feedback from the city manager. Exactly, if I was to make a motion to increase to be at least competitive with Clovis, I know there's going to be a fiscal impact, and we'll get that from Henry, but from finance. But any feedback before I do that?
No, go ahead. That's a great motion, yeah.
Okay. Well, geez.
Yeah, it doesn't mean we're going to do it, but yeah, I think it's a great motion.
Yeah, no. But let me ask you a question. What will it take to do that? Because what I don't want to do is say, I mean, it's up to, I guess, the council to do it, but to say, oh, we care, we're going to fill these positions, but if we're setting ourselves up to fail, if we're paying less than Clovis, it's just not going to happen. It's not. So,
well, I think the chief made a good point. We have more dispatchers than Clovis has PD officers. So it's not like they're going to consume every police officer that comes out of every academy. At some point, they'll be will be picking up as well. So if your goal is to pay a police officer $800 more a month, make that motion.
Well, my goal isn't to pay police officers $800 more a month. My goal is to respond to the market conditions where we cannot get officers in these positions, and we're losing them to other communities that pay more and have less demand.
No, and so I just want to clarify. Sure. We have that in other departments and other job classes. So we want to make sure I love the idea that we're going to consider PD, what's the competitive market, but we also have that discussion about other employees as well.
And here's the thing, like with fire, we have so many positions available, and we were just trying to It was overflowed with applicants. We're not facing that with PD. But the one thing I will say is, with the exception of developers, we don't get people calling 911 for planners and engineers.
Yeah.
So I think that dispatchers and police officers, they're a special circumstance because, frankly, and I think Councilmember Bredeveld mentioned this, and I hope we'd all believe this. Look, if we can't keep our residents safe, I know they need water, don't get me wrong, but game's over. If we can't do it, game over. So I'm going to make a motion because I believe locally that's the agency with the highest pay, to raise the base salary for officers by $800 to be on par with the Clovis Police Department. That's my motion. Salary reso change. Thank you.
Council member, the question I have, though, we don't know that $800 does it. I mean, we're just picking it. I'd like to find out what is it that they are getting paid. I know we haven't found that out, but just supporting $800, it could be $1,800. It could be $1,000. You know, I don't know what that number is. I'd like to get that number.
Yeah, so right now we're in the midst of doing a salary survey of other agencies that we compete with, and so we can bring that data to you. We don't have the data right now, but we can make, because that data would be part of the analysis that we look at.
When will that data be available?
We're in the process of doing it now. Are you guys working on that? They have the data. So we have the data. So we'll work with you to put a trade memo together to get the data out.
But we have the data. Can you tell me right now what it is?
There's 2 data points. FPOA did one. John Holtzman is the one for our labor negotiations.
Okay. So we're waiting for that one.
Correct.
Okay. It's just, this is a budget hearing. It'd be good to have that. Are they also evaluating dispatch as well? Or
I
is
don't
it
believe
just
dispatch is in there.
Okay. All right. Because it's not just sworn officers, it's the civilian personnel in the department as well. They're all a part of what the mission. So, okay, what I'm going to... Can I have FPOA come up, please? And we're going to wait, Mayor. We'll get the other number as well. So would you state your name and the position you have for the public?
Yes, sir. Brandon Weimiller, FPOA President.
Thank you, sir, for being here. It's good to see you,
My
Brandon.
pleasure.
Can you explain to us in your analysis what you found versus maybe other agencies in the area, the competitiveness of our pay?
Well, in terms of local agencies, obviously we're well below Clovis. They get a lot more community support and support from their elected leaders in general. As a generalization, but in terms of local agencies, all the smaller agencies are probably somewhat comparable to us, but the cadets in the academy, they're not dummies, and so they're looking at workload, they're looking at danger, and as was mentioned earlier, Fresno is a pretty violent city, has big city problems with gang members. So when a cadet's looking to go to Kingsburg or Selma or any other number of agencies around here and make a little more, a little less, or the same in terms of compensation, but face maybe 25% of the workload and a lot less violence and a lot less scrutiny, it doesn't make sense. So you've hit the nail on the head. We're in a unique situation, especially within the law enforcement community in terms of being a competitive job market. The demand is extremely high. The supply is extremely low right now. And so all of our agencies around here are competing for not only just a number of candidates, but for the quality of candidate. Right? And I think that's something that get lost in the numbers and in the discussion is, do we want just to fill vacancies with whatever we can get, or do we want the best and the brightest? And again, when it comes to supply and demand for officers, it's pretty basic economics that we find ourselves in a competitive job market. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but like you said, there's other departments who had vacancies to fill, and they had a tidal wave of applications. So we don't experience that here. And so if we want to get the best and the brightest for our city and prevent long-term problems and retain people, then we need to be competitive, especially when we're asking people to come to Fresno and take on a violent city with record high shootings and murders and the scrutiny and a call volume that far exceeds anyone around here. Then we have to pay them appropriately.
Great. Thank you. I just basically want to get a full picture of what we're really facing. So that answers my questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
So what I'll do is I'll amend my motion. How long do you think till we can get that information?
For the end of today.
Which motion are you amending, Councilmember Carbasi?
Well, I didn't get a second on it. It was a motion to increase the salary by $800, but it's a bit arbitrary right now because we don't exactly have the full numbers.
All right.
So I believe the comparison that I just got was the base pay in Fresno is 5,771, and then for a first-year officer in Clovis, it's 6,879. So it's about $1,100 difference. What I can do is I can make this motion, and then if you get us the information, we'll change it. I move to increase the starting pay per month for a base pay for a first-year officer to match Clovis, and then that's my motion. And then Councilman Bredefeld, when we get that information, we can make the changes appropriately.
All right. City Clerk, did you get that?
And council, a reminder that this will be subject to meet and confer.
Of course.
Correct.
Yep, absolutely. I don't know. Are you guys going to get mad that? Okay. Another issue is dispatch. Now, long time ago, worked different agency dispatch. It's a really difficult job. It's a lot of hours. It's fast. It's the first line of defense. You have to learn to listen to certain cues, whether because it affects officer safety, EMS safety, and everybody. It's high pressure, and it's essential. So, are there incentives right now? You could drive and you drive back past Taco Bell, on the spot interviews, $200 bonus for getting on. People are having a hard time filling those positions. Are there incentives now for that position?
Not that I know of. We don't have any incentives for our dispatchers as far as hiring.
But what about the number of applicants to vacancies? Kind of like with fire, there were just so many applicants for those positions that were available.
Yeah, I'd have to run that by personnel. I don't have those figures.
Could we? Okay. Okay, I'll meet with personnel and get that information. I'll maybe come back and make another motion. Sure. But I'm going to be looking at how we can incentivize. And if you have any suggestions, please let me know for our dispatchers. It's a really hard job, and definitely.
I agree with you.
Yeah. No. Where's it? Okay. Thank you so much. We'll try and make that part of the conversation. And thank you again for kind of the grilling you've been getting today. I hope you like barbecue. We're pretty big on that in Fresno.
I love it.
No, I'm teasing. I know my chief's going to text me right now saying stop making jokes. I will stop that. I think that pretty much answers most of my questions. And I really do appreciate, again, what you do. It's not easy. There's a lot of debate up here, but this is a very unique time. We have a mission to do for everybody, and we really need to fill those vacancies and get more bodies out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. I will go last. Thank you, Chief. We are now on hour number 6 of the Fresno Police Department budget. We started at 9 and it's now going to be 3 o'clock. I have never ever seen this in the 10 years that I've been here at City Hall. So I don't know if that's a good sign or not.
I believe the Mayor Dyer had a 6-hour budget hearing at one point, so if we just go another 30 minutes, we can beat his record.
Let's do that.
You want to beat him?
I'm sorry, Council President, how many years has he been in the building?
10.
Oh,
10 years, a decade. I should get one of those watches before I conclude my tenure here.
For 35 years.
But not in all seriousness, Chief, thank you for the presentation. Your staff, your team has been here for a while. I'm not going to pepper you with questions or play Matlock today. But I do want to hone in on something very important, and you and I spoke about this, and it has to do with the level of service that our police department provides for folks. And I think one of the most important things that we can do is have that presence in neighborhoods, especially when an incident happens. I know we had a conversation about dispatchers, about police officers, and what timeline that'll take you to ramp up to the number that you feel is appropriate for the staffing size of our city. But I want to hone in on the CSO conversation, because earlier, we talked about how important that is with regards to them being able to go out. And I'll tell you, on my end, in my district, I think we get a lot of calls from folks that have their car burglarized or their home broken into or their garage, and there's nobody to respond because our officers are busy, and they're busy catching criminals and folks that are doing other, worse crimes than that. And so what I want to do is I want to make a motion to add additional CSOs, 20 CSOs, to allow you to, like you said, free up some of the folks and hopefully alleviate some of the pressures that you have. And I think Councilmember Bredefeld second that. But I just want to close by saying, regardless of what conversations go up here, I think the consensus was, even though we might ask tough questions or request a lot of information, I think there's broad support on this council for our police officers out there that are on the streets every single day. And I know that because I have conversations with my colleagues, with the mayor, and I don't want this conversation of a lot of back and forth and tough questions for that message to get lost, because I think we need to communicate that now more than ever.
Well, Council President, if you will allow me just a 1 minute.
Sure.
I do want to say this, is that in my time here, I've had individual conversations with every single council representative, council member, and I second what you're saying, because individually they have all shown a great deal of respect, a great deal of support. They understand the complexities of the job, of the job that police officers have to do. So, I'm asked this question a lot in the community, and I have to be completely honest with them and let them know that the council overall is very supportive. I don't mind the tough questions, because I believe that in any large organization you have to have accountability, and as long as you're doing things the right way, accountability is not a problem. So I don't mind the back and forth. I actually welcome it. I've actually enjoyed the 6+ hours up here answering questions, because this is a huge budget. This is the community's money, and we have to use it wisely. But the things that I'm trying to implement, not just policies, but programs and expansions, are very much needed. But thank you.
Absolutely, and that was really the whole point of me saying that, Chief, because I think, oftentimes that gets lost in translation, and I get it. That's kind of our job to do that and ask tough questions and request information and answers, because at the end of the day, we have to take a vote, and we have to be comfortable with the information that we have in front of us. Last thing I'll say is, and I know that there's a lot of conversation out there in the community, whether their priority is to defund the police or augment our police department. I think for me, it's always been about that level of service that you hit the nail on the head earlier on. When people call 911, they want that phone call to be answered within 15 seconds. When somebody breaks into their home, they want somebody to actually show up, even if they don't catch the perpetrator. I mean, that's very important for our community. And the conversation has been, okay, so we got to take from this department to provide services for other. Well, my message is, it's not an either or, it's both an and. And you've seen this council really try to work to balance that. This past year, and I wrote it down as I was listening to the conversation, we did free food giveaways for our most vulnerable population. We did free COVID testing. We did free rental assistance. We did free water bill assistance. We did free PG&E assistance. We did free bus service. We did free medical service. We did free vaccine assistance. So I just want to make sure that the community understands that this council and the city has been doing that for the past year. And it's not an either or conversation. We have slated over $250 million that are going to come to the city. And it's I believe, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to make those key investments. And it's going to be a good, balanced approach with public safety, with social services, with programs, because I've never seen the city be in such a great financial position with one-time money for us to be able to do this. And I think we're in a good spot, and you're going to see that conversation really kind of transition into more of the nitty-gritty, so to speak, by next week. No pressure, council colleagues. So with that, Chief, thank you for your presentation. Thank you to your team. We look forward to continuing the conversation.
Can I ask an additional question?
I think we have another round before you end it.
One more? Really? You really don't want to
Can we get clarification first on the CSOs? There's 10 in the budget. Are you adding 10 more or 20 more?
20.
So a total of 30.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Councilwoman Soria, and then we'll work our way.
I just wanted to actually make a motion in order to incentivize some of our officers to live in South Fresno. I'd like to launch an initiative of $10,000 so that folks live within the city limits of South Fresno. So to buy a home and live in our neighborhoods. So that would be my motion.
What's the motion again, Councilwoman Soria?
An incentive program to get our police officers to live within the city limits in South Fresno. So
I'll
that they
second
live.
it.
All right, I got a motion and a second. All right.
Can we define what south is?
South of Shaw?
South of Shaw.
South of Shaw.
So what happened to One Fresno?
Well, it's one Fresno, many hoods, as we all know. Councilmember Arias?
A couple questions. One, a request for the city manager. When you bring forward the conversation around salary adjustments, incentive programs, or whatever around pay, can you provide us a comparison of what other cities have in terms of salary? And also actual pay. I know our officers make a ton more overtime than other neighboring departments because there's a lot more work here than smaller towns. So if you can provide us the data when you bring forward whatever results out of these motions.
Specific to the police department or for the city?
The police department.
For the police department, okay.
Yep. And then, Chief, are the police stations currently open to the public?
They are not. The front lobbies are still closed for COVID. The central headquarters is open, but we limit it to certain number of individuals in the front lobby.
Okay. So I think it's time for us to reopen our facilities. I know I've been walking down the mall here a few times, and I see members of the public that cannot enter our headquarters to file a report. So I'd like to make a motion that effective next Monday, all city facilities are open to the public, including the police stations, for in-person service.
I've been waiting for the Assistant City Manager, Greg Barfield, to give us that green light.
Is there a second?
Second by Councilmember Bredefeld.
All right. Thank you, Chief, and my appreciations. I know it's been a long day, but this is the most important department, the most expensive department, and a 3-page PowerPoint wasn't going to cut it today. 6.5 hours is exactly what the city needed for the most important subject before us.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Councilmember
President,
Maxwell?
No. I just want to follow up to the motion, or do you want to just go on through it afterwards, Tyler?
The motion made by
Yeah.
Arias?
I just wanted to know if there's any fines or OSHA implications, because we know OSHA is great, but
Why don't we let our emergency director
Yep.
just
I just wanna get-
inform us of that?
Yeah.
As we're processing these.
A better question is you have a motion and a second, but we don't approve the budget motions until
That's correct.
a week. So how do we open Monday?
Mayor, why did you have to say that? I knew that.
I wanted to help the city attorney there.
Yes, currently, during the pandemic, OSHA has visited us at least a dozen times, and fines are still on the table.
Right.
And the final word on open the building falls with that man right there, the city manager.
And that man takes direction from this body in the form of council action.
Actually, from the mayor, but nice try.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we at? They
And-
went
and
into
to
the
your
hopper.
charter discussions.
So
Thank you, Councilmember
we'll
Arias.
have it in the hopper. Councilmember Maxwell?
Chief, I'm trying to get you to your 6-hour mark here. Let's see if we could do it.
I think we're there
already.
in 3 minutes.
Could you please provide us with a brief overview of the training provided to CSOs and what kind of calls that you send them out on?
I don't have all that information. What I do know is that we use them in various capacities.
Could you elaborate on those?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please proceed.
We use them to enhance our community outreach. So one of the things that I implemented is that every district is responsible for their own community outreach, whether it's a partnership with a local park or church or some type of a back-to-school event. I want our districts to be very much engaged with the community, and our CSOs help us do that. In some cases, they help manage social media. I have a CSO working in our Office of Media Engagement, Media and Community Engagement. She does an outstanding job. She's frankly our best a manager of our social media platforms. So she helps coordinate with the other CSOs when we have some type of a big event. But also what we do is we are able to have them take reports that...
Chief, I'm going to have to ask my colleagues to respect the blue for a little bit. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Council, we can't hear Councilman Maxwell. He's trying to land the plane and we're having sidebar conversations.
So the other function that I think would be the most beneficial in this particular conversation is the fact that we can use them to take police reports when it does not require a police officer to be there. If it's a basic burglary or larceny report, then the public can have that one-on-one engagement in a reasonable amount of time, and it wouldn't require a police officer to go to the location.
So essentially, non-zero priority, one priority calls, burglary, car accident.
Not a car accident. I believe it does have to be a certified police officer to work a traffic accident.
I guess what I'm trying to get at, Chief, is that if we end up hiring more CSOs above and beyond what's proposed in this budget, as Council President Chavez has motioned for, what's preventing us from using those CSOs to respond to the calls Homeless Task Force would normally respond to? They're already going out to, crime scenes, taking reports. They're armed with OC. They have basic training. So what's preventing us from using those folks to respond to those calls and freeing up officers to get to the 0 and 1 priority calls that we need them for?
Well, I think the most glaring thing is the fact that they're not, they don't have the weaponry that a police officer does.
But they're going out to burglaries.
I'm sorry?
They're going out to...
Yes, but they're going out to burglaries where there's not a suspect present. This is an after-the-fact burglary. If we send them to some type of a homeless call and there is somebody there that's armed, well, then they're not going to be able to protect themselves or protect the public. So I think we're kind of mixing two programs. The CSO program is a very rich program because we can use these professional staff in many different ways, which supplement the police department, but it does not replace sending a fully trained police officer to a fluid call that can become dangerous and volatile very, very quickly.
Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
That conclude your questions, Councilmember Maxwell? All right, thank you, Chief. Appreciate the presentation. We will now move on to our public utilities
Can I get a
department.
point of order since we're already chaotic? I'll do one last thing.
Sure.
City Attorney's not here. I just want to clarify, there are certain things that have to be agendized in order to take action.
Yes, we will not be voting on opening up this building until Thursday for
Okay.
the benefit of the public.
I thought everything has to be in the Friday at 5 p.m.
Well, unless the president puts it on.
True. Thank you.
All right. City Manager, who's going to do the presentation on public utilities?
I am hoping it is
Mike Carbajal?
Mike Carbajal. And
All right. Let's wait for our officers to...
they're waiting for the second
exit,
most important department to go out.
and we can get this...
Hey, Council President, we
party
need just a
started.
second to do some sanitation, some
Sure,
sanitizing.
absolutely. So let's take a quick 2-minute break. Bathroom break. Yeah.
Fiscal year 22 expenditures total $311,758,700. This is an $11.9 million or a 4% reduction from the fiscal year 21 amended budget. Our fiscal year 22 expenditures include operating expenses totaling $174.3 million. Our capital budget totals $113.4 million. We'll jump into that on the next slide. And debt service obligations total $24 million. So as we look back at the department's actual expenditures, you can see in 2017, our expenditures ramped up to $373.9 million. And this is largely due to the Recharge Fresno Capital Improvement Program. During 2018 to 2020, very consistent budget, only varied by about 1%, and we're very similarly on track for 2021. Our estimate is coming in at $261.3 million. The variance between the 2021 estimate and the 2022 proposed is primarily related to our CIP budget, and the fiscal year-end estimate is about $54 million for our CIP program, and the proposed 22 budget, capital improvement program budget, is $113 million. This is a combination of carryover project as well as new capital projects. The proposed expenditures also include the new Beautify Fresno division. It has an operating budget of $1,253,200. And $268,000 of that $1.2 million is going to be funded by the Solid Waste Enterprise Division. The remainder assumes Measure P as well as American Rescue Plan funds. Okay, next slide, please. There we go. Okay, just looking at our capital expenditures for fiscal year 22, again, total is $113.4 million. So as we break that down by division, the water capital program's $48 million, wastewater capital program $62 million, and solid waste capital totals $3.2 million. Our major capital project appropriations include the collection system rehabilitation at $16.8 million, renewable gas diversion totals $8.6, flare capacity project coming in at about $7 million, neighborhood water main renewal projects total $10.3 million, and water rail construction coming in at $5.3 million.
Director Carbajal?
Yes.
May I ask what the $267,100 appropriation for the District 4 solid waste is intended for?
In solid waste, 260, are you looking at?
Under District 4 solid waste?
267,100?
Yep.
What's that? Yeah, so that's primarily the soft cost associated with the construction of the convenience center. So we have on the upcoming on the June 24th agenda a recommendation to award a construction project for the convenience center. And so we'll be reaching out to you and having a discussion about that project. That project, the award of the construction contract is in the current fiscal year. We have bids for that project currently. And so we are moving forward with a recommendation to award, and so we'll reach out.
So if it's in the current fiscal year, why is it showing up as 2022?
Because the construction will occur during the upcoming fiscal year. So the costs for inspection, project management, permits, project closeout will be incurred during the upcoming fiscal year.
And have you since found any other districts that might be interested in taking this convenience center as opposed to District 4?
So we have not identified any additional sites. The project that was that has been bid out is based upon the design at the Leaky Acres facility at the Chestnut Diagonal and the Winery intersection. And so it's we can continue to have that discussion about future convenience center locations, but the first site that we identified here is on existing city property, and it's in an area that we believe has the least amount of impact to nearby neighborhoods.
What's the source of the funding for that?
The source of the funding is the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund.
It's non-ratepayer?
It is ratepayer funded.
It is ratepayer?
Correct.
Thank you.
Director, the District 3 $3.3 million water pipelines, water production from 1.1 1, wastewater pipelines. I'm assuming the wastewater pipelines are all related to the Southwest Regional plant? Is that the case?
The water pipelines?
Yeah, the wastewater pipelines.
So the wastewater pipelines, the 12.3 million wastewater pipelines, that includes sewer collection, rehabilitation, but a big component of that is an $8 million repair to the North Avenue trunk main.
North Avenue?
Yeah, correct. The North Avenue. So we have a trunk main in North Avenue, and so we have a repair project, pretty significant repair project coordination with the railroad. And so that's about an $8 million repair, which is driving up the cost there for our wastewater pipelines in 22.
So how old is that pipeline?
The pipeline is constructed in various segments, and this is a piece of pipeline that goes underneath there's about 5 railroads that come together there. And so this is a piece of pipeline that is older than some of the nearby pipeline there. And so we had a failure. And so we've worked on a rehab project, a rerouting of flows through there, and then have been working on extensive permitting with the railroad. So that piece of the project, I can get you the year. I just don't know when exactly it was constructed.
What I'm looking for, Director, is, as you're probably aware of.
So it's 1963.
1963. As you're aware of, wherever you lay water and wastewater lines, growth occurs. So we've been wrestling with the lack of infrastructure in downtown, where we've said we want high-density housing. We've said we want high-density housing in the transportation corridors, Blackstone, Kings Canyon, but for whatever reason, we can never make the investment to proactively replace and upgrade those pipes. So I'm going to be very closely watching where you're laying new lines and what the rationale for those lines are, because it would be at the expense of the areas that we have identified for high-density housing. So if I can get a map of each of these segments, what lines are being replaced and where, and a brief one-sentence explanation on why we're replacing those lines, that would be helpful.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that for you. Later on in the presentation, we are identifying funding that's going to be focused on the downtown area. So that includes rehabilitation of water and sewer, and that starts off with about $3.1 million in fiscal year 22. There's additional funding in fiscal years 23 through 26, and it's likely to be a 10-year program that's going to be focused on improving water and sewer mains in the downtown area.
Perfect. And if we could get it in the form of a map, that would be very helpful.
Okay. Yeah, we've got that for you.
Exactly. I want to know exactly where you guys are laying lines, so that as we have, because we're always encouraging development to come, and they finally submit for construction, and then they get hit with upgrade the water line, upgrade the sewer line, and that becomes an impediment for the higher density housing that we're all hoping for. So if I can get that in the form of a map, that would be very helpful.
Okay, we will work on that. Okay, looking at our estimated revenues, revenues total $524,188,900. This is similar to our 2021 estimate at $517.4 million. Total revenues, or really its total funding available to the department, includes all beginning fund balances, which total $256.4 million. This includes charges for services totaling $231.4 million, and our customer user fees are based upon the existing utility rate structure, so we are not proposing new utility rates during fiscal year 22. The internal service fund supports the department's administration and utilities planning and engineering division. The ISF is not general funded. The ISF obtains its funding through the 3 utility enterprise divisions: water, wastewater, and solid waste. Okay, so as we move and look at our budget expansions for the upcoming fiscal year, the total expansions come in at $9.9 million. Out of this 9.9 million, approximately 1 million is attributed to new services, while the remaining 8.9 million is to support current services. Included in this expansion is the Beautify Fresno division. We are proposing 6 new positions at a cost of $302,700. Additional costs for Beautify Fresno include tipping fees, public relations, and other minor costs that total $703,300. And those costs are primarily funded by Measure P. The associated fleet costs are assumed to be funded with American Recovery Plan funds. The department is also proposing to replace 39 vehicles in fiscal year 22. So these are not new vehicles. These are existing vehicles that have reached the end of their service life. The vehicle replacements have a cost of $6.9 million, which is needed to cover the gap between the replacement cost and the shortfall in the fleet replacement fund. Other costs include $148,700 for some new computer equipment and wireless access points to support the new enterprise asset management system. We're anticipating a $1.3 million increase for electricity costs for the water division. So this is prior to our solar panels coming online. And we will begin budgeting electrical reductions in fiscal year 23. We have $580,900 for an increase in landfill tipping fees. That's to cover increased waste that was generated during the COVID-19 shelter in place. So we saw our tonnage go up. And we have a $1 increase under our CARTS contract, which is set to become effective on July 1st of 2021. So in terms of our budget priorities, so under We Work For You, the department provides core essential services that are the foundation of the community, and this includes the repair and replacement of aging infrastructure through our water and wastewater divisions. This includes public trust and safety. So the department always meets or exceeds every state and federal requirement that safeguards the public. Under inclusive economic development, the department is committed to supporting the expansion of water and sewer service to disadvantaged communities both inside and outside the city in conjunction with planned development projects. Under youth leadership, the fiscal year 22 budget includes $93,400 to restore the partnership with Hope Now for Youth. And this is to provide job opportunities and mentorship for at-risk young adults within the solid waste division. Under Downtown Pride.
Director.
Yes.
So Hope Now for Youth is a Christian faith-based organization. Did we do an RFP for the service, or did we just go and select a friend to hand over money for?
I'll have to look into that and see if we have an RFP. It's been a long-running program. We did suspend it during the pandemic, and so we are restoring that program. So I'll have to check into that and see exactly how we initiated that program.
And I know city manager is reviewing the emergency order, but I believe once the emergency is lifted, the requirement for an RFP to take place goes back into effect for any service contracts. So I just want to be clear about if you guys are going to...
Yeah, again, this is a contract that predates when I came here the first time in 2014. It was just something we all inherited and we just kept rolling it. They suspended it last year. So we can go back to the original and find out how did we even get into this program.
I would be more comfortable with an RFP so that we don't get, pushback from other organizations that might want to provide the service. And, here we are choosing a faith-based organization. I know their work and they're in my district, but I also know that part of their conditions of participation in their programming is religious-based. So I want to be very thoughtful about that.
Okay, and finally, under homelessness and housing, the department proposes the Beautify Fresno division to better support sanitation services for homeless individuals, as well as cataloging and storage of personal property. So with that, that concludes the department's fiscal year 22 budget presentation, and remain available to answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Director Carbajal, and thank you to you and the rest of your staff. Been extremely helpful these last few months, and even provided me tours with all of your facilities before I came on board. So I really do appreciate all the assistance. Had some questions regarding the purple pipe system.
Yes.
How much money in this proposed budget is allocated towards the expansion and maintenance of the purple pipe system? And if you could break it down, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, we can, Brock, you got that? Purple pipe. So we did provide a summary for all of our projects, but we can definitely recirculate that through a memo if needed.
Do you have an estimate of how many miles you plan on laying down or how much you plan on investing into it this next fiscal year, Director?
So we can definitely pull that together and get that to you if you'd like to.
Similarly to Councilmember Arias, a map visualization of the existing infrastructure would also be helpful. If you could also provide that as well. Of
Yeah,
the
we
existing
have,
purple pipe
actually we have a memo that we're preparing right now on the recycled water system in Southwest Fresno. That memo will be finalized up this afternoon and will be distributed to council first thing in the morning.
Last question, Director. Is the purple pipe system housed under the wastewater enterprise?
So correct, the recycled water system is funded through the wastewater enterprise fund. The operation of those pipelines is performed by the water division. So it's a team effort.
In your memo, Director, could you please also include how much money was allocated towards the purple pipe system the last 3 fiscal years? And if we could get a breakdown on how much of that was maintenance, how much of that was expansion, parts, labor?
Councilmember,
Yes.
could I just suggest a modification of that? Just ask for the capital investment from life of the program, because it's not a very old program. So 3 years is there was a one year before that is where we spent like $30 million to build the treatment plant specific for that. So we could just.
So you don't want me to.
Make it a little wider window from the life of the program.
What is the life of the program?
I think it's about 2014 it started. That's where they started doing the planning and permitting, and then the real big dollar spend started in about 2015.
Is that going to take a lot more time substantially to put that together, Director, as opposed to the last few years?
No, it won't take any additional time. So we're going to go back and look at our clean water, state revolving fund, low interest loans. Those are the primary funding sources for the tertiary treatment and disinfection facility, as well as the recycled water distribution pipeline. We've also funded some of our recycled water pipelines with enterprise dollars, so we can put together a summary and distribute that to the council.
Yeah, a comprehensive summary would be great. How much of the pipe is laid down, how much is funded in this budget, what the current projections are for the next few years, and a breakdown of those costs.
Okay.
Thank you, Director.
All right, any additional questions? Councilmember Arias, and then Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. Director, where are we at with, I don't know if you've noticed, but when you drive around the city, there's a lot of City of Fresno garbage cans, residential garbage cans all over the city, on streets, on canal embankments, on freeway embankments, and nobody ever seems to go pick up those cans even though they're city property. I'm sure you guys replace them for the residents who had their garbage cans stolen, but do you have any plans to go and proactively pick up all those garbage cans that are city garbage cans, residential trash?
We can absolutely go pick those up. If we receive a report as to where they're at, we will definitely go recover those and redistribute those to our customers.
I know when we had similar issues with grocery carts, we required the industry to figure out a process to proactively go pick up their grocery carts that were all over the city and in places they shouldn't be. I want you guys to come up with a process for your department to proactively go and pick up our city property from all those places, because right now you can't report them on the Fresco app, and all we're seeing is garbage cans all over the city that are city property.
Just a point of clarification, we are not the only entity that puts out blue, green, and gray cans. All the private guys in the county islands, all those county islands, those are all blue, green, gray cans. They're blue, green, gray cans that look just like our can. We all buy them from the same vendor.
Yep.
So we can pick up ours, but you still may see cans around there that don't belong to
Absolutely.
the city.
But I'd like you guys to come up with a program that picks up all the cans in
Okay,
the,
so
in the city.
that's the point I wanted to clarify. I can
Correct.
pick up ours, but that still leave a
Yeah.
lot out there. So you
In
want
the
to
world
look at
of
all the
Beautify
cans.
Fresno, all these cans are laying around the city, and nobody's bothering to pick them up.
Yeah, that's the point of clarification I want to make.
Okay, perfect.
And we'll
then-
work with those other vendors as well to make sure that they contribute to the effort.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all those vendors need to be required, as we require grocery stores to figure out a better way to have their carts from being taken and put in a canal. We got to do that for garbage cans. Garbage compactors has been one of my issues for downtown and Chinatown. As you can imagine, once we fill up those big commercial bins of garbage, the homeless residents go through the garbage, and then we got to return and pick it all up again. What's the progress on actually getting commercial compactors into the downtown areas like other cities have done?
So, to be clear, are you referring to a commercial compactor where that would take the place of individual bins in
Correct.
the alleys? Yeah, that's something we've looked into, and it's going to take quite a bit, additional work. The reason for that is right now the bins are in the alleys and they're directly adjacent to those properties. So if you're talking a commercial compactor, you've got to go find a centralized location on somebody's property. It's not going to fit necessarily in the alley, and get an agreement from that block that they are all going to utilize and that service there. So that's definitely one of the challenges, and there's been some roadblocks, but we can continue to explore that option.
Do you need a formal motion for us to get resolution? Because I've been patient for 2 years, and I know commercial compactors are used in North Fresno and Campus Point, and there's used across the city. And you have a Chinatown Association, you have the Downtown Partnership. I'm not sure why it's so difficult to actually get it operationalized.
I can give you one indication is that the downtown wasn't designed for compactors. So Campus Point, all these other commercial places, North Fresno, absolutely designed for compactors. So the challenge we've got is if you take a compact, the way we have the bins now, you can drive the trash truck in there, you can wheel it out, you can service it, and then you wheel it back. When you go to a compactor, it's a fixed device. So the turning radius and how we get in and out, so that's part of it, and then the power, and then the hydraulics. But we will definitely look at how we can configure, basically reconfigure downtown to have compactors.
And I know we have new developments coming downtown, and you can do that in the design specs of a new development. We have plenty of empty lots and parking lots in downtown. You can put a compactor at the Chachansey parking lot. There's plenty of room and plenty of ways to get in and out of that place. It will require people to walk further, dump their garbage, but without doing so, all we're doing is picking up the garbage that was dumped the night before and over again, and we're never going to get to the point of, and other cities have figured out, Sacramento does it. They're, have the same issues. I'm sure their downtown wasn't designed for compactors 100 years ago, but they problem solved it. So don't be surprised if I make a motion requiring that, we move forward and make some kind of progress. My other question for you is the commercial residential cleanup. As you know, they don't have the same access as residential to the, what's it called? The
Operation Cleanup?
Operation Cleanup.
So you're talking about multifamily residential?
Multifamily residential. Those that live in condominiums and apartments, which is more than half the city, doesn't have the same opportunity to do cleanup as a single-family residential, but yet they pay much higher garbage fees. So I know you guys went your way and did some kind of surveying, some certain dates. How's that going, and what do you plan to do for multifamily commercial residential?
So one of the new services that we do provide is the free dump cleanup event, and we kicked that off this spring with carts. And so they open their facility for 3 weekends. They will do so. It's currently required in their contract now that they open their facility for 3 weekends in the spring, 3 weekends in the fall, and that does allow for multifamily tenants within the city of Fresno to access that free dump event.
Correct. If
So-
you have a truck that can.
Right, it does require that you self-haul it. Those programs were extremely successful during those weekends, and so we look forward to offering that again in the spring, during the fall. We also partnered with you in select pop-up events, so we identified certain multifamily sites that could benefit from that type of service, and we brought roll-off bins out, and so we will continue to work with you and other council members where that need arises.
Yeah. What we found is, especially a lot of our senior complexes, folks don't have access to a truck or to help to be able to transport themselves. So putting something on site for a day or two allows them to participate in that and not have to put stuff out in the sidewalk. My last question is, where are we at with the Chinatown cleanup? I know the contract that the council approved eventually got put under DPU or somewhere. Is the weekly Chinatown cleanup still taking place?
Yes, the contract's still in place, and so those cleanups should still be occurring.
And then my last question and more of a comment, it's really a comment. I'm not ready to support the Beautify Fresno multiple proposals because I'm still waiting for a budget for Beautify Fresno. I know there's a lot of references to money from Measure P, money from DPU, money from, Tommy Escueda's pocket, a lot of different spots, but we gave the mayor the green light to, launch his effort. We all participate in picking up garbage, but now it's time for us to see an actual budget with the operational details and the clarity on how we're going to fund it, how it's going to work. Because from my view, we did a Beautify Fresno did a cleanup event of downtown this weekend. If you go one street over, it's a mess the next day. Right? We need to talk about the sustainability that doesn't depend on volunteers and, visiting a neighborhood once a month. So I'm still waiting for that budget, city manager. If we don't get a full budget with clarity on all the funding sources and how it's operationally going to work, I'm not going to be ready to approve all the different pockets within this proposed budget.
Perfect. We'll prepare a trade memo that kind of lays out all that for everybody. And we just recently completed a survey. We did a community-wide survey, so that'll be included in there, which is kind of how the community's kind of reacting to it. So we'll give you the budget, the operational plan, and the survey results we've seen on the first 6 months.
Correct. And don't be surprised if I ask for a whole cleanup group just from my district alone, because there's quite a bit of garbage that isn't being, handled. Volunteers are not willing to go into certain areas and pick up certain trash. Some of it's hazmat. So, you really can't handle the human feces with volunteers, and we have a lot of that in parts of the city.
Vice President Esparza.
Yes. So I don't have any question in particular. I mean, I'd ask you, questions I already know the answer to in terms of, why there is so much trash, and my district in particular seems to have a lot of trash. I'm interested in diving into a solution, a district-specific solution. What I'd like to see is, a crew, even if it was a very light crew, that just, their sole job is to go throughout my district, picking up trash, both big and small, have the ability, some ability that code enforcement has to be able to report things, cite, etc. So what I'd like to do is two motions. One is direction, and one is an actual motion. But before I do that, I did want to kind of clarify what I'm describing here. This is kind of a question for both yourself and or the city attorney. To what ability could we utilize DPU funds, the enterprise, towards something like I'm describing? Because I'm sort of describing a hybrid. Folks pick up trash, but also have the ability to cite via code enforcement authority. I guess you call that abatement, right, technically. So, I mean, to what extent could we utilize DPU funds for a program like that?
Well, I would say that we currently, Solid Waste is providing the 3-cart service for residential pickup. It also supports Operation Cleanup. And we pay for, that supports 50% of litter control, right? So yeah, we're also contributing 50% towards the litter control budget, which is split between the enterprise and community sanitation. And so at this point, Solid Waste is living paycheck to paycheck right now. And so we don't have a lot of funds left available to implement new services through the enterprise. The Beautify Fresno division may provide some of the services that you're talking about, and it may be a combination of solid waste, it may be a combination of code enforcement, but we'd have to dig into the details there. But the Beautify Fresno division does give us greater flexibility to get out into districts to respond to those cleanup events with less impact to our ongoing day-to-day services. For example, anytime we go do a cleanup during the week, we're pulling equipment off of Operation Cleanup, and that delays our ability to stay on schedule there. And so Beautify Fresno, if fully implemented, will give us additional equipment, additional crews to go out and provide those types of services. We can talk more about how those services are structured going into the new year.
Correct, yeah, and as noted, right, the council still doesn't have really a full grip around exactly what all Beautify Fresno entails, so we're looking forward to that memo by the end of this week. So what you're saying is that if we were to create some kind of program, as I'm describing, we'd be supplanting existing service in DPU.
That's correct. We're fully tasked day in, day out, and we're out cleaning up the city every day. But anytime we get any additional service request, we're not doing one of our daily tasks. So that's going to be the challenge unless we find alternative ways to fund those services.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand that, right? And my initial comments were not to say that you weren't doing. I mean, I understand DPU is doing everything they can. Despite that, I mean, there continues to be lots of trash. In terms of, I mean, what amount, if any, is there of any kind of general fund supplements towards just solid waste and beautification efforts?
So within DPU, there are not any general fund supplements. So
it goes the other way. The DPU people fund the general fund. They throw money at the general for the city manager, city attorney. They fund part of the general fund operation.
Okay. Well, so one direction I'd like to give is, what it would cost to have, a 2-person proactive cleaning crew in my district, or for that matter, all districts, whether it's one district or 7. What kind of equipment they would need and what total cost that would come to, and they'd have the ability to, again, pick up small litter in neighborhoods, all the way to illegal dumping in alleys, and the ability that our code enforcement officers have to be able to report and cite folks and hold them accountable.
I think one of the things that would be a helpful motion would be a motion to conduct the rate study so that for the solid waste department, that we could include these things that you're asking for in the rate study, let the voters vote on, hey, that's what I want to use my solid waste, my monthly bill for, and then that would just make it so much cleaner. And then we could just add the money to the program, expand the program to do these things. But right now, as Mike indicated, they're on vapors. And so they haven't had a rate increase in how many years?
13 years.
13 years. So we've pretty much squeezed these guys pretty tight. So I think if we could get a motion to proceed forward with the rate study next year, add these services, put it out to the voters and let them say, hey, let's do that, that'd be awesome.
Let me ask you this, is the rate studying happening whether I make a motion or not?
You're going to have to approve the consultants, you'll have to approve the rates, so it would help me if you guys could say, yeah, let's go ahead and get that rate study done so that when we bring the rates to you, we bring the study, we do the 218 notifications, you guys have already been queued up that that's the path we're headed down. We can do the study, but we can't get the rates adopted until you guys approve the 218 notification and you approve the rates that come back from that.
And if I could add to that, it really needs to include water,
Oh, yeah,
sewer,
exactly.
solid waste, and community sanitation.
All utilities.
City Manager, when do we get to determine what's part of the rate study? Like what services will be included? For example, if we were to say you're going to go pick up all your city trash cans, at some point you have to incorporate that to your rate
Correct.
study.
So as part of the rate study, we hire an outside independent consultant to do that because that's got to get posted for the public to see, somebody independent. And we start with what we call the revenue requirements. What are the things we want to do with this money? So it's I want to pick up the trash, I want 2 people here, I want 4 there, we put the revenue requirements together. And then once we have the revenue requirements together, then we look at, okay, what are we spreading this across in terms of utility accounts? And we get $1 per month. And then the way we do it here is smaller can, you pay a little less, bigger can, you pay more. So all that gets designed.
When does the council get to weigh in on what you're incorporating to that
Yeah,
rate study?
as part of when we do the 218 and we do the rate study will come to you prior to you adopting it, saying, yeah, go ahead and put that out. You'll see and comment on the rate study, because that's where we'll have the revenue requirements. These are the things we're proposing. And we'll have those discussions with you before, but formally, you approve that revenue requirements, I think, as part of the initiating the 218.
Yeah, City Manager, so, when we cross that bridge, I think that certainly should be included. But right now, I'll go ahead and keep my original motion, just sort of get a draw up of, again, what that looks like in terms of what I've described and what it would cost.
Can you repeat the motion for the record, Vice President?
Yes. All right, let's see here. What did I just whip up? So what I'm looking for is roughly a 2-person crew, proactively picks up litter and illegal dumping within a council district, what equipment they need, what all the personnel and equipment would cost on an annual basis.
I'll second that.
Yeah,
Put that in the hopper.
So, what it would be for one council district, and if you scaled it to all 7 citywide. So, again, but also maintaining the code enforcement abilities to be able to report and cite properties in the same way that our code officers do. Second by Council President Chavez. Thank you, sir.
Council, as far as the citation, you can easily establish that, but I think we'll need to take a look at amending job descriptions and possibly some meet and confer on that too.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, and right now I'm just looking for a cost. I mean, I'm not sure what the most appropriate sort of placement or structure would be. I'm just looking for creative ways to clean up the district that struggles with the litter problem and illegal dumping as well.
Did you get that, City Clerk? The second motion?
I did, but I'm sorry, was it 2 persons period or 2 persons per district?
I'll shoot you an email.
I got the rest.
Yeah. All right. So that'll conclude my my comments and motions for now. And then, depending on what that analysis comes back as, I may end up making that to a formal motion to add into the budget, probably with general funds. As the director noted, any use of DPU funds would supplant, I guess, existing service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Soria?
Thank you, Council President. Director, just have a couple questions. So I know that the convenience center has been a topic of discussion for many years now, given, the challenges that we have with illegal dumping. Do we anticipate seeing that this facility will help with kind of the operational cleanup volume? Or what's the goal and how the scope that we're building it to?
Yeah, that's the intent. It's to increase the number of opportunities for our customers to properly dispose of bulky items, material, and to prevent that material from being illegally dumped in an alley. And the concept is we're already picking it up, right? We're driving around, we're getting Fresco requests, we're going out and cleaning alleys. And so by the partnership with CARTS, having that program spring and fall, and moving towards a facility We'll have to consider whether we construct additional facilities going forward, but all of that in conjunction with the Operation Cleanup Program, where we come to the customers once a year. All of those programs are to reduce the amount of illegal dumped material that we have to haul out of the city every single day.
I represent an area that, like west of the 99, it's a hodgepodge of development. You have city and county kind of mixed. And I know sometimes county people take advantage of the services that we provide. Have we had any conversations with county to figure out how they can be helpful in that sense? And then two, is the convenience center also going to be available to these folks so that they don't just dump in the city limits because they know that we're picking up?
So the convenience center would be available to those customers who pay the residential rate. And so it's not available to county residents, and that's something we would have to work through, which is, do we develop a model where we can charge residents from the unincorporated area? If somebody from the city of Clovis wanted to come use the facility, we would have to establish a fee to do that.
Is there a reason why we wouldn't?
We could definitely do a fee study and put that in place. One of the challenges we have, though, is we have a daily tonnage limitation, so we will have to consider that. Is that going to drive the tonnage up and then impact the ability for our city customers to access the facility?
Okay. Well, because either way, some of these county folks are dumping in the city limits because they know that we're picking it up anyway. So I'm trying to figure out a mechanism to provide, venue for them as well. And obviously they can pay for it.
Right. So I believe the county does have certain programs where they can haul material to a facility certain times of the year. But it's definitely a challenge when we operate the Operation Cleanup Program, and on one side of the road, a service is being provided, on the other side of the road, it's not. And so there are customers who do participate in the program without actually paying for it. So
have we had a conversation at all with the county to see if this is something, especially in those areas within the city limits that are county, where I am pretty sure people in the county are taking advantage of the program?
Yeah, I have not had a recent conversation with them. One of the things that we've done is I believe we just filled one of our program compliance officer positions, and one of the tasks for that individual is to go out and ensure compliance and making sure that the correct individuals are participating. And so we will continue to, try to enforce compliance at a higher level. So that's definitely an initiative that we are taking to try to reduce the illegal dumping into some of the Operation Cleanup piles.
Okay. On the Beautify Fresno division, I know that you guys have budgeted a significant amount from, or proposing that Measure P get utilized. Has the commission already approved or supported this?
They don't have an approval step. They have a consideration step. So it has been presented to them last Monday. And so they considered it. It wasn't one of the recommendations, but they're meeting again on Monday. So they may come up with something on
But it
Monday.
was not, it has yet to be a recommendation from them.
From them, correct. We presented it to them, how we were allocating the money, because that was in the ordinance, it says city shall allocate. So we presented our allocation. We presented all the stuff. And then they gave you those first set of recommendations. We expect to get more recommendations on Monday.
Okay. And then to the point that Council Member Arias made on the Hope Now for Youth agreement, I'd like to, if you guys have like the scope, what does that include?
We can find the documentation, Mike, if I'm correct. It's just a referral agency right now, right? They just help refer these individuals to come to the city and work. I think they do litter cleanup. Is that what they're?
Yeah, they do litter cleanup. Depends on what level of training they have with us and whether they can be on Operation Cleanup. But generally, litter control, they are paired up with a city employee, so there is a mentorship piece to that. They cannot drive a vehicle, so that's one of the challenges that we face.
Are we operating off a scope of work? I don't think we have a. We can find out, but we'll get that to you.
Yeah, I think it'd just be good to have all that information. And
And just to
is
clarify, we
this
don't
diff-
pay for Hope Now for New. We just pay it's kind of like what we're talking about, using the WIB to bring us candidates, and we would pay for them. The Hope Now for Youth refers candidates, and then we hire the people that they identify, and they just become our temporary employees, part-time employees.
Okay. I know in the past we've worked also with the local conservation corps. Is this different?
I'm not familiar with the local conservation corps.
I don't know if they did stuff for you guys or for, yeah, we've used them. I know that we used to have a contract.
Yeah, the Conservation Corps used to do the Median Islands, Alley
They-
Cruise, and I think a
So
couple
they're
of
not-
facilities.
Not recently, so we have used them in the past, but not recently.
Is there a reason why we just no longer work with them?
Not that I'm aware of, and we can look into that. I'm not.
There is a
up to
reason.
speed on the-
I can talk to you about that offline.
Okay,
Councilwoman.
so that's why I think it'd be great for us to figure out the scope. I know that there's like, for example, I remember supporting the local conservation corps do some of this work. It is also, the local conservation corps hires also at-risk youth, a lot of them from our disadvantaged neighborhoods. So I'd like to explore what's going on there with that. Then I did want to make a specific motion. So last year, Councilmember Arias and I initiated a pilot project where we're working with a community-based organization in the Tower District to do exactly what Beautify Fresno, the initiative, is attempting to do, which is beautify neighborhoods. And so we launched a pilot program. We'd like to allocate $100,000 to continue the beautification of and have consistent cleanup in this area, both District 3 and 1. Councilmember Arias? do you
I'll
wanna
second that with the friendly amendment that we continue the cleanup efforts in Chinatown as well. Those business corridors are extremely critical, and as you know, those southern business corridors tend to have the most homeless population, given the service agencies. So we need consistent cleanup that doesn't rely on volunteers.
So, council member, if I could respond to that, the contract was originally to be funded through the general fund, if I remember correctly, and that funding I don't think currently exists, and therefore the solid waste enterprise is having to pick up the funding for that. So I would recommend that if we were to continue the Chinatown cleanup, that we identify an alternative funding source going forward.
You're absolutely correct, Director. My intention is not to come out of DPU budget, so is to make a motion for staff to identify the appropriate funding source, whether it's rescue funds or general fund, but to make sure that we have the Chinatown and the Tower District business corridors have routine cleanup.
Thank you.
So that's, the motion is to, it's kind of like, council members or Sparz's, tell me what it's going to cost to continue to do tower.
No, fund
It's
it.
to fund it.
So you, but again, I just want to
$100,000.
make sure we're clear, because this is where we get in trouble with parks. Do something for 100,000, it lasts for a week, and then everybody's going to be mad
No,
at
we
us.
know that's going to be enough because we started a pilot program with a community-based
description you can send us?
organization in the Tower District.
I know, do you have a scope of work you can
Yeah,
send us?
yeah,
Perfect.
yeah.
Send us the scope of work, and then we'll consider that and figure out how we want to package it.
And we're open, City Manager, for you guys to make adjustments to scope of work based on your Beautify Fresno model. But we just want to make sure that those corridors, downtown already has daily cleanup through the PBID and a set aside in the budget, but Chinatown and Tower don't, especially if those contracts expire from the previous year. So we want to make sure that they too get consistent cleanup.
Yep. Yeah, if you send us the scopes, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. For Tower District, it's specific, it's 100,000. I don't know for the Chinatown, what that amount is.
I believe Chinatown was 147, but.
Your signature authority.
Correct. Yeah, correct. It was encouragement when there was a lack of participation and responsiveness.
The other, just some comments that I wanted to make in regards to Beautify Fresno, and the reason that I'm proposing that we actually set funds to continue and augment the pilot program that we started is because what I feel is important is that we do have actual paid folks doing the work. The Blitz events that we've had, and we've had tremendous amount of success. I know Mark Standriff has been working really hard with CBOs and our different council offices, but I don't know if it'll be sustainable for the long run. in terms of being consistent. And we don't need just one-offs. It needs to be like on a weekly, especially neighborhoods like the Tower area that are, these commercial corridors. And so I think that I'm looking forward to the plan once you guys bring the entire budget, so that we see really how it's going to be a sustainable program where it just doesn't rely on hundreds of volunteers. I think the volunteers should kind of augment the work that can be done in the city, but I do believe that we need a core, either different types of programs with community-based organizations, or we really need to beef up our staffing to have folks that are consistently cleaning the neighborhoods. I know that there's a desire from the administration, and I know the director, I think for the last couple of years, to go back and do a revision of our rates, because we haven't over the last 12 years. The only thing that I will caution us, and I don't know if I would be ready to support any increases. So this city has just received $177 million. We are seeing also a $20 million increase in revenues that we weren't expecting. And so how is it that we're going to go ask the ratepayer to pay more when there is money within the budget? So that's kind of the challenge that I see in that. And so how do you justify that? So I think we have to be able to maximize the usage of the $70 million that we're getting, to be able to ensure that we don't sit on all this money and then still ask the ratepayer to pay more.
Yeah, and that's part of the proposal, I'll call it, because we haven't allocated the money, was buying equipment for these programs so that those will be ongoing, and then figuring out a way, and then through the rate studies, we talked about the revenue requirements, we would add the staffing resources that would accompany that equipment.
Okay. And then I did note, highlight in page B153, it still alludes to the homeless task force. So I don't know if that's a typo, or if, I'm not sure. I thought we had changed that. So just noting that, I think if we got to stay consistent. Yeah.
Yeah, we've identified a couple of areas where we just missed some of the changes in the language. So
Just make sure that our staff knows that we don't have a homeless task force anymore.
Correct.
Can we hire Terry Cox as our proofreader next year?
But I think those are all the questions now that I had. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Would that conclude your questions, Councilman Soya?
I did have a question on that one motion, Council President. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Where you talked about $100,000 for the Tower District, and that was to neighborhood industries. So are you looking for RFP or a contract with neighborhood industries?
We're open to the discussion.
Oh.
Yeah. So we started it as a pilot program. There's been some success there. And I think it'd be great if Neighborhood Industries actually comes and presents. However, we're open to the discussion about what kind of model we want to see with that funding.
Okay.
And it also included Chinatown component.
Yeah, so, and I wasn't sure, was that part of the same 100 or different
No,
100?
it's a different.
Is it 100, 147? What?
Yeah, the current contract for Chinatown was 147, but if you guys come up with a scope of work that can do it more efficiently, then that's of course open. If it's city employees that are going to be more cost effective, if it's a CBO, I'll leave that up to you guys. Okay. We just want a consistent cleanup of those corridors given the amount of.
So for the sake of the motion, it was 100 for the tower and 147 for Chinatown.
As starting points, and then let the staff come back with recommendations.
One of the things that I actually though do appreciate about the pilot program that we started with Neighborhood Industries, they're taking folks that are homeless. So they're taking people off the street that wouldn't generally be able to get a job. And so whatever we want to do, if we want to put it out to RFP, I'm fine with that. But I do want to make sure that the scope does include a component where they're putting at-risk folks, previously homeless or homeless folks, that are given the opportunity to work. They've made it work. They've been able to absorb liability or deal with those issues that some other groups won't, because that's kind of the type of employees that they've been able to hire and work with in the community.
So Councilwoman Sawyer, if you could send that scope of work to our city manager along with those guidelines, I think that would be helpful for the conversation. All right, Director Carbajal, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Up next, we have Transportation Department, or also known as FACTS. Who's going to be presenting that?
Council President, I'm sorry to interrupt. We still have public comment. We have
Oh,
two members
sorry.
of the public that I wish to speak.
Apologies for that. Who's the first person up? Is it Ms. Lisa Flores? She was queued up.
CVUI staff.
A little worried of people that don't put their name in, but Mr. CVUI staff or Mrs. CVUI staff, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Council President. My name is Eric Payne. I'm the Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. And we'd like to thank Director Carbajal for his presentation. Additionally, we welcome an open dialogue with him and his leadership team. However, we recognize the human right to water is indispensable for leading a life of human dignity. As we've monitored since 2018, the department's extreme delay in implementation of its purple pipe system and infrastructure. One of many examples, a poor community bearing the brunt of an environmental crisis, specifically those disenfranchised communities most impacted by the lack of clean drinking water in some of our older and more historic neighborhoods. We've seen extreme disinvestment. We're requesting that the Public Utilities Department take targeted action to preserve and improve inequitable water vulnerabilities within those communities most disproportionately impacted by the lack of clean drinking water, by safeguarding and minimizing its inevitable consequences in the future by some of our youngest citizens who are vulnerable to the consumption of lead drinking water in our public spaces, to better ensure the health, safety, and quality of life of our community members. The consequences of neglecting this responsibility have also become quite evident. Thank you, Council President, for my time. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Now our last speaker is Ms. Lisa Flores. Yes.
Yeah, so just so we're clear, the first slide that we present on DPU, we meet all the federal and state drinking water standards everywhere, every corner of the city. So
thank you for that clarification. Ms. Lisa Flores, you'll have 2 minutes.
Well, first off, I would like to thank the entire City Council for their due diligence in asking lots of questions. I came in a little late on the police part of it because I had an appointment. But the question I have about this program is, why isn't the city doing more of a jobs program to employ the homeless versus just, in the tower or downtown? Why is it not a more city-run jobs program of having them pick up litter and trash? Because I know that's one of a very important thing when you want to transition out of homeless is having a job, making an income, and increasing your self-value and worth through work. So I would encourage the city to look more into that, and not only picking up trash, but also employing the homeless within other departments of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. That concludes our presentation. Transportation Department. Assistant City Manager Barfield, you'll be presenting?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And as usual, I want to thank Ryan for all the work that he does in between these presentations and keeping us safe within this space. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gregory Barfield, Assistant City Manager and Director of Transportation.
Director, can I save you time and make a motion to keep zero fare for the next 5 years? Get us out of here.
I thought you were just going to move our budget. First of all, I want to thank the department staff for the last 16 months, and they have worked tirelessly through this pandemic. There are very few of our staff that are working remotely. Most of them are keeping our buses and our fleet up and moving. And again, I just want to say thank you so very much to them, particularly the bus drivers and the mechanics and all the great folks. And then behind me, you'll see a great team of individuals that assist in moving this department forward. And I want to thank each and every one of them, led by Assistant Director Brian Barr and Assistant Director Joe Vargas. And of course, I would be remiss if I did not mention Belinda McMillan Hayner, got it backwards, who keeps the pennies in order. Before we start, I want to be very clear with each and every one of you. At the end of our budget, in the budget book, there is not an ARPA list, okay? So you won't hear me say anything about ARPA, all right? I just want to be very clear. I'm not talking ARPA today.
But for the record, you did get a pretty good cash of ARPA, right?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. So, but the ARPA regs for us are not all the way out either. I just know that it can be used for operational use and possibly capital. But I just want to be clear, we are not leveraging any ARPA in this budget. So, first slide. Let's see here. All right. As you see, from 2017 to 2020 proposed, by line item, our personnel cost, our non-personnel cost, under 22, it's not really a big jump. It's reprogrammed all of the capital expenses as we do every year in 22. So that's why it went from 66 to 104. That's just, again, a reprogramming of our capital money. ID charges, 10 million plus, and then contingency. We always carry a $500,000 fuel contingency in the fleet department because of the fluctuation of fuel. And this year, we're just moving it over to the next year. Again, these are 17 to 21 are actuals, whereas 22 are the budgeted amounts, and you see all the other notes down. Next slide. I did the Carrie Donis thing. I blew mine up. Council member. I want to make sure that everyone understands that the first slide was the entire department, but our department is about three pieces of a larger puzzle. We've got the FACTS operating, FACTS capital, and then fleet. Fleet is an internal service fund. It is basically we take and charge each of the departments for the vehicles, the fuel, and all of the repairs that we do for them. Next slide. Again, here's our actual and estimated revenue. Again, zero for the entire department, particularly the transportation side, on general fund. Our special revenue is basically CARES and Measure C. We will be receiving some reimbursements. We have actually filed for a reimbursement back in November and are waiting for about $32.4 million from the feds to land back in our bank account. So that's us reprogramming that money back in. Our enterprise line is again going to be CRISA, CARES, again, that repayment. And then the internal service fund, and then the total revenue, $194 million. Next slide.
Director Barfield?
Yeah.
Did I hear correctly the 2022 proposed special revenue sale that includes ARPA and Measure C combined?
No, I didn't say ARPA. I said CARES. You tried to get me there. No. Sure. It's CARES. It's the money that we've already asked for. The replacement of that we reprogrammed here. So it is technically CARES money we've already spent, and we're waiting on the replacement.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Here's our budget expansions. Overtime. The fare box maintenance contract, which we've kind of talked about, we've got to keep our fare boxes and everything in a state of good repair. Our paratransit increase over the base. Fresno City College and Proterra, as well as our department, received a Measure C grant for the West Fresno campus. This is year 2, and it's just merely a pass-through. We are building an innovation center there where we will be training individuals working with Proterra in the district on zero emission technology, particularly battery electric buses, which is a good thing. We also paid $25,000 in DPE coordinator to Public Works. We are requesting to convert 10 PPTs, which are part-time drivers. Councilmember Soria will remember last year, her and I had discussion about this. We've tried and we've not been able to move that, that program, so we want to convert them to full-time individuals. That is a net zero cost. So our expansion is 5.4. Next slide. And then I have a consideration for you already. I come with my hand and hat out. One of the things we realized as we were reviewing the budget is I failed to request a position. That position is a network systems specialist. Will be in ISD, but work on our things in fax. As you know, we're very tech heavy.
Only if we could get Wi-Fi on the buses.
I'll make a motion.
I'll make a motion to get your position if we can get Wi-Fi on our buses.
Member
How about
Soria, I will second your motion of the position contingent on Wi-Fi going live. So it's been mentioned and seconded.
You want a systems network person.
Oh, thank you very much.
And by the way, your apologies accepted.
There'll be more on Wi-Fi as we met yesterday, and we're doing some additional work today on that. So hopefully by Friday I'll have some information on Wi-Fi. But I walked right into that, so good one. And again, the last slide. Again, here's our priorities as it aligns with the mayor's vision. Again, look, we're about beautifying Fresno. We've got shelter crews that are out. They respond to both Fresno apps, my phone calls, and of course, when they see something, they stop. We've got a couple of crews out there every day. We're about inclusive economic development. As you know, that's our main mission, getting folks to and from medical appointments. We're about youth leadership. As we are moving people around, we also look forward to going back to Duncan Polytech and really engaging those young folks in that heavy-duty mechanics program over there to get them to come work for us at some point. You know, we're all about the pride because we've got this large terminal downtown. And again, our long-range plan is really about electrification of the fleet, both fire and PD vehicles, long-term in the future, and all the other good stuff. So that's my presentation. I'm sticking to it. And I'll try to be short and sweet.
There's that repetitive marketing again by the mayor's priorities. Any questions, colleagues? Councilwoman Soria? Other than Wi-Fi on the bus?
Yeah, Wi-Fi. She's going to get me again.
Let me ask him.
Right now. So if you can allow me to gather my things. And
Sure. Councilman Radias?
I do have a request for clarification.
Sure.
Your budget book says 8 full-time bus drivers, but then it references them as 0.75.
So, well, two things there. So the 10 part-time positions will collapse into 8, but we're not going to fill them until the October. That's why they're at that level.
So it goes back to the budgeting gimmicks of we're not going to fully allocate the money because we know they're not going to be hired on day one?
Right. So, for example, we have 22 vacancies as of today. I already have a class of 12, filling 12 PCNs, ready to go July, I think 10th or 11th. So this would be probably the third group that we will use those PCNs for.
Good. Director, just a couple of comments. First of all, thank you to your staff. Not only did you guys perform in the pandemic, and before there were vaccines, your bus drivers were still keeping things rolling and essential workers, getting to their jobs. So deeply appreciate that.
Appreciate that.
Secondly, you guys are really doing a good job of cleaning up your bus stops and emptying garbage cans. I see a lot of them in my district, so kudos to you all. If the city could take that model and do that to business frontages and commercial corridors, we would be a much more beautiful city. So with that, that's all my questions for you, except
No,
for...
I will thank our shelter crew staff for you.
Yeah.
They work very hard, and like I say, they respond even to my request via Fresco.
And lastly, I will hold everything hostage for Wi-Fi. So this is the last budget cycle I want to ask for Wi-Fi publicly and be given multiple reasons why Wi-Fi cannot.
No, it's funny. I was looking at a draft staff report today, and it talked about the chronological history back to Bruce Rudd in 2015. So there's a lot of details there.
Lastly, Director, you guys have been the caretakers of the water tower. Thank you for that. You've done a really good job, and I'm hopeful that we will transition that to an active, entertainment venue and coffee shop soon. But I do want to thank you because your staff there has taken complete ownership of that historical jewel, and you guys have maintained it very well given the pandemic and the shutdown. And I'm looking forward to, City Manager, us getting that thing operational and making sure it's a place that folks can take selfies and remember Fresno's history, but your individual there has really taken ownership of that historical jewel, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a shout out to Joseph Billy Bergen. For some of you long timers like Councilmember Chavez will remember, Billy was the guy who kept this building running, and we were able to borrow him for long term, hopefully until retirement from Public Works. He's an electrician by trade. He actually did most of the work when he was at Public Works in the facilities division at that particular building when we did the rehabs many years ago. And so it was a pleasure for him to step back into that space. So thank you.
Councilwoman Soria?
Thank you, Council President. I have a number of questions. Going back to the resolution that this council passed for zero fare during the pandemic, just wanted to ask about the ridership. What did we see? What have you guys noticed since you guys implemented the resolution where people could ride the bus for free? I know initially we received a lot of hesitation from the bus drivers in terms of, what kind of folks were going to be able to get on the bus and maybe do continuous riding. So I just wanted to see if maybe those myths were dispelled, because I have heard that they didn't experience what they thought they would experience with some of that, but also just kind of the ridership.
Thank you, Councilmember. What I would say about ridership, overall right now we're down like 41% over last year. But of course, we were starting in COVID. At that point, we've been able to increase our ridership capacity from 10 people to 25. And beginning Monday, we go with no capacity limits. However, under federal mandates, we still have to wear masks at least until September 13th, if not beyond that. On the ridership side, it's really kind of hard to tell the impact of zero fare versus our capacity. So during capacity of the 10, we were passing up folks. Now we've gone to 25, we're not doing any pass ups. Everyone's able to get on the bus. But again, it's an enclosed, it's an enclosed bus, vehicle, where I think our riders feel comfortable in using the system. However, there's a lot of our folks that are not on the system right now. And I'm particularly talking about school-age kids. They are not on the system right now. And so I think that 40% that has disappeared is really about the school-age kids. And so on the incident level, we have seen a couple of more incidences, and only because we have such great technology. We've had 2 that were captured on video working with PD. We've shared that information with them. One of the suspects was captured. We're very appreciative of that. And then the other suspect, they've got some pretty good leads on him. He just destroyed some property. So on that respect, I don't think it was doomsday, as some of the drivers put it out to be originally. We've also added secure doors to every one of our buses. So now our bus driver is in a secure area with a glass partition, and so there's not as much contact as they used to have.
Okay, Perfect. And then, given the fact that we're going to require folks to wear masks, do the buses carry extra so that they don't have to turn away riders if they don't have their masks?
So originally what we had done was when we engage someone who does not have a mask, we dispatch a supervisor who brings them a mask. We did not want to get in a position where the drivers were interacting with individuals by passing a mask to them. I think I need to relook at that in the next couple of days to figure out a better way to do that. It may be about putting boxes of masks on each bus. At one point, masks were hard to come by at the beginning of this pandemic, and now they're coming out our eardrums. So
I'd encourage you to just add boxes of masks on the buses.
I think FEMA sent us 5,000 cloth masks, some of which we've given away, but I think we still have a couple of thousand in there. So, yep.
Wanted to ask about Handy Ride. I know that you guys have done a significant amount of trips per year. I think last year 170,000. In the past, I know personally in our office we've received significant number of complaints about access to Handy Ride service and operation complaints. Have you guys, and I know that whenever we get some of those concerns, we pass them on to the department. Have those issues been resolved? And has there been a customer survey for Handy Ride offered in the recent year or?
Yeah, so on the Handy Ride side, many of the complaints that we've gathered from your office have really been about people who are outside the boundary of Handy Ride. I think we've kind of solved that now with the 45 going straight down Ashland all the way to Central High. And then the opening of, the building of the new Route 3 on Herndon has opened up an entire new group. I can remember 2 of your complaints were literally people that were 80, 90 feet on the wrong side of the street. So they're now all being served. Okay. Second, we've changed providers. So we went from Keolis to Next, and our ridership is very happy. And then on the customer survey, we typically do it every 2 years. It's the even years. Of course, we couldn't do it last year because of COVID. We'll be coming up with a plan. Do we do it at the end of this year, or do we wait to 22? Okay.
Thank you. And then just want to say that District 1, myself, my staff, and then the residents of west of the 99 are very appreciative of the fact that over the years we have figured out how to expand the service out, in particular to Out to Inspiration Park. Right. We had our first all-accessible park that wasn't accessible by public transit. So I'm very happy that we've been able to maintain that and that we have service out west of the 99. So just wanted to say thank you for that. I did want to, though, ask if there are any further expansions in areas of the city that don't have services that you guys are looking at that is incorporated within this budget.
So within this budget, staff is currently working on 3 different scenarios, and I don't know where we're going to land on these 3, but one is taking Route 45 from Central High School, East High School, out to Juan Garza, wrap it around the football stadium, thanks to the developers out there that are building us bus bays, and then bring it back. Back around Glacier and then back down Ashland. I think that will happen easily this year, maybe mid-year. The other one, it turned out to be an unmet need. So every year we go out to the public and we ask them, hey, what are we not doing that you need? And for the first time that I've been in FACTS, there was an unmet need, and that's access to Clovis Community College. I just want to thank all those students out there at Clovis Community for being a part of the unmet needs process for 3 years now. They've got it. But we have a plan to pull the new Route 3 up Willow, serve the campus. Probably in December, we'll make that move. We've got that one pretty much covered. It's only a couple $100,000. And that will provide access to Clovis Community. Those students don't come back in earnest until January anyway, so we're good there. And we'll take back our our shuttle service that we currently use there now. And then we've been studying a crosstown route with no number on it, but it serves church from one side of Fresno, dang near to Sanger, what do they call it, New Sanger High School? Sanger West, yes, that was easy. So the new Sanger West, go Apaches school. That one, it will probably create a few challenges for us. I don't know if we're going to be able to pull it off this year, but we're definitely looking at those. Now, I will divert and speak about ARPA. Although it's not yet in our budget, right, and we don't know all the rules, what I expect is if we are able to use ARPA, we would begin to look at increasing frequencies on our highest served routes, at least in the AM peak. So Route 38, which is the Cedar route, Route 3, Route 45, Route 28, Route 32, we'd probably do to some maximum peak service. And I would love to take all of our routes and make them all 30 minutes or less. That's been probably next to serving Herndon, that's probably been the second biggest request of our customer because Route 45 is on 45-minute frequency now. So that would be our goal, to get all of those routes down and then be better able than the AM to take school-based kids and pack them on the bus with another bus coming a few minutes behind it.
I'm excited to hear that Clovis students, have been active in trying to get service out there. I'm hoping that once we extend that service out there, that will also kind of really incentivize State Center Community College to continue investing to get transportation passes, and hopefully that will be part of the plan to get us to close to zero fare, if not as close as we can, to provide our students, at minimum our students, the ability to ride the public buses.
And it's really been a conversation with Trustee Debbie Ikeda over the last 4 years, and then Dr. Bennett, Lori Bennett, and Gurdeep Hebert. Those educational leaders have really helped keep the students and us engaged together. And outside of last year, which was the first year we hadn't been to an ASB meeting, we typically go to an ASB meeting twice a year where they grill us, similar to you all, about when you're going to bring a bus out here and how can we help you get it here. So again, I want to thank them for their tenacity.
Question, given kind of the pandemic and the lessons that we all learned, have you guys thought about any innovative public transit projects that we should expect in the future?
Yeah, so one of the things we're looking at doing with our some CRISA money, which was the second stimulus package, we went for a grant with the Fresno State Transportation Institute, us, and our bus manufacturer, Gillig. It was on innovative technology under COVID. We weren't successful, but we're dusting that thing off right now. And Gillig, as our bus manufacturer, is basically saying, we're here. We want to help you with air filtration and ventilation within our buses. Because if we make you successful, we make the entire industry successful. So we're really excited about that partnership that we're looking to reform, and we'll use a slice of our money. Gillig's putting up their own money, and again, that'll all be run through the Institute, at the Transportation Institute at Fresno State. So,
cool. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Also, many years ago, I think maybe a couple directors ago, I had asked to do mobility study to connect the downtown area to the tower. I brought up the issue. We've had trolleys sitting in our yard, I don't know how many years now, many years. At least I've been here 7 now. And
yeah, our trolleys are no longer in our yard. Okay. They've been gone since...
Where are they? Years?
Years, yeah. So you probably asked about them 7 years ago, and they were gone 6.5 years ago. So there was some maintenance issues related to those trolleys and that service. But guess what? Someone has asked me about a trolley, and although I have the catalog on my desk, we've actually found electric trolleys. And so we have not done any exploration. We have not figured out, is this going to work or not? But staff, after we get through this month, we will be taking a look at, does it make sense to go after one of those electric vehicles?
We, just to add to it, I've asked them, I'd love to get two myself for that downtown to the tower, to the Lingo project and so forth, over to the BRT route on Blackstone. And I met with the Air Quality Control Board and looking at how we might be able to partner on some funding. And I'm going to be having a follow-up meeting with them as well. So we are on the same page and trying to have those trolleys in Fresno.
So,
but kudos to you. I'll give you credit for being a pioneer, and I'll give him credit for keeping it moving.
well, 7 years ago and it stalled because
Yeah.
we had the COG doing a mobility study to connect the downtown and tower, but nothing really came out of it. So do we really need to study it? Can't we
No.
just pilot it?
No,
So
wait, no, we
shouldn't
don't.
that just be a motion? Let's go acquire them. Let's do the pilot of seeing how we can at least, if it's on the
Councilman,
weekends.
would you like to make it in
and
a form of a motion?
Yeah, so I guess
All right,
my motion would be to purchase those two trolleys, since the mayor wants two of, I'll get you two, Mayor.
Thank you. I couldn't get it done, but maybe the council can.
I'll second the motion to direct the mayor to secure two trolleys.
All right, you got it.
So just so we're clear for the city clerk, is it two trolleys total or four trolleys?
No, two trolleys.
Two trolleys.
To do
The
the
mayor
con-
trolley and the council trolley.
Yeah,
Okay, which one's bigger, the mayor trolley or the
council trolley is
Okay.
always gonna be bigger.
All right, city clerk, did you get that? Two trolleys.
And for the record, Director, you can't put the mayor's logos and branding and, campaign slogans on those trolleys.
No,
Oh, yeah, one Fresno.
I think one will call, the mayor's trolley, and I think the other one will call Esme's trolley, right? We'll just stencil in the name right there.
So those were all the questions that I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much.
Councilmember Maxwell? Right in the middle of drinking
Yeah,
water.
right. He did that to me too, so.
Hey, good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to just start by saying the following. Over the last 6 months, we've worked a lot together on a project, an idea, a vision that was really near and dear to my heart, the Zero Fare Clean Air Act. One of the things that was really important to me and continues to be is equitable transportation.
Right.
And I know we've butted heads on it a few times, but that's not because we don't want to have the same end result.
Absolutely.
Sometimes because of the nature of administration versus council, we have different ideas of arriving at the same place. But nonetheless, you and your staff have taken incredible amounts of time to work with me in my office and try to think of ways to create an equitable system of transportation for our city. And as I've gotten to know you over the last 6 months, Director, I know that you are fair-minded, you are good-hearted, and you share that equitable vision. And so I just really appreciate all the time that you've put into working on this vision with us. And I know we've provided thousands of zero-fare rides for thousands of Fresno residents over the last few months. And I was hoping that you could just share, for the public's sake and my colleagues' sake, the timeline of how the current zero-fare system works, given the federal regulations and guidelines, and talk a little bit about some of the recent conversations we've been having about landing at a place to where we continue a zero-fare model for certain populations going forward.
All right, it's my pleasure, and Councilmember, it has been an honor to work with you and your staff. I'd be remiss if I did not call out Aubrey and Linda, and of course Belinda, Joe, and Brian, who have done all of the legwork when it comes to digging into this, and of course our owner reps who have helped us with the FTA and other folks. Natalie LaFleur and her dad, Rudy. that they have been tremendous helps to us. So here's where we are, I think, in landing this plan. I get to land something, Council President. The council wanted zero fares for certain key populations, mainly those who were disenfranchised, youth, college students, I keep calling them kids, college students, and veterans. And so what we're proposing, and we've gone back and began this dialogue over the last couple of weeks. Both Joe Vargas and Belinda are working with Fresno Unified, picking up where a conversation we left at just before COVID, to allow for Fresno Unified at a reduced rate to purchase bulk passes from us for all 7th through 12th graders. The goal would be we will roll the fare back from $1.25 to $1, reduce our bulk purchase price. They would then purchase those for all of their students. Hopefully, they would do it over a 12-month period is what we're suggesting to them, so that their students can get to summer school and jobs during the summer or the park or whatever. And that would cover that group. Fresno Unified typically carries the K through 6 students. And so council member has asked, well, what can we do to make sure, just in case those students had to ride our bus? And typically that happens because mom is riding the bus or big brother's riding the bus and they get off right before or the same location. So we'd do one or two things. We just, okay, if Fresno Unified won't go lower than 7th grade, maybe we raise our age to 12 and under, ride for free, which is part of our master fee schedule responsibilities. So that can be done. And then we recently, right before we got to the pandemic, started doing reduced rates for veterans. So instead of the $1.25, it's 60 cents. Well, if we're going to roll back to $1, it would really be 50 cents. And Councilmember Maxwell's office had written a grant to Kaiser. And so I've offered to sit with them to ask Kaiser to do that, to cover the veterans. So that's another population that's now covered. And then finally, Department of Social Services typically picks up those who are on any kind of aid, who need to get to and from an appointment or even come out to the DSS headquarters. And that's why it was important for us, although I understand the politics behind it. They're moving out of the downtown area, really killed us, right? And off the Kings Canyon corridor really killed us. But we thought it was important to make sure that bus continued to go there. So us, Clovis Transit, FCTRA, and EOC all work together to make sure we continue to provide services to that building and to those clienteles, as well as Handy Ride. So Clovis built the facility for us. We've got a nice stop there, nice concrete pad, and we're doing it. So we think that we know, because I just signed the contract again, extending another year of offering services, that they'll continue to buy those passes. So with the federal regs, we're able to suspend fares for 6 months. That ends August 30th. So beginning September 1st, we will begin to collect fares again. But we're going to continue to work with Fresno Unified because we like to get a deal in place this summer. So when their kids come back, they ride the first 2 weeks free, and then we implement the passes for September.
So, Director, if I understand correctly, if we were to execute this to a T, we could potentially see all kids in Fresno under the age of 12 riding fare free.
Yeah.
All Fresno Unified students up to 12th grade riding the bus for free.
Correct.
Having veterans, our heroes, potentially ride the bus for free, and reducing universal bus fare to $1 from $1.25.
And then I have two more crazy wild ideas, right? And I've vetted this with my staff, so this is not going to be a shock. They're not going to be, you're not going to have to do CPR on any of them, particularly Belinda. But we have such a great relationship with the ASI at both Fresno State, and really, as I discussed earlier with Clovis Community, that I want to approach those ASIs and really begin to ask them because their student body card is the key to ride our bus anyway. So we're just going to cut out the middleman. We're going to go straight and work with them about them continuing to do that, provide the student body card. One of the benefits would be a free ride. They would put into that program, and we would help try to figure out a way to match what they couldn't cover. Whether it's the district itself or whether it's a combination of the two, we'll figure it out. But we're committed to doing that, understanding that they're not populating their campus fully until January. So we've got a few weeks or a few months. They are only expecting 30% or less in-person capacity this fall. So we've got a little bit of time.
Director, if you would allow me to make a motion, given what we had just discussed. Again, I appreciate the efforts that you've put into this, and I'm willing to take any friendly amendments on this motion. And when I say motion, I mean a 7-point motion, so here we go. And I'd be happy to email this to the city clerk, but I'll read it off for the record. I'd like to make a motion to immediately begin negotiations with the agreed upon entities we just discussed, whether that's the Fresno Unified or the various colleges. Make a motion to get a cost estimate for the amount of money it would take to provide zero fare for Fresno Unified students, Fresno State students, Fresno City students, Fresno Pacific University students, and veterans. Third motion would be to set aside that amount in our general funds to fund zero fare for those populations in the case that we do not reach deals with any of those given entities. 4, that in the case that ARPA funds could be used for that purpose, that funding should come from ARPA instead of the general funds. Number 5, to in good faith continue negotiations with private entities such as Kaiser, CRMC, and others for funding to subsidize those identified populations or add additional populations for qualifying for zero fare. Point 6 would be to begin good faith negotiations with the Measure C committee to appropriate increased funding for local transportation in the next installment of Measure C in 2027. And I don't know, Director, if you need a motion to make that reduction from $1.25 to $1, but be happy to throw that in there as well.
You can throw it in there. I've got to do a fare equity study. That will take some time, but yeah, you can throw it in there.
I'll second your motions to put them in the hopper, Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you.
All right. Does that conclude your questions, Councilmember Maxwell?
Yes.
Yes. Vice President, do you have any questions? No. All right. Councilmember Carbasi, are you still on Zoom?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Assistant City Manager Barfield, I was just wondering if you can tell us about how paratransit's working, especially with some of those new routes.
So as you know, paratransit is an on-demand call and response system. You call in and we respond. And I know with the opening of that additional area, I know that applications for service have gone up. But I couldn't tell you exactly, pinpoint them if they've covered all your district, if all those new applicants are from your district or they're just from everywhere else. But look, HandyRide is a great service. It is, for some, it's a lifeline to keep people moving, and we're just glad we were able to move the boundaries.
Well, I can tell you, I'm so grateful that we actually have that option now for more folks in District 2, especially in areas that, because there were no fixed routes, didn't have that option. So thank you for that. And thank you to all the hardworking people in the fax unit for making that possible.
Oh, thank you, Council Member, and thank you guys.
Thank you,
Thanks very much.
Councilmember Carbasi. All right, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
Barfield.
again, it's
I have two more questions.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Sorry.
2 more questions.
Before I say my farewells.
So, in many other large cities, and I don't know whose purview, I don't know if it's under Department of Transportation, but scooters have been kind of an option for, what are they calling, like
Micro-mobility.
Micro-mobility.
Yes.
And connecting people to kind of that last place. Are we including them as part of our overarching vision of how do we connect our city in a much more effective and efficient way. So rather than maybe extending the bus for, 2 more blocks, it makes sense to have these other points, these other forms of mobility.
Right. So
options.
there is a formal mobility project under the TCC grant. So there's a bike share, a ride share, and of course that's the ride share is all electric. The bike share is in there. Also, that's probably going to be what we link into after the incident with Bird and then the other scooter folks, Lime. I know that there are other parts of the community that's not welcomed right now, but since it's welcomed over in the TCC area, that's where we're really focusing our efforts. And so we've been in contact with those folks through TCC. Once they get their projects up and going, we'll link with them to make sure they connect with us.
Where are they not welcomed? I know my residents have been asking.
No, it was, remember we were talking about under the scooters, the geo-fencing, like Fresno State, like don't come on this side of Shaw, don't come on this side of Cedar. Yeah, that's what I meant by there were areas that they weren't welcomed. State Center was particularly vocal in that conversation. But I think if we can show that it works in one community, it may make it better in other communities.
Yeah. Okay. I'm very interested in seeing that as something that we do in the near future. Other things that I'm looking at that I would hope that you guys are thinking in an innovative way also. I know in other communities they have more rideshare, like vehicles, electric vehicles in different parts of cities where it doesn't really make sense to have a route extended all the way out, but a hub where you connect these cars to, their chargers, and then it can be utilized to connect folks to whatever other neighborhood they need to go. I know that may be similar to kind of what TCC, I think they're also doing something like that. But why do we have to wait for TCC? Why can't we do anything else in other neighborhoods?
So
and I bring it up because I know west of the 99, one of the constant things that I guess we're not really connected. We only have very few routes that actually connect the residents out there. So how do they come, to the east side of the city? And so looking at other opportunities to connect folks beyond.
Yeah, so we actually got a Clean Mobility Options grant that we're working with the citizens of the Three Palms Mobile Home Park to figure out what their mobility options can be based on what their desire. One of the things I know that's coming out of that dialogue is potentially electric vehicle and the pooling that they would do amongst that community. So yes, we're doing all kinds of things like that. We're not necessarily waiting. We're also encouraging and we're watching the work of Inspiration Transportation, which is a mobility provider of electric rideshare vehicles. Matthew Gillian has been a great partner. He has launched a partnership with FCTRA, and they'll be traveling up and down the Elm Corridor. And we've been talking about doing something similar in other neighborhoods. And now that we're coming out of COVID, I think we're going to be in a better space to continue to move that conversation forward faster and see some success this year.
Thank you, Director. I have two speakers that have been waiting to speak. City Clerk, I think the first one is Ms. Ivanka Saunders. Is that correct? Saunders, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. My name is Ivanka Saunders with Leadership Council, and I just wanted to make a comment regarding the Zero Fare. Earlier this year, Councilmember Maxwell championed the Zero Fare Clean Air Act, which has given many residents the opportunity to ride the bus to doctor's appointments, grocery stores, vaccine appointments, without having to worry about the cost of a round-trip journey with multiple transfers. We heard directly from residents how much of an impact it made on them and how easy it was to just get on a bus and ride. Fresno can continue to join many other major cities offering zero fares to low-income families and can take that next step forward by conducting a comprehensive pricing study like LA did, And they're actually currently doing it, and continue free fares for residents of Fresno. So thank you very much, and a step in the right direction with the students and the veterans. Thank you.
All right, our last speaker is Mr. Matthew Woodward. Mr. Woodward, you'll have 2 minutes. Is he queue up, City Clerk? Is he on mute?
Hey,
Oh, there you are.
I'm here,
There you
yes. Okay. Once again, I would like to thank Councilmember Maxwell for proposing the Zero Fare Act earlier this year. Personally, I've made great use of this ever since May 1st, when it's been much easier to get on the bus, perhaps even more than I ever have, like, before the pandemic. And also have to say, I was not expecting to hear, like, proposed route expansions before today. Although I do have my qualms about the new Route 3. It's great we had to have service in Herndon, but there have been numerous times where I've been on the bus and it's been stuck in traffic and behind a light, and I've seen buses for Route 1 on Blackstone and Route 20 on 26, come and go while the bus was stuck on Herndon. I encourage, it's great to hear about service expansions, but I would encourage both FACTS and the council to look into solutions to make sure that people can make their connections when transferring between multiple routes. That pretty much concludes my comments, and please keep writing FACTS and expand the service system. Thank you.
Hey, Council
All right,
President,
thank
before
you.
Matthew hangs up, Matthew is very active on social media. I want to thank him personally because he reaches out to me a lot on social media, and he also reaches out to the FACTS app and the social media channels that we have. So we appreciate your feedback, Matthew.
Duly noted, Assistant City Manager. Thank you for that presentation. Next up is airports.
And I was just going to say before I step away, it's been a pleasure to lead this department for the last couple of years. It's going to be hard to give this baby up because I have so much fun with everyone. It's just a pleasure to continue to serve our residents of this great city. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll just wait a little bit while Ryan sanitizes the area. But airports.
Director, let's make the water
where's
tower
Kevin?
happen.
Is Kevin in the? Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. All right, Kevin, you'll do your presentation, and as the council member that has the crown jewel, the new crown jewel of District 4, I'm sure he'll have some questions.
Before the director begins, I just want to take issue with the size of our photos are much smaller than the mayor's photos, and I was at the airport just last week. So I'm not sure if there's a reminder that's needed, but the budget's up, and our photos need to be responsive to the budgetary authorities.
So you want them photoshopped, is what you're saying?
Yes. We have a new photo for the council president that's a little grayer. That would be appropriate.
Hey, it only took how many years to get that sign up? Because I think it was like 5 years,
4.
maybe. 4? Okay.
I think technology can handle that one.
Photoshop. Go ahead, Director Kevin.
Thank you, Council President, Council. It's great to be here in front of you. I want to echo a little bit about what Greg talked about with FACTS, and that the airport staff has been absolutely amazing in navigating through the protocols due to the pandemic. And as you know, similar to FACTS, I mean, an airport and all airports in the United States are very front-facing to the public. And so it's been a challenge, but I think everybody has risen to that challenge. And let me just start out by saying there's no recovery going on at our airport. We are leading the Western Pacific region. Number 1, we are in the top 10 or 13th actually in the United States. We are actually in a growth mode above and beyond pre-pandemic levels. We ended up May at 107% of pre-pandemic. June is right now tracking at 113%. So it's not a discussion about what the future holds and everything. We're growing, and in this coming fiscal year, we are projecting to break another record at the airport with number of passengers not just by a little, but probably by about 25%. And we've never even had a year where we have broken a previous record by 25%. This is one of the byproducts that we are enjoying from the pandemic. We are seeing airlines doing things they've never done before. We are seeing a lot more larger mainline aircraft, which is absolutely a customer enhancement to the experience. So it's a pretty exciting moving forward. The budget does support our needs as we go into the next fiscal year. And what that really means is we will not have a problem generating sufficient revenue to accommodate the needs in our budget. Before I get into a little bit of detail here, I just want to talk briefly about our expansion program, Fat Forward, which I know all of you are familiar with. The parking garage is slated to open this fall in October before the holiday season. I will tell you, on a daily basis, our parking lots currently are full, which is a good thing. But what happens when your parking lots are full? And I've been saying this for a long time. Stress level goes up. Am I going to miss my flight? All these things. And what's interesting, I ran the numbers last week, and when this garage opens up at this activity level, our parking lot, with the garage open, 917 stalls come online in October. Our parking lots will be about 70 to 75% full. And when you're at 70% capacity, you start planning for the next phase, and that's exactly what we're doing. So, and that may not happen in 24 or 25, but the point is, you got to just kind of keep moving forward. The budget includes, on the capital side, the terminal expansion, which you're all aware of. It's full steam ahead on that. TSA, Customs and Border Protection, they're all chomping at the bit because they're out of space. So it's exciting times moving forward. And with that, we can just roll through the presentation.
Director, before you move on to
Yes,
that, the project you mentioned obviously is the parking garage that's being built. You said it's going to open in October of this year. Will be ready for usage. And is it on time and on budget?
It's ahead of time and under budget, if I could clarify that a little
Right.
bit.
For the record, that was the city's first PLA agreement that we spearheaded there.
It was, and I can report that the targets that we worked on so hard for, a year or two before this happened, are all being met or exceeded. So it's a very good story to tell.
Thank you.
Yes.
So for the record of ABC, the PLA is a success, right? For ABC, who's going to send us a nasty email about how anti-business this is, and the world was going to end if we did it, the opposite has occurred. Thank you, Director.
Yeah, you bet. You bet. And we have a good team. The team that's executing the project on our behalf, they are used to executing projects of the scale. They're used to executing projects under PLAs. And so it was a very, very smooth process to navigate through everything we had to with regard to getting this job done on time and under budget. So, good story. So we can go through the presentation real quickly. When you look through this presentation, you're going to find that the biggest change from the last few fiscal years back to 17 up to through proposed 22 is capital. And that's exactly reflective of the terminal expansion. And the terminal, it's not just the terminal expansion. There's the aircraft ramp area and all kinds of different components of the project that makes up the entire effort. So we can go to the next slide. This one specifically on capital. The next two slides break out capital and O&M. And again, you can see the difference between, for example, 21 and 22 at 44 million up to 123 million and change. Again, it's the terminal expansion project. And we can go to the next slide. O&M, the biggest increase in O&M is really related to the fact that there is a lot of capital going on. There's a lot of labor associated with that, and how it's capitalized or not capitalized in the budget. And I can answer any specific questions about the O&M if you need to. For the most part, it's a fairly status quo budget. If you can go to the next slide. That's the revenue side. That just shows our revenue, which obviously matches up with what we need to do on the capital side. On the O&M side, we have more than sufficient revenues. Our revenues are supplemented by both CRISA and ARP funds is part of our budget. We will use up all the CRISA, which wasn't a lot of money, about $4.4 million, this coming fiscal year, and just a part of ARP, because we want to spread the ARP out through fiscal 23 and 24, which we're allowed to do, and that's our deadline in fiscal 24.
What are you using it for?
O&M costs.
Increase in cost or your,
Just the regular, normal O&M costs. It's not really, it's not
so what happens when the ARPA money is done?
the ARP money.
ARP.
Say, and after, say, starting in fiscal 25, then we'll be fine with our revenue stream. And in fact, with our growth we're seeing right now, we'll probably be fine with the revenue stream without the ARP money. However, using the ARP on O&M frees up other revenue to devote into capital, the program.
Director, we've been told multiple times this week that the regulations and guidelines for the rescue funds are not out yet, and therefore some departments are not programming that money. Others, like the police department, have created a list of potential rescue fund projects. Do you have final regulations to be able to use the rescue funds?
Yeah, the ARP funds for airports were released by the FAA on June 10th. Is that right? Yes, June 10th, which basically said use it from O&M or use it for debt service. And for us, we want to use it for O&M because it's just easier to keep it in one bucket.
Why not pay off debt? Wouldn't that free up OMM ability downstream if you pay off debt like the parking garage that we're building?
Well, it's not paying off debt. It's either O&M or the annual debt service, the annual monthly payment. Right. So it's all one. The O&M budget includes the O&M, PERS, non-PERS, all that you see in every department. And then we also have the debt service as part of the package too. And it can be used for either one. So if we use it for O&M, which we can, so fiscal 22, for example, we apply it towards O&M. Well, the other money we've got coming in from other sources would then go to O&M or debt, whichever one we don't pay it for. So it's really half a dozen of one, six of another. So it's not really paying down debt. It's not like paying down principal, for example. It's just that annual hit every year is the same. We pay it no matter what. So just think of it as just additional revenue for the airport.
And you believe that downstream there'll be enough new revenue that you won't have a problem making up that operational money?
Yeah, none at all. In fact, if we did not have the ARP dollars available to the airport through the FAA, we would still be okay with our budget.
Can you use some of that money in the new wing that you're expanding?
Actually, no, we can't. However, we can use CARES. We're holding back CARES to apply towards the new expansion. But we can't use it, we can't use CRISA or ARP for the new wing.
In your expansion, how much of your international customers come from Latin America?
Well, directly it's 100%. Okay. So, I mean, 13% of all the passengers that flow in and out of the airport are from the 4 destinations in Mexico. Right. We're probably the only airport in the United States where its #1 destination is to a foreign country.
Yeah.
It's an interesting dynamic. But, and we get customers from other countries, but they're not direct. They're flowing through a Chicago or an LAX or something like that.
So when I use your airport to go to Latin America, I don't see that reflected in either the services that you provide, the eateries, the, signage, the celebration of culture. Is that going to be different in your new wing, or are you going to continue to feature Starbucks to the Latin American customer base that?
It's interesting. We had a taco truck, actually. The concessionaire said, we worked with them, let's get this out there and let's deploy it during these peak times. And it's just, for whatever reason, it just didn't do well. But that said, what's interesting is we have a concessions agreement that operates the Gift and News and the restaurants in the terminal. And these are national organizations, and that's what they do in airports. When you see their name, you say, oh yeah, I've seen that in other airports. Well, that contract is going to be expiring just before this new expansion. we are in the process of developing an RFP to go back and revamp that entire program. And it doesn't, you know, the whole customization of what we have out there is really based on the type of market we serve. So the new wing is going to have new concessions, new restaurants, and new opportunities. So when we put this thing on the street, which may be the first of next year, we'll be crafting this in ways. So here's your opportunity. You're going to revamp this in not just the new wing, but the entire airport.
How can we ensure that the RFP incorporates or incentivizes maybe some of our local businesses or restaurants that want to expand and want to have an opportunity to become a concessionaire there, that, you know, we craft it in a way that makes it competitive for them?
So we're not permitted to incentivize. It has to be fair to everybody. However, what we have done and what other airports do, and we have this currently, is there's language in the contracts that say that they do not have to stick with these major brands. They can bring in any local brand they want. In fact, we'll get inquiries quite often from local businesses, local eateries, coffee shops, and what happens is we make the introductions and bring those two together to see if they can come up with a presence in the airport. The expansion is going to offer a lot more opportunity than we have today, that's for sure.
So, Director, you tell me that when I go to the airport, I enjoy a Starbucks. When my mother goes to the airport, an agua fresca is what she's looking for, not a Starbucks. But right now, that isn't the option, even though that's 100% of your international flights. So, are you suggesting that the new RFP and expansion would allow for those customers to be addressed?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes,
Can I get
Councilmember Barbosa.
clarification? I have a question. Why would someone from Mexico want to come and visit this country and have tacos? They have tacos over there. I mean, seriously.
Councilmember Carbassi, let's hold off on the food trivia for a quick second.
That's right.
Because it's a long wait when you're at the airport for a 1 a.m. flight. It's
It
a long
can
wait.
be. It can be. But the short answer is yes.
Okay. And my other question, Director, is the gas station / liquor license that's under the airport, umbrella, that shall, that consistently violates the CUP conditions by doing banner advertising of alcohol and cigarette sales, and that's under your umbrella. And do we really have to send code enforcement to find the landlord, the airport, to get the leasee to follow the basic rules?
No, you don't. You go straight to us. And, we have a properties division, and part of their function is to get out, much like code enforcement does, and inspect these off-airport properties, our tenants, to make sure they're in compliance with not only the contract, but whatever the code requirements are for the city. And that is actually built into the contracts. They've had to comply. Now, obviously, it's been a little challenging with COVID, but and we do depend sometimes on somebody says, oh, wait a minute, this all showed up. And I know recently what you're talking about, and we had them correct it. And I haven't heard that there's really been an issue recently, but it is something that we need to continue to keep watch on.
Okay.
And there's more than one of those mini marts we've got.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't want to have to send code to go, knock at your front door, Director. So if you can make sure that your leasees, because it really is a privilege to have such a premier spot, commercial spot next to an airport that generates millions of clients and customers. And if they're not going to follow basic city municipal code rules, then maybe it's time to find a new leasee.
Yeah, and our contracts have those tools in them to do that. Yeah, you bet.
All right. Apparently, Councilmember Arias has his own code enforcement hit squad that he sends out.
Just
randomly.
call us.
Councilwoman Soria?
I just wanted to make a couple comments. Thank you for the presentation, and I will say that it's extremely exciting to see what is happening in the airport. I was just there this past Friday, and even though obviously it's getting busier, it's still very easy to get through. And I consistently get comments from friends that are coming from other parts of this country, make similar comments about the airport. So good job on the work that you guys have done. It's exciting to see also, as was mentioned earlier by Council President, with the parking and the fact that the PLA, and you just explained that that's going well. I know that you were very adamant about it, staying on time, staying under budget, and that was important, and I'm glad to see that it's all worked out, even when there was some hesitation that the PLA, would meet those benchmarks, but I'm glad to see that it has worked, that people from, hopefully local folks, and then, people from the region have been able to benefit from those good paying jobs of the parking structure. And then I just wanted to also say that I'm excited about the expansion of the terminal. I hope that, and I look forward to, seeing that as you craft the RFP, or, that it incorporates whatever it can within the limitations, so that it does encourage to have a diverse group of, concessionaire stands. I think that, my parents actually just flew in from Michoacan last 2 weeks ago. We picked them up, and so sometimes it's a little bit of a wait, and so yeah, they'd like to enjoy something else. I think sometimes the restaurant is not even open, so that's a problem too. People are coming back and they're hungry, and there's nothing that is open there. So I'm hoping that with a new international wing, that will change, that there will be opportunities for those flights that are those midnight flights, that they do have an ability to purchase, whatever they need to purchase as they're waiting for their families to pick them up. So.
No, I appreciate the comments, and it is a challenge. They're even telling us we've got to find cooks, and also there's this downtime of an hour, and I said, oh, come on. And, many airports are like this too, and it's the challenge to get them back to, they don't understand. There are some airports out there, like an SFO, they're still at 30%. So their concessions are almost all shut down, so well, wait. And these are national companies that says, no, wait, we're like past 100%, so we need you open full time. So we are actively working on that. They're about there now. Also, our volunteers are coming back. They're excited about that. We've got ambassadors and TSA out there because the lines are long, and people aren't used to the long lines from 12 months. Am I going to miss my flight? So there's a lot of things we're doing in concert with TSA and the airlines to just facilitate the movement of folks.
How is Southwest Airlines doing? I know they just started in April.
They did. They're very happy. Their flights are full. They constantly are telling us we're looking at other opportunities. Nothing to report right now, but and it's not just them. Other airlines are too. And as you know, just recently, American started Chicago Direct. They've never done that before. That just started a couple of weeks ago. So, but Southwest is doing really, really well, and they're very happy with the decision to come here. And I really believe they're here to stay.
That is definitely exciting to hear that. Also, I know in the past your department has hired young people, and that's been something that you guys, is that something that you guys are continuing to do?
Yes, in fact, it's part of our budget, and you can see it there. Every year we hire a lot of service aides. We did have had interns, and we have some now, for example. And here's the benefit of that program. These are students. These are young kids. This is a 24/7 operation, so we have complete flexibility to work around their school schedules, their daycare schedule, whatever the situation is, and it just is a win-win for everybody. And they are front-facing. They're getting experience of what it's like to be in an environment. Some of them have come on to be full-time employees for the airport, so that is alive and well and will continue.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then last question, I didn't see any additional staff added to your team. With COVID, are you guys going to continue, and I know that obviously we're moving out of kind of, all the restrictions that we had. I know that the airports will still, and airlines will still require, I think, face masks from what I'm hearing for travel. But are you guys still gonna do continuous cleaning? I know that initially, because the airport didn't have maybe the same type of travel, but now with the higher volume, I would imagine that you would need more staff. So I was surprised to see that you didn't have any additional like custodial staff doing maybe much more consistent sanitation.
Well, so we will continue coming out of this pandemic to do the practices that we have been doing during the pandemic. That will not stop. We are definitely using a lot more cleaning material at site. But we've had a number of vacancies which we held vacant during this year because of the unknowns. We've been able to fill them. And so we really believe, at least through this current coming fiscal year, we'll navigate through just fine with the staffing levels we have. And we'll reevaluate it mid-year, see where we're at, see what 23 brings.
Okay. And then for the international wing, what's the timeline? For that?
We are planning to go before council to execute that contract just after the first of the year. I'm hopeful it's going to be February, shovel in the ground around March 1st. It's about a 27, 28 month project. So the goal is to get the whole thing done by the summer of 24. That said, different pieces will come online at different, the checkpoint expansion, for example, may come online after the first 12 months, so forth and so on. So in this behind the scenes, we're looking at actually more gates. And I'll tell you, we are 100% full on gates right now. So
with the expansion?
After the expansion,
oh, wow.
2 more gates.
How many more gates are we adding with the international?
So it's adding 2 gates. And those gates could be both international or domestic. And the international facility is 3 times larger than it is today. Today it can handle maybe between about 125 passengers an hour. This one has been designed per CBP guidance at 400 passengers an hour. It can handle 2 large aircraft simultaneously. It will essentially triple its capacity. And the way it's designed, as we add more gates beyond what we're planning, more gates can be tied into the international.
So there is room.
There is room for future expansion on the international.
On the current.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Down, I mean, like, I'll be long gone, but in 10 years from now, for example, if that demand is there, we can easily further expand on the international side as well as the domestic side.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Good job to your team and yourself.
All right, Councilmember Maxwell.
Director Michael, good afternoon. Some of my questions were already answered through some of my colleagues' questions, but they were relating to the 144th. Any part of that project, the expansion, the moving of the 144th, is that going to be subsidized or funded at all with city dollars?
You mean whatever plans the 144th has?
Would that have any direct fiscal impact on the city?
None.
None whatsoever?
None. None to the airport, because the airport is not permitted to subsidize any tenant, if you will, any private enterprise. It's just strictly O&M and debt service and capital. And they know that. We've had these conversations with the National Guard Bureau, and they understand that. So they are, whatever plans they have moving forward, they know that they're doing it themselves. But they are committed to staying. This is very important to them, because the labor pool that Fresno and the surrounding region offers, you just don't get that in other locations in California, plus the cost of living and so forth. So I think they are very committed to not only staying, but expanding.
So no direct costs, any indirect costs you could see associated with that move up to the northern part of the airport and moving into the golf course and public pool area?
No cost impact whatsoever. They do not pay rent at all. Currently where they are, and in a new location, should they move, they won't pay rent there. So it's a net zero scenario for the airport. And they'll be much more efficient.
With that, Director?
What's that?
Where are we at with the timeline on that?
I'm sorry, what?
The timeline?
No idea. I do know that their mission is based on the type of aircraft they fly. And as one type of aircraft, it's the F-15 right now, as that aircraft times out, and I want to say the current model is timing out in this kind of 3 to 5 year period, they changed the platform. When they change the platform of aircraft, the needs on the base changes. And it will eventually get to the point where they just have no more space on the base to accommodate this future, newer type of aircraft. So the timeline is driven by the type of aircraft and what money Congress allocates to the National Guard Bureau. And my guess is they're going to be looking at a 10-year phased approach to this, right? Where the first phase may be in like 2 or 3 years from now, a small little piece, and then keep growing it. I'm guessing if they decide that it's the right thing to do, then that's the timeline.
And City Attorney, remind me, that won't trigger RFP process, or city won't have to declare surplus land in order to make that move, correct?
For the National Guard?
That's correct.
Let me check. I don't believe so.
Will any council action be required before they're able to make that move? I'm just curious, Director, because ahead of time I'd like to know exactly what affected portion of the golf course and the old pool will be affected. And I just don't want to be caught off guard when they make that move.
Right. So the council action would most likely be in the form of a new long-term lease with the National Guard Bureau for that site, right? And they're already looking behind the scenes, well, can you still maintain the golf course? Or maybe it's a 9-hole golf course, right? In 10 years from now or something. But can it always still be there? And preliminarily, we're told that yes, it can. But so we would go to council at some point in time in the future with a lease agreement with the federal government to say, this is the land we want to lease. There's a lot of moving parts, because then what do you do with the old base?
Sure.
And how does that phase? And how does that impact airport operations? So a lot of moving parts, a 10-year effort, but yes, council will be involved.
And for the record, I fully support the expansion of the 144th, and want to be as helpful as possible. But if they're going to be moving into an area that we're going to have to reduce half the holes on, we're going to have to get rid of a public pool. That's an indirect financial cost to the city. And so I would like to just see, based off where they propose to move and what adjustments the city would have to make on our end, what that indirect financial cost would be to the city.
No, yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it could be a few years down the road, but absolutely. And we could
Understood.
even work with them and do a workshop initially and just kind of go
Absolutely.
from there. Yeah.
Thank you, Director. That's the last of my questions, Council President.
All right, thank you, Director. Do we have anybody, no public comment? All right, I'll close that portion. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, next up is personnel.
Thank you,
Present from
Director,
personnel.
and to your staff. By the way, we've all noticed that the airport has been a tremendous success, so thank you.
Council President, you have to excuse me for a little bit. I have to pop into a town hall with constituents, the D7 Meet the Mayor.
No
So
problem.
I will unfortunately miss the personnel presentation, but I will be back for the remainder of the hearings.
We'll be here. TJ, didn't you do parks already?
I did. It came back for more.
You got your other hat? You didn't have enough?
I got my other hat on.
All right, Director.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council. TJ Miller with the Personnel Services Department. And I'd like to start with our first slide, which shows our actual and estimated expenditures. Our proposed for 22 is $41,277,800. The changes are reflected, starting with the personnel costs. This reflects 2 additional human resource analysts, along with the increase in personnel costs for existing staff. Non-personnel costs represent insurance premiums, workers' compensation, state fees. Our ID charges are facilities, office space, and utilities, and those are charges that are reflected from other departments. Our contingency is at $26,876,000 for a total of $41,277,800. Our actual and estimated revenues. The general fund our total revenue is $40,938,200. We have a proposed general fund of $1,500, and I do believe that that will be increased. At the time that this was prepared, there wasn't an anticipation of such a hiring surge. This reflects primarily our live scan fees, and then the internal service fund, which is set by budget, and that is for our services and what we charge the other departments.
Director Miller, can you
Yes.
explain the discrepancy to me? I'm looking in the book. It says general fund FY22 proposed budget at 3.8 million, as opposed to this PowerPoint, I'm seeing 1,500.
I can get that information to you. At the top of my head, I cannot at this point.
Do you see what I'm looking at, Georgianne? That's a pretty big difference. Yeah. Which one of those is accurate, city manager? Okay.
We're looking at the revenue. So this, what you're looking at in the budget book, you're looking at the 3.844700. That is appropriations, and we're double checking what the revenue number is. So hold on, because they derive most of their revenue because they're an internal service fund, so
Right.
they get very little general fund. So I think the difference, Henry, correct me, what is in the book is appropriations, which is more on the expense side, and this is the revenue slide that you're looking at. So this, what you're, the number in the book is
So
more,
how many of the general fund dollars is being proposed to be added to the department?
to be added as a
To
revenue.
be appropriated to the department?
Is the 1,500, is the 1,500. They're going to double check the number in the line item detail. All of their revenue, almost all, is that internal service fund line, the 40.936 million. So we'll double check. The only thing I can think of is, I don't know why they would have a direct allocation of general. We'll
Okay.
Again,
keep
that's the
moving,
revenue.
and we'll
So
we'll get you the answer.
Thank you.
We'll,
Thank you,
we'll
City
keep moving
Manager.
forward.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. It's.
Henry, you have an answer?
If I could interrupt, Councilmember Maxwell. So the 1,500 that you're seeing as general fund revenue, that's for the service that the department provides for fingerprinting. But then what you're seeing as Assistant City Manager Georgianne White mentioned, the $3.5 million that you're seeing, that's on the expense side. That's what they pay out for, be it PERS, non-PERS, un-IDs.
So they're receiving 1,500 in revenue through fingerprints, but they're planning on expending 3.8 million
For general funds, correct.
Okay.
And that's common, with, if you will, with general fund departments.
Okay. Thanks, Henry.
Council member, they're receiving just 1,500 in general fund and over 40 million, so their total revenues are 40.9 million.
Got
Not
it.
trying to spend 3 million on 1,500.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And I do believe that the 1,500, we will have an adjusted amount that was projected with a very low hiring expectation when this was submitted, and the hiring is projected much higher. For the FY22 budget expansions, this is for a total of $1,382,000. For additional employee costs, this represents 2 human resource analysts for $131,000. In the past fiscal year, there were 485 hires to date. 50% of those have been hired within the last 90 days. The department is extremely busy. 271 of those 485 hires were permanent employees. And as you saw in the previous budget presentations, there's roughly 150 new positions slated to be added to this budget overall for the city. And then there are currently 81 recruitments that are in progress at some stage, either at application phase or the departments have a list and they're making their selections. The workers' comp TPA service increase represents a scheduled increase in the contract with Risico for $86,000. And the $1,118,000 represents a premium increase with our property and liability insurance, Aon. and it was a 35% premium increase. We're in a very volatile insurance market at the moment. We are in the very last year of this contract. We will be going out to bid next year.
Director, how often does the personnel department do comp studies?
Class and comp studies, in terms of a schedule, I'm not up on that quite yet. I will be able to revisit and get back into that, but they are done usually by request. So typically before there's negotiations with a bargaining unit, there will be a classification and compensation request, or when there's an identified classification that is difficult to hire, difficult to attract, that will also trigger a classification study.
I know we're in open negotiations with about every single unit right now.
That's correct.
Can you just provide us a list of the class and comp studies that have been done and what year they were done? Thank
Yes.
you.
Also, I just wanted to add really quickly, going back to the last slide that had just the 2 additional hires. You may recall, although it seems like it was 42 years ago, the general fund overview that we gave yesterday, when we did the slide of the 10 items that we were recommending for the additional sales tax, on that list were additional analysts in the personnel department in order to help with the mega hiring spree that we're going to be on between police and fire, planning and development. So it wasn't on this one because it was prepared before we knew about the sales tax number. So I just wanted to remind you all about that.
Thank you. And the analysts are also instrumental in the classification and compensation studies. So in addition to additional studies, we also have the recruitments.
So you guys need additional funds appropriated in this budget?
On the list for the additional sales tax on the slide, we listed item number 6 was additional analysts in the personnel department to meet hiring demands at $325,000. And then we also were asking for an additional risk analyst in the personnel department to expedite special events permitting, and that was at $88,000. So those were 2 additional requests for this department that we were suggesting being funded with the additional sales tax dollars that we would need. I don't remember if there was a previous motion to accept either of those or not, but we would need motions if they haven't been made already.
So in the resources, or I think B126, which outlines part of the budget for the department, there's a beginning balance of $5 million. Is that beginning balance really like balancing the budget to the teeth, or are we going to expect that there is some savings and therefore use for the following year as kind of carry over a beginning balance?
Councilmember Soria, that $5 million that you're referencing as carryover, if you look, it's under the column of internal service. So what that represents are the risk funds. So that really belongs to them. It's not like flexible dollars like general fund.
Like for payouts, is that what you're saying?
Correct. For the claim payouts. So
So
it's
are
a part
we-
of a funding source.
Okay. How much is incorporated in this budget for that fund?
For the risk funds? Well, in total, there's appropriations. If you look at that same page, we're looking at 37.4 million. But if you look at the line contingencies, that holds where the claims are paid. And so that's worth, in combination, of 26.9 million. That's what's anticipated for the budget.
Okay.
Director, if I may, on the same line of questions, on page 123 of the proposed budget, it shows that the liability fund is decreasing by 9.4%, based on the assumption that some of these court cases would be resolved in 22 versus 21. So we are intentionally kicking the can down the road when it comes to these settlement claims. Is that what we're doing?
I don't know if we're, as you're saying, kicking the can down the road, but I know we're trying to pay accordingly to what we believe we're going to be required to pay out in FY22.
So the liabilities we have with the pending court cases are now, well, but you decrease the liability budget by 9.4%, and it reads that because some of these court cases will be resolved in 22, so in 22, are we going to see a 9.4% increase in this line item for court cases?
Let me confirm that.
Okay,
and
thank
then we'll
you.
get back to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Director.
I think you still had a couple slides?
I have one slide.
Yeah.
Or,
And then I'll ask the follow-up questions after you're done.
It's your favorite slide.
The slide reflects our budget priorities. We work for you. We're working hard in 22. Goals are to streamline the selection and hiring process, create a pilot temporary to permanent employment program that would involve some meet and confer process, but I believe that that will help us generate more entry-level activity. Public trust and safety, increase recruitment strategies to attract and retain public safety officers. Inclusive economic development, partner with agencies and organizations to identify global career ladder development opportunities. And what that basically means is just partnering with other agencies to, when we identify candidates that are not meeting our minimum qualifications, that we have resources to then direct those applicants and vice versa, just creating that network. Youth leadership development, collaborating on the youth jobs and intern hiring project, and for Downtown Pride, improving the special event permit process to promote events. And that concludes my presentation.
All
If
right,
you have any
thank
questions.
you, TJ. There's that repetitive marketing again.
Louise, excuse
Yes.
me, Councilmember Chavez, I apologize. I just want to say thank you for TJ to be put on the hot seat here so quickly. She just switched over wearing multiple hats in parks and personnel. So thank you for coming on deck and getting
my pleasure.
dumped into the budget that you don't know a whole lot about. So thank you, TJ.
Thank you
Very
for that.
welcome. My
With that, we'll conclude. Let's take a quick 15-minute break while Ryan sanitizes.
I
and we
still
take
have a
bathroom.
couple questions.
Oh, you do have more questions. So I thought you were done asking the question.
No, I
Go
still
ahead,
have
ask
it
your
reserved.
questions, Councilmember.
So, two things, special events and insurance requirements. I know over the last couple budgets, we've brought this up. I know that it's been an issue that also Councilmember Arias is interested in, because what we get complaints about is that the threshold that we're asking some of these community-based organizations or just small mom-and-pop folks that are trying to host events in the city of Fresno are becoming unrealistic. Have we resolved that issue? Where are we at with looking at how we can better encourage folks to still do their events with still appropriate liability
We have
insurance
not
requirement?
resolved the issue. It is going to be a collaborative effort. We do need to look into some creative strategies, maybe purchasing a policy, and then our event promoters do events and they're paying a fee, but to be part of to help offset the cost of our premiums. We can look into that. We did initially look into it, and it was outside of the scope of what we could afford at the time, but now's the time to probably revisit it, and perhaps maybe there's something in ARP that'll help catapult us.
What was the challenge last time in terms of
The insurance premiums for special
How-
events are very expensive.
how expensive? Like, we would have to front up the money and then the event, the person proposing the event would have to pay in, or how would that work?
That was our original intent, is find
Hey,
a
guys.
policy where we could have identified locations, a footprint for a special event. For example, have footprint A, B, and C. A is at CAD Park, B is in a downtown section, C is somewhere, and then they're paying a portion.
Councilmember, we're going to be doing a workshop on Thursday talking on this very topic.
Okay.
So we'll be able to get into more detail and get feedback and talk about all the different options, but we're going to be going over what the limits are and how those are evaluated and how we currently make decisions, and we can certainly, you guys can have discussion about wanting to perhaps absorb more liability to make it more affordable.
So, but do we not have to increase any appropriation in this budget to be able to make that happen? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because nothing in this budget presentation talks about how we're going to make sure that we are revising our policy or figuring out a
Councilwoman,
way.
If I may ask
for
a question,
events.
right now your staff is requesting an analyst. Would it be fair to say maybe we use that money to buy an umbrella policy instead of a position? And the reason I ask is it time sensitive today for us to take on the additional analyst position decision, or can we punt it until we hear kind of the full scope of you guys' work on this risk management conversation?
And that would be the Thursday workshop.
Yeah.
Right? That would be the Thursday workshop.
I think we could wait until Thursday, unless there's something, I think we could wait until Thursday, and I'm not sure it's an either or.
Okay.
So if we could wait, I think we'd have the
Okay,
benefit
perfect.
of more dialogue.
Yeah, I definitely want to be supportive of the department. I just don't want to put the cart before the horse. So for me, the biggest issue to be frank with you, with the personnel department is the risk management side and these event permits that, like contract policing, have become an obstacle versus a support for events that, the city would like to host.
Yeah, and the recommendation that Georgiana had indicated earlier, that was part of the general fund, that was a capacity issue. We just want to create capacity so we can,
Absolutely.
because we're thinking once we open up, people are going to come in, so we want to create capacity. Thursday's about the policy discussion. What are the things we want to do? Change the limitations, buy the overriding policy, buy a base policy, they buy on top. So that's a discussion. So the capacity thing will be dealt with by that request we made. The policy discussions we want to have with you guys on Thursday.
And City Manager, can you help me understand? I know, like, when it comes to some of these departments like IT, whenever you add positions, then you pass that cost on to departments in the form of a higher, interdepartment fund fee.
That's exactly how these guys are funded. When you saw that 40 million.
Would these positions that we fund end up paying the books of police and fire who need the additional personnel staff to make all the hires, or would this just be completely absorbed by the general fund?
So, what was the question again?
So maybe, Georgiana, you can help
Yeah,
me
I
here if you understand my
Okay.
question.
So I'm not sure, so normally interdepartmental charges are spread to the departments based on, is it the average? Is it a rolling average?
Are we talking about the risk personnel?
We're talking for risk and for personnel directly.
So for the risk staff, it is by average.
So in general, when
So it's
we
usually
authorize...
a rolling average. It's usually a rolling, like a 3-year rolling average. They look at what the department actually used, and then the charge is charged back to them, generally speaking. That's generally how those charges are charged back to departments. We can get you the specific on the risk portion and on the personnel portion.
Yeah, I just want to know in plain English, is this a fully funded general fund commitment that in out years we have to commit general fund for, or would this be paid for in part by departments who use these services that they're providing to those departments?
So it's on the personnel side, where we're talking about needing to bring on more capacity to hire more people. It's police and fire, which are general fund. It's planning and development. But those positions could also be working on the utility hiring, so it depends on the department. It's predominantly general fund.
Got it.
But I think that utilities also pay ID charges as well. So it could be spread to them as well.
I don't need any additional information. That was sufficient clarification. Thank you.
And then my last question, I know that we kind of had this discussion during parks, but are these same analysts that you guys are going to have in personnel going to help with the youth jobs?
Yes,
folks? Is that what you guys are intending to do? That's going to be the capacity to be able to...
Yes, it expands the capacity so that there's enough analysts to process all of the applications that come through and serve all of the departments. So they're not specific to one area.
So the only concern that I have with that is that when we're doing a specific program for youth, you need people that understand like youth and the uniqueness of bringing on young people to do a certain types of jobs. So that's the only concern that I really have by bundling everyone in to use the same type of analyst. I don't know if
I do understand that concern. That's why Parks on the other end also has folks that are as part of the process. They're just not doing the technical HR analyst work in terms of processing the application, but they're delivering those applications to parks, and then they're taking it from there in terms of placement
Okay.
with the youth.
Okay, I will see how it works, but I do have some concerns in terms of that. Okay, thank you.
All right, City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up to speak? Nobody? All right, just confirming with you for the record. Director TJ, thank you again for coming back.
My
Appreciate it.
last comment, Director and Council President, is I appreciate you guys are staffing up for police and fire, but I'm expecting that there'll be a staff up required for parks, and I'm still waiting to see that staff up for $37 million of new money. It's going to require new bodies, so I'm hopeful that you guys will come forward with that at some point.
Councilmember Arias, I don't think personnel makes that decision, or were you directing that towards the administration? Okay.
Why don't we do something fun? How about for once he doesn't have the last word? Thank you, DJ.
All right, quick 15-minute break. All right, City Manager, we saved the best for last. We got Public Works that will finish us off today for the second day of hearings. Who do you have? Do we have Scott Mosier? Is Scott
We
Mosier gonna
happen to
present?
have Scott Mosier available today. He's very, very busy. He's a world famous international traveler, but he made time for us today to tell us a little bit about what he wants to do in 22.
Right.
Let the record show that none of my public works projects made it to his proposed budget, and I am unhappy even though I had dinner.
Director Mosier, the floor is yours.
All right. Good evening, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department, and pleased to be here with opportunity to present the proposed Public Works Department budget for the next year. So if we could go to the first slide, we'll go through this. So again, like other departments, you see starting in 2017, actuals up through 2020, and then an estimate of our year end in 21 and 22. So some things I'd want to highlight in there for you is one on the personnel cost. You can see in the early years, just a little bit of growth. And then in 2020, you can see dollars going up by about 3 million, similar adjustment in 21. And what occurred there is that was largely due to SB1 coming in. And the previous administration had held off on any hiring of positions, filling of positions until the repeal effort, until that failed in, I believe that was November 2018. So then we saw a ramping up. We went from 3 concrete crews up to 6 crews. No growth in that area this year. And then in 2022, a growth in those personnel costs, and again, largely due to the increase, the new positions proposed. For non-personnel, again, some big increases, 2020, then 21, 22, up to 221 million. And again, that's largely due to the high dollar amount of federal and state, as well as Measure C regional grants and funding that we have. And we'll go through some of those projects like the Midtown Trail, Veterans Boulevard, Blackstone McKinley grade separation. On ID charges, as noted on the slide, it's very close to what we have for this year, but a slight drop just due to reduced ISF charges in different accounts in different areas in the department. If we can go to the next slide. All right, so as Public Works, we went with a little more elaborate presentation on types of projects rather than just providing a single number per council district. And that's because there are quite a variety of capital improvement projects and things happening around the city. So let me briefly walk through the categories that we'd put together. One is street repairs, and we're really talking there about the actual pavement and the repairs being made. Citywide, that amounts to $12.7 million. Traffic flow improvements would be things, street widening projects that add lanes, like say a Peach Avenue widening project from Hamilton to Florence. That's in that total. This includes things like Veterans Boulevard or the Blackstone-McKinley grade separation. So that totals $96.9 million, and again, largely funded by federal and state grants, as well as our development impact fees that are leveraging those funds. Third category that we'd put together for you as a council is, again, grouping of projects, active transportation and safe routes to schools, so meaning complete streets projects, new sidewalks, bike lanes, trails, and that's in fact $38.3 million in the next year. All in all, that's 18% of our total department-wide budget. I know when we came before the council, did a complete streets workshop to report on progress, one question from the council was, well, how does our percentage of spending compare to some other cities, especially those who, instead of being a bronze level bicycle-friendly community, are a silver level? And this is right on par with where the silver level cities are. Lots of exciting things. Category 4, curb gutter sidewalk repairs. That's really all are self-performed by our street maintenance crews for concrete repairs around the city. So that's just shy of $3 million for that program. TCC, all of the appropriations in the budget for TCC are housed in the Public Works Department. Our grants invoicing team handles preparation of those invoices working with the city manager's office. So that would include not only what we are managing and building as Public Works, like the MLK Activity Center offsite improvements, Mariposa Plaza, Chinatown improvements, but it also houses appropriations for State Center, Community College, the various nonprofits who are subrecipients of those dollars. Lastly, in terms of capital, we have what we call the miscellaneous category, $23 million. And we wanted to break those out because although it's capital, it's not your traditional street improvement type project. This includes things that are in our capital budget, like developer reimbursements for infrastructure improvements they've completed when we come to council, and the developer provides a right-of-way acquisition deposit. That goes in our capital budget, and we charge against that. It includes our CFD reserve amounts, and even payments to like Copper River, CFD 12 maintenance. So all that's housed in that $23.5 million. So all told, 212. Just for matching up of numbers, what we did to give council a good picture of all the improvements, we not only included our $201 million that you'll find in the budget document, but we also went ahead and included the SB1 funding that is in our operating budget in the street maintenance division. So we have about $6 million of self-performed projects. They're not in our capital budget, they're in our operating budget, but we've included that here.
Really quick, on your traffic flow improvement, how do you define a traffic flow improvement project?
Council, we define traffic flow improvement as projects that would either add lanes or traffic synchronization. So again, and a lot of these are somewhat of a blend, but projects that are predominantly related to moving traffic more efficiently, whether it's widening the roadway, adding lanes, or traffic synchronization, as opposed to repaving a street, focusing on sidewalks, bike lanes, or other types of work. And then we did include in this total, just to give council a picture of improvements by district, we did include also $3.7 million in CDBG, street improvement projects. That's actually in the planning and development department's capital budget, but we wanted to include it here because those are some very significant projects various council districts have been focused on, such as Yosemite Middle School, Floridora improvements, Burroughs Elementary, West Fresno Elementary. We wanted to include that to give the best picture. We can go next slide, please. Okay. Looking at the revenue, again, Public Works Department deals with a lot of different funding sources with many restrictions ranging from gas tax, Measure C revenue sources, as well as development impact fees and enterprise funds. So in terms of revenue, you can see the general fund, basically starting 2020, 21, and 22 is higher. Our general fund revenues are basically developer fee for service type of work, meaning we are either doing plan checks, processing vacations, deed acceptances, and also inspection of improvements, whether it's a subdivision or say a commercial multifamily project building offsites. All of that is housed in general fund revenue, and you can see the stronger economy, the stronger development sector driving those higher revenues for Public Works. Special revenue, of course, is dependent upon the grants, and just as we saw in a prior slide about the various federal, state, and Measure C grants, you can see that those dollar amounts being higher on revenue, and again, one-for-one correlation there with the capital projects. And then others, we have enterprise that includes community sanitation revenues, which fund things like street sweeping, median island maintenance, as well as included in our slides, the internal service fund. That's our facilities, ISF. FY21, I just wanted to highlight, you'll see a $21.9 million number. That's kind of the outlier, that's higher. And the reason for that's driven by the CARES revenue, because as a city, the CARES funding to do facility retrofits, that was funneled through, came through the facilities management division of our department. We do have a small amount of trust funds. Those are some mitigation dollars that we've collected and held over the years for some Caltrans interchange improvements. And also we have a small amount of debt service still on the books at $138,600. That relates to actually way back to the Roding Business Park debt service that the city has, and that's housed in Public Works. Next slide, please. We'll cover budget expansions. And additional employees proposed in the budget are 14. I'll walk through in detail on the next slide, and when we talk about priorities, that has additional employees that cost of $974,100. Also in the budget, one vehicle, and that is a graffiti truck, F550 cab truck at $124,000. And then also you can see other smaller dollar amounts in here for the information technology. So that's $1,149,000. Over to the next slide, budget priorities. Oh, and before I leave that, I would want to mention...
Director, if I may, the positions, the 14 you're speaking of, is it correct that the 12 of those are for graffiti abatement alone?
No, Council Member, if I can go to the next slide, I can cover that exact question. So if we go next slide, talking about priorities. Big theme for Public Works, a lot of what we do falls under We Work For You, really consistent with even the mission that we've had for many years of building a better Fresno. But We Work For You, and we'll walk through the 14 positions. 2 of those are related to development processing. Those are in the general fund, one in traffic operations and planning, and another in the engineering division. And where we find the bottlenecks right now both is with final maps, getting those processed. We have some very large projects like the 5G permitting for Verizon and others building the network in the city. And then one in engineering division, and that relates to processing of deeds all the right-of-way aspect of development projects. We only have 2 positions in that section, and this would make that a third. So those are 2. In terms of project delivery, 4 of those are proposed in engineering, project management and design. That includes both a licensed professional engineer, 2 engineer 1s, and also a GIS specialist who would focus quite a bit on bringing all those capital projects into our GIS and being able to report to council offices with a lot more detail. We often get requests about maps, schedules, and a more real-time, sophisticated reporting, and we are really not currently staffed to do that with our current folks. So also within street maintenance and landscape, again, a very large amount of work, both in SB1 and other funding sources, as well as possibility with ARP. And so we're proposing an assistant director in that area. That AD would actually oversee, there are 229 positions within our department, and those divisions currently do not report to an assistant director, so they report to me. So that's really 2/3 of our department who don't have that same assistant director oversight and additional capacity. Also with that AD, we're looking at an additional senior engineering technician for neighborhood concrete repair, program planning, estimating, delivery of projects, because the workload continues to grow. Then 2 more would be fully funded by the CFD program. Really every month the council sees agenda items come forward, annexing additional development to the CFD. So these would be fully funded by that revenue. The forestry supervisor would oversee really our entire CFD portfolio of trees. They are now coming to the age where they really need regular inspection. They need proactive tree trimming, and again, we're talking CFD maintained pocket parks that have trees, all the landscape buffers around the tracks, and currently that's not a service we are yet providing. That landscape and those trees are now reaching that age and maturity and we have sufficient funds on hand to be able to start delivering that.
Director, in your proposal to do additional tree trimming, are you including in that proposal tree replacement when you guys remove, dead or, damaged trees?
Yes, Councilmember, that would include a replacement of trees. If we have dead trees, dead, diseased, then it would be basically then the stump grinding to take the old one out, prep the area, and replace trees. The staff assistant in CFD is really about better engagement with our residents when we are about to undertake projects in a neighborhood in our newer subdivisions, to be able to communicate that, and also to communicate with constituents about things like their property tax levels. It's a very busy program, lots of questions, lots of interaction. So that, all told, plus graffiti, the graffiti team, 12 would come over. They're not part of this 14 new positions. Those 12 employees would transfer to Public Works, but the budget does propose 3 additional employees in the graffiti team. And lastly, I'm very excited, Mayor's budget includes an ATP coordinator in our traffic operations and planning division, who will support both on grants, help staff the BPAC meeting, and we have a very long list of needs.
Did I hear ATP coordinator?
Yes,
what?
Councilwoman.
Oh my goodness! Where's the BPAC people? They've been asking for that for a long time.
Director
Good.
Mosher, I'm curious, when you're putting together that job description, what process are you going to go through to compile those list of duties?
Council members, so with the list of duties, we have worked closely with personnel services, and this proposes the position as a community outreach specialist, has a fairly broad range of duties. What we're proposing fits within that job classification, and and there would be also lots of interaction with not only BPAC members, but those who appoint the BPAC members on the committee, the council district offices.
Do you have that draft readily available, Director Mosier?
We do have a draft available, and we could provide that.
I'd like that, please. Thank you.
Very good.
Director, on your graffiti teams, it notes 3 graffiti crews. You noted 3 graffiti positions. Is one position equal to a crew?
And that is, as I've been getting fully up to speed on graffiti programs, so that is the terminology of a crew. It's a graffiti crew, but that's really one individual and outfitted fully with the truck, the paint, the supplies, all the equipment.
Thank you.
So that would add 3 individuals. The budget does propose them currently in the general fund, but one thing I did want to note, something Mayor's talked about, we do have a draft agreement from Caltrans, wherein Caltrans this next fiscal year is proposing to provide some funding to the city as well to take on some graffiti services on the state highway system. So all in all, then there would be 20 positions total transferred between graffiti, and then 8 from the Parks Department, 6 irrigation specialists, and then 2 maintenance carpenters. I know that came up a bit during the Parks Department budget presentation, and for us it's really about better efficiencies. We have about 24 employees who handle all the mowing, edging, blowing services, all the landscape maintenance in the parks. This provides a lot of efficiency and integration of those 2 teams. Another thing we're excited about bringing irrigation back to Public Works after several years is at different times of the year. We will assign some of our irrigation specialists from the Median Island CFD program, subject to funding availability, to work in the parks. So during the winter months when we're not watering, that's the perfect time to undertake winter projects, test out the system, and we can have other folks work in those areas, double up, get more done, and get it all up and running. So that's really the goal. When we fire up that system in March or April, depending on the weather, we want all the park irrigation systems working. All right, and then also just noted in project delivery, the ARP funds, while not directly in the budget, the proposal is $1.4 million of geo-based tree trimming, and then replacement of vehicles past their service life. There's a page in the budget document, the last page, that does talk about, for Public Works, proposal of all in all $5.3 million of American Rescue Plan funds that would be utilized for vehicles and major equipment replacement. So overall, as our city manager noted earlier during the overview, Trey memo was distributed that highlighted all the projects by council district and by area, both for Public Works and public utilities. So with that, that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Director Mosier. I will have our colleague, Councilmember Carbasi, that's punched up first. Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Director Mosier, one of my favorite departments. And I mean that. You know, this room has changed a lot since I first came in here. I think it was August 2019. And it's not just because of COVID and less seats are filled, but it's the lighting. And we have brighter lighting now for less money. And I think that really is just one of the many steps we've taken towards the council wanting to be more sustainable, and also for me, doing the right thing, but being able to lower the drain on the general fund as well. So I kind of want to take a moment and talk about energy efficiency and some of the upgrades that are being made citywide. What I would like to request, and if this has to be a motion, is for the city manager or administration to provide an update to the council on energy efficiency and solar projects specifically for parks and public safety buildings. Is that something that there should be I'm going to make a motion to do that.
Second.
Thank you. For me, these energy efficiency upgrades, they reduce the carbon footprint, but they're also, I think, the only city's capital investment that saves money but then brings that money back and generates a cash flow. So anything we can do to do more of those things, I'm very interested in. The other one, and this is kind of a big one, but I'm open to discussion, is I'd like to make a motion to allocate funding specifically, a city investment specifically, towards these solar projects and efficiency projects for all our parks and public safety facilities. And I'd like to look for the tune of about $2 million to do that. Now, maybe it's more appropriate those be, Recovery Act funds. I know we're going to wait to have that discussion, but the question I want to ask administration is, should I just put that onto the hopper right now, or do we want to, is that noted enough to where we can include that when we have the...
No, I'd go ahead and get that documented with the record with the clerk, and then we'll just kind of add that to the list of ideas that we've got.
I'll second your motion.
Okay,
Councilmember
thank you.
Carazo.
And I'll send you the language, Brianna. So a couple things. I have a list of some projects for the district. Some we've discussed, some new ones. And what I'm going to do is, rather than go through them one by one, I will include that in the record. I'm going to make a motion to add those to the record, and I will give them. I will email the list right now to all the folks, including the clerk. So if I can get a second for that.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then a couple other things real quick. So I'm just go through the list. That's done, and that's done. There's been a lot of really great talk about river access and bicycles and on Palm, and kind of having a northwest corridor from downtown all the way to the San Joaquin River, which eventually, with Alternative 5B, we're going to have an access point through Spano Park through there. It's very expensive. It's a long-term goal, but would synchronization on Palm help with that? With having that goal of having a straight bike path, except for the county portions, but all the way through down Palm to the river.
And Council, I'd agree. Palm Avenue, it is a corridor that would be important for synchronization. That would be beneficial for river access as well as just regular, normal commute and everyday school traffic, what have you. It is one that we have not addressed yet, but it is part of the master plan for our traffic synchronization system.
Mm-hmm. How far do you think we are from being able to implement that?
We have. Well, something beneficial is that in implementing the east-west corridor projects, like Shaw Avenue, Herndon Avenue, Bullard, Ashland Avenue is now starting construction. That gets us connectivity to all of those traffic signals. So really, the investment we need to make is at the intermediate locations. Some of those being in the county to get full traffic synchronization. We'd need to partner with the county, but we are partway there through the work that we've done.
Okay, great to hear. So the other part I want to go through is this list that we have. Let's see which slide it is, where you talk about the different investments by district. I think it was the third cover page and then 2 slides in. And by the way, I think the number one request I get typically, other than public safety, is infrastructure. And every time you guys, and you and Jill and everyone in your department has been doing a great job. Every time someone has a request, even if it's a small request, I think there was one where a resident asked me, look, we've been trying to get this stop sign put in a T intersection for years. And I emailed Jill, and it turns out there already was a study, it was warranted, and you did it within 2 weeks. I mean, that's like the best case scenario, but people are so grateful for all that stuff. So I just want to say kudos to what you do, and just keep it up. When it comes to what the administration's presented, if we can put it up on the screen, the infrastructure investment by district, is that possible, clerk? This slide. It's the second slide in the presentation. Okay, so, oh no, that's one more. There you go.
That's
all right.
the one.
So under traffic flow improvements, we have District 2. I'm guessing that's a lot for District 2. I'm guessing that 62 million, a big chunk of that is going to be related to Veterans Boulevard. Would that be correct?
And yes, Council, so Yes, out of 62 million, Veterans Boulevard makes up about $57 million of that total. So and we can always follow up with more detail for you, but there are other projects that are in the budget, such as we have a large regional Measure C project to widen Herndon Avenue at the BNSF railroad crossing, and to add a multi-purpose trail on the north side. That's within that budget. We have some other items in traffic flow, like we categorized our West and Sierra left turn phasing project at that intersection. So there are some others there, but truly Veterans Boulevard is the lion's share.
Yeah, and thank you for mentioning the West and Sierra by Star Elementary. I just want folks to know for context, that big chunk of that is going to be for Veterans Boulevard. I should have asked, do we have a map of that by any chance?
I don't know that we have one in the system here, but our department has
No,
one.
good enough. No need for that. The point I'm trying to make is Veterans Boulevard, when you look at the entire city and being able to go north, south, east, and west, we have, and you did a great job walking me through this. We've got the 41, we've got the 168 and the 180, we have Herndon, but east-west has always been a bit of a challenge. But Veterans is kind of like that last piece of the puzzle to where you can have that overpass over the 99. So while it is through District 2, would it be safe to say that's really a regional transportation asset? It's not just for one district?
Oh, most definitely. And dating back to before the street was named Veterans Boulevard, it was called, it was on the books as the Herndon-Grantland Diagonal. So that really is the purpose, to connect Grantland Avenue in the west area with Herndon Avenue, and provide an interchange with the 99.
Okay, great. Thank you. The last area I want to talk about is going back and talking about the river. We had the council recently voted on a bill to support access to the river. It's really, I won't go through it again, but it's really, we are a waterfront community, and this is a regional asset. And over 25 years, there's been a lot of back and forth, and we finally reached a great place where we're not going to have just one access point, there'll be three. And partnering, so basically the Conservancy, which is the state agency responsible for both sides of the river, the city is applying to be the facilitator for the construction for these access points. Would that be correct?
Council, yes, that would be correct. There would be a later action by the City Council to consider a potential agreement between the city and the San Joaquin River Conservancy for us to lead the project, to manage, both manage on the front end, the design work, permitting, and then to oversee the construction of the River West expansion.
Great. And now while these access points are primarily in District 2, what makes me really excited is kids all over this city will be able to actually access the river the way I wasn't able to as a child and so many generations before me. But there will be some mitigation that has to be done. There'll be some partnering that has to be done, and we discussed this at the press conference we had about a month and a half ago. So I'd like to make a motion to allocate, and this is consistent with what was said at that press conference, to allocate $1 million towards improvements necessary for the neighborhoods and for improvements necessary for the River West project as we move forward.
Are you making that motion?
Yep.
I'll second it.
Thank you. And that's all I have. Thank you so much for your hard work, and not just to you, but to Erica and Mr. Benelli and everyone in your department.
Thank you, Council.
All right, Vice President Esparza.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Scott, in terms of the new positions you have, some of them are transferees. Can you tell us whether you have the capacity to execute all of the Measure P projects that are incoming? I know we're not getting the full allocation this year because it's only 9 months worth of revenue, but it's still pretty close. It's 29 out of the 37. But do you feel your department has the capacity to execute these projects in a timely manner?
And Council, so a couple things. One is a lot of the projects that are in Measure P are really those that have been brought up close to the shovel-ready stage. So my answer would be yes, those that are included in the budget, we have capacity to execute. However, not all of the revenue for Measure C has been included into the budget as our city manager has indicated, a process where the Parks Commission would need to review additional components and to determine priorities of what types of, where do we want to enhance the operations. And so there will be a need, as Tommy had mentioned earlier, there will be a need for some additional staffing. But yes, we do have capacity to execute what's on the books right now.
Great. Taking a look at the binder and moving over to the capital improvement program for Public Works FY 22 to 26, is that list of Public Works projects in the binder, is that all encompassing of all sources of revenue to Public Works projects?
What we've done with the 5-year CIP is we include those known revenue sources and known projects. So for example, with the SB1 program, we do show some placeholders in the list. Of course, my understanding is council appropriates funding each fiscal year. So although there's a picture shown of tentative 23 through 26, those are not a binding decision upon a future council. What we do not show in that budget are any grants that we will likely capture, but we have not received yet. So if we were to fast forward to FY 25 or 26, I would expect you'd see dramatically more funding in that budget in that future year than we've shown in the 5-year plan. Simply because of grants that we haven't captured yet, but we likely will.
So it is comprehensive, notwithstanding any grants we'll receive in future fiscal years.
That is correct.
Is that typically a substantial portion of the Public Works, these paving projects, the capital projects in any given year?
And that is correct. A very large portion is grant funded. So as we look forward to those future years, that is something that's missing from this 5-year plan.
So it's comprehensive to the best of your ability, but given that the grants aren't included, there's a very large portion missing.
That would be correct.
Okay. Well, I ask because the list I submitted doesn't seem to have made it into this project list currently. So I'll be making a series of motions, probably just one, and I'll submit a list. But I just wanted to make sure that I was cross-referencing and not seeing it anywhere in the next 5 years. But again, you're telling me that theoretically some of it could be picked up by grants.
Most definitely.
Does any of it include general fund revenue? Anything in that list, the 22 to 26?
As far as the capital for general fund and 23, we have a relatively small amount of general fund capital. That would include things like an ADA project at the convention center and a very small amount, relatively a carryover of existing general fund capital. But no major street repairs or anything like that on the general fund side.
Okay. So virtually no.
A relatively small amount, yes.
So if we were to make motions, right, based on quite a bit of the list that I had submitted to the administration, not making it into the binder, whether it's my district or other districts, would it mess with the current order of things in the budget, current order of projects in the budget, if we sort of supplanted some of those existing projects for the ones that were in our preference list?
Council member, if I may understand the question, if additional dollars were added into the budget to address some of these capital needs, would that affect the order? I suppose it would depend upon the specific nature of the motion. Specifically,
so not talking about additional dollars, just talking about directing a reordering of projects. To what extent is that possible?
Well, certainly with some programs, for example, let's take SB1 for example. If we had a $500,000 project planned in '22. There were no grants tied to it, no leveraging. It was all local money. And there were a $500,000 project the next year in '23. Could those be flip-flopped in the order? Most likely, yes.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion for my projects, but between now and ideally the end of the week, I'd like to take maybe 30 minutes with yourself, 45 minutes or so, do some cross-referencing with you and your department, just see which projects are in the queue here, what is able to be reordered versus some that may be more a little more baked in for one reason or the other. So moving on to CFDs, I think my council colleague at one point had asked for an analysis of what it would look like to have a citywide CFD. I'm more interested in getting a more regionally specific. So I'd like to provide direction to the administration for an analysis of what it would look like to form a CFD in existing neighborhoods like mine. I represent the inner city, the only landlocked district. I don't think I have any CFDs to the best of my knowledge within my district. But just exploring sustainable ways, right, to be able to have infrastructure and maintain that infrastructure. So the direction would be to provide an analysis of sort of what the process and cost is to create either a district-wide CFD or just create a CFD neighborhood by neighborhood.
Second.
Did you make that form of a motion, correct?
Yes, it was a motion, more of a direction.
Did you get that, City Clerk? Okay.
Just a comment, and Scott, you can fill in as well. The process of setting up a CFD, you got that down. That's a process. It's the vote that is required, the public vote that's required. That's the process we need to figure out. Can we do education outreach in a way that, because I think the process, we know how to do that. It's how do you get the people to support it and vote for it?
What's the lowest unit that we could provide a CFD for?
So
to the city block?
To answer a few questions, absolutely. So on the CFD, we've worked closely with City Attorney's Office. We did circulate a TRAI memo on options. And really, we do have a citywide CFD, that's CFD 11, and it's simply a process of annexing into it. How many can annex to that? It could be one block. In theory, it could be one or two lots that annex in. The challenge is really the cost effectiveness of doing so, because it costs about $4,000 to $5,000 to go through that with all the noticing, hearings, and such. So it's certainly more cost effective to bring in a larger area than just a handful of parcels.
Scott, when you say annex, are you referring to annexing a portion of existing city jurisdiction,
Yes.
okay, so
not annexing of county unincorporated area to the city, but rather just the process we go through, annexing city properties that are within the city of Fresno to the CFD. And as the city manager mentioned, that if we have more than 12 registered voters in an area, then it is a special election. It's a special mailed ballot election. So 2/3 must support the annexation to the CFD in order for council then to approve that.
So in theory, we could annex any existing city neighborhood that's not currently in a CFD into CFD number 11.
We could bring single family into 11, and we have district number 9 for multifamily or other non-residential commercial industrial uses.
Okay, yeah, and so, I mean, that's good to know. I'm going to go ahead and maintain my current motion, only because I'm interested in the sort of regional, neighborhood by neighborhood approach. Because when we talk about CFD, I mean, we're talking about fees, right? And with the general public, there is this confusion between fees and taxes. And when you have sort of a large-scale, citywide type program like that, it is very easy to conflate fees with taxes. To me, it seems more justifiable to tell somebody, hey, yes, you are paying a little extra, but every single dollar is going directly back into your neighborhood, as opposed to it being mixed into some larger fund and potentially spent somewhere else. So I guess that would lead to my next question. Within CFD number 9 or 11, is dollar for dollar, is that reinvested back into that exact neighborhood by the revenue, or is it put into a larger pot and redistributed proportionally?
Council, we are not allowed to redistribute any. We actually account for it on a tract by tract balance, and we track every hour of staff time. We track every water bill is posted to that. Anything and everything that we do is tracked actually by location and that track balance, and the revenues are accounted for the same way. So yes, that would be assurance to those who would opt to come into the CFD. It's firewalled for that neighborhood. It can't go anywhere else.
Okay, yeah, definitely looking for that reassurance to folks, right? That this is not a tax. This is being reinvested right into your street as you look out your window, right? That's what folks are looking for. Okay, well, that'll complete my questions for now. I suppose, City Attorney, we have to, even though I'm submitting a list, but I just make a general motion for my list and then get a second?
And then submit the motion to the clerk and administration?
Correct, yeah.
Yes.
So I'll submit a motion for my District 7 project list for Public Works.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Thank you, Council President. Director, let me start off with some praises because you guys are extremely responsive and you guys have done a really good job with the resources that have been provided to your department. So thank you to everyone in your team. The tower overlay and reconstruction is going well. I know we had a little bit of adjustments on the rerouting of traffic, but thank you for the pictures today, and people are happy with the quality of work. Your folks, although they work Monday through Friday only, the construction crews are making significant progress. So thank you to your team. A couple of questions. You recently repaved or slurried South Tower neighborhoods, specifically south of Olive, east of Palm. In that work, you missed a couple major streets. Broadway, Roosevelt, Echo. Was that intentional because you ran out of money?
It was not due to running out of dollars, but because the streets that we did resurface, those were in good condition and suitable for the slurry seal work. So the balance of the streets in the area actually need a grind, the existing failed top surface, and then an actual repaving. And I believe our street maintenance division is, Brian, we've either completed those estimates. We have completed those estimates and I believe provided to your office.
So is that work going to commence soon, or are you still waiting for resources to fix those roads? 4 years, Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember, we are waiting for resources as far as that, and similar to Councilmember Esparza's question, okay. Could something be reordered, restructured? We believe we have a good proposal of projects. However, could something be adjusted like that?
Oh, we're going to make a lot of adjustments. I imagine by the time we're done with this budget, it'll be 100 motions and adjustments.
So yes, those are currently unfunded, but I agree the need is there.
Yeah, it's quite disappointing for the neighborhood that the worst condition roads were left untouched, and it's hard to explain to residents why we would spend city resources and time doing a slurry, but then bypass the worst, roads that are just deteriorated completely. A couple years ago, we passed the Complete Street Ordinance, and that ordinance basically said that each time you guys go and make road improvements, that you will construct a complete road. Gutters, curbside gutters, sidewalks. in your project, specifically south of Olive, east of Palm, the city staff didn't make any of those improvements to those neighborhoods. The broken sidewalks were not fixed. The missing sidewalks were not built. The curbs and gutters were not addressed. My understanding of the Complete Streets ordinance was each time you all went and repaved streets, that would automatically be done.
And Council, there was a distinction in that Complete Streets policy, that resolution, from slurry seal versus a complete repave. So the slurry seal was exempted from Complete Streets because that's a really low-cost treatment just to prolong life, as opposed to a full repaving where, yes, then Complete Streets policy says add the sidewalks and other work. So, and I know our city traffic engineer, Jill Gormley, did make a presentation, I believe last November, just to update council on how did we do in the first year? What did we add? And then any exceptions that were made. So that is a good observation. We did not address those. There are still concrete repair needs in those neighborhoods.
Okay, so I'll make a note of it, City Attorney, that we have to bring back the ordinance and, address that loophole, because for us, the lame, regular folks, we don't know the difference between a slurry, a resurfacing, a reconstruction. When the roads are being fixed, we expect that the full street is being fixed, not just the nominal, whatever's cheapest to do. So thank you for that clarification. On the other portions of it, we did send all our project list to staff, and I know your slide here indicates approximately $53 million in my district, the vast majority of which is funded by the state through the TCC grant. And I think the other projects are really related to downtown synchronization and some of the high-speed rail stuff. So, what I'm struggling with, Director, and this is not for you, it's more for the mayor, when the state invested in West Fresno and the TCC area downtown, their investment was supposed to be supplemental to the city, not to supplant city investment into that region. And it seems to me that based on the state's investment, the city has not made an investment in itself. Your budget suggests that you're only getting an additional $200,000 this year from the general fund, based on these slides. I'm not sure how we as a city can tell residents when we have a historic amount of revenue, general fund, before you get to the rescue funds, before you get to the SB1 dollars, general fund dollars, a historic level, and we only increase the Public Works Department's budget by $200,000 in the general fund. I struggle with that notion. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to submit all my project lists formally again, all of which were left. So the neighborhoods in South Tower, completing the repaving on Olive Street that gets us to the point where high-speed rail takes over before you get to 99. The Muir Elementary area, the Safe Routes to Schools, that you guys have been doing some design work, but the construction isn't funded yet. The West Fresno residential neighborhood, Elm, MLK, Annandale, Jensen, the portion that's still missing, I believe it's between 99 and 41. McKinley Elementary, west of the 99. Chinatown, specifically in Chinatown, there's a lot of TCC dollars being invested in Chinatown. Is it correct that the streets that are not reconstructed, slurried or paved or improved by TCC are not going to be done by the city at this point?
Councilmember, we have provided a
Before you
map.
answer that, Director Moser, I'll second your motion for all the projects on your list so we could enter them formally. You don't have to read all 300 of them.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
It's only about $50 million, Director, so it's small potatoes.
So we have, just for benefit of the full council, we have prepared a map of Chinatown showing the high-speed rail related improvements. They're doing a lot of utility work. So they've got to trench, do work in the street, and they've got to patch, repave. We do have the TCC projects, and then really, a group of streets that doesn't have anything identified yet. So that is correct. There are some unfunded needs currently in Chinatown. We are looking at some grant opportunities coming up, a new cycle on some of those, like E Street, for example, may be very, very suitable for like a transportation grant.
So for example, F Street in front of Chef Paul's, if my memory serves me correctly, City Crews repaved that center lane, but the section where everybody parks is left untouched. Is that going to remain untouched until we identify other resources to fix it? Or is that whole street going to be completely repaved when whatever construction projects are complete are done?
And, let me see. Randall, you want to speak to that one briefly? I know we have we had high-speed rail work in that area, and then a balance.
Director, don't worry about it. I'll offline with you on that.
Very
I won't
good.
take the rest of my colleagues' time on it.
But you are correct. There's a center section that was done by high-speed rail for their utility work, and then we have a balance that's needed to be done.
Okay. And then lastly, Director, I would just make a motion on your budget specifically to convert the additional graffiti positions to the 7-week program. I'd like to see additional bodies added to your 7-week program because that has become extremely fruitful for our neighborhoods. Those improvements are significant, and I'd rather we focus on rebuilding neighborhoods and instead of adding additional graffiti abatement teams.
I didn't hear the conversion. The graffiti,
The motion is to convert the additional graffiti crews to the 7-week program instead.
I'll second that.
The 7 programs? The sidewalk program?
Yes.
7-week sidewalk program.
We refer to it as a 7-week program because the city crews are in our neighborhoods for 7 weeks fixing sidewalks.
Got it.
Curbs and gutters. So,
$1.2 million, yeah.
I'll, for the record, the director will give you the appropriate description of the positions and program.
All right. Mayor,
So
your microphone?
is the motion to not add the 3 graffiti abatement teams to the graffiti abatement?
Correct. The motion is to convert those additional positions to the 7-week program instead.
Councilman Barrios, why not just add your own deal instead of having
Yeah,
to?
I'm confused about doing that in a budget process.
I think, this is a time for us the mayor has recommended his proposal. It's our job to then, make adjustments. But as we continue these conversations, I'm sure we could, if there's money to add additional crews to the 7-week program instead of taking it from the graffiti crews, then we can have that discussion.
All right,
Second the
we'll have that.
Did we change the motion to add 3 7-week people?
The motion remains to convert the positions. And as discussions proceed, I'm sure we can figure out a resolution.
We will discuss that one in depth.
We'll figure that out. I guarantee you we will figure that out. Were you done with your questions, Councilman Rodriguez? Yeah. Councilman Bredefeld?
Okay, thank you, Scott. First of all, thank you to you and your staff and your department. I think you do great work, and I've shared that with you many times. I want to, if I could, first of all, first let me go to the fiscal 2022 budget infrastructure investments by district. If you could put that up, Brianna. Okay. Okay. So the question I have, if you look at the street repairs by district, we're at 653, and there's a lot of other districts with, 3 million, 1.2, 1.5. How are you deciding this, and why is it that District 6 gets such a small percentage when it comes to this street repairs? And I want to talk about other categories as well, but how is that decided? Why was that decided?
Very good. Councilmember, one thing I'd want to highlight is included in these dollar amounts is 3.7 million in CDBG. And so, of course, we don't have any CDBG neighborhoods in your district. So that does preclude that opportunity in that
That's
area.
3 million of CDBG, right? You said 3 million?
That is correct.
Okay, but there's a lot, I mean, there's many millions here.
That is correct. And something that we do look at is just general needs citywide. With things like Complete Streets policy, we are doing projects where there are streets in other parts of the city that are in need of full reconstruction. They don't have sidewalks. We're adding those in. Those tend to be more expensive projects. And so we have attempted to look objectively at conditions. Now that said, we do have close to $1 billion, when you're at a pavement, tree damage concrete issue citywide. There are enough needs in Council District 6 that we could spend the entire budget right there. We have projects like needs like Cedar Avenue from about Sierra all the way up to Shepherd. The whole thing is in need of repaving, and it's not in the budget. So no doubt, and we have neighborhoods who are near Herndon Avenue, who are just off Herndon. They got built in the early 70s, and they didn't really see much investment these years, and now they have degraded streets. So no doubt there are needs there, but citywide, it's a very significant amount of deferred maintenance. So we've attempted to strike that best balance, but I appreciate the concern of the lower dollar amount.
So, but are you making these decisions where these dollars go? Who's making the decision? Because, I'm troubled by this because it feels like, I went through this with the prior administration over and over and over and over, and it seemed like I might as well talk to the wall. Now, I know I didn't always play ball with the Brand administration, and so I figured, okay, that's what's going on. Now, this is just starting with a new administration, and I'm looking at these numbers, and I'm not okay with the fact that my constituents, we have great needs. Now, I've always been very sensitive to other districts that are older. I'm not okay with sidewalks not being existing when you're having kids walking to schools in other districts. That's not okay with me. When we had the CARES money, I made the motion to give $30 million to Southwest and Southeast Fresno because there's great needs there. But this is simply not okay with me. When you look at the entire amount of money here at the total at the end, we're at 1% of these funds. 1%. That's just simply not acceptable. I don't know who to talk to, whether it's Mayor Dyer or the city manager, but frankly, I'm sick of it. Because my constituents are getting screwed. And they get screwed every budget because we have great needs too. And so who do I talk to? Where do I go? You're the head of Public Works. There's great talk always of equity. I don't like the word because it gets away from equality, which is what I think. But this is certainly not equitable. I mean, it's certainly not.
I think you would talk to myself, and then I'll work with Scott on it. But correct me if I'm wrong, Scott. Use a PCI, the Pavement Condition Index, to kind of rank the roads here in the city?
Yes, we do. And actually, we have, council approved a contract. We are long overdue to reevaluate the roads citywide. So that effort is wrapping up, and we expect to be back by the end of the calendar year with a full presentation. You'll be able to see citywide conditions, neighborhoods, everything else. So we hope that will help tell the story. The other factor
Scott,
in
let me just, so right now, the Pavement Condition Index tells us where the worst roads are in the city. And that, regrettably, they're not in your district. So I can work with Scott, and we can figure, is there another scoring methodology we could use that would account for, like Scott said, just some equity allocations, just said, hey, look, we've got just based on raw data, this is how the numbers come out. Now, how do we want to adjust that to account for considerations that you've identified with your constituency?
Well,
we'll have to change the methodology for how we score them.
I understand that, but we have neighborhoods that are 40, 50 years old, that streets haven't, they're all cracked. You know that. You've been out there with me. So I understand there may be some kind of formula. Then we've got to rectify the formula because it's not. Right. That's what I'm saying. It's just not.
Yeah, I'll just add, Councilmember, we don't direct, or at least since I've been here, we don't direct downward in terms of the projects. the projects filter up in terms of that index. And so if there's a need to adjust that and look at some individual neighborhoods that are in the worst of the worst conditions in D6, we can go back and do that. But since I've been here, at least they percolate up, and you know, I trust Scott that he's given us the best information. And so, but if we need to modify that, we can.
Yeah, and I do too. As I said, I mean, I've always commend Scott because I have a lot of confidence in him. But I'm just saying that, I mean, this is clearly not going in the right direction for the people I represent. So we got to do something different.
I would want to add just a couple things. On SB1, two of our largest single projects in the past 3 years actually were in District 6. We thankfully were able to repave Nees Avenue.
Yep.
That was a fairly high dollar. Thankfully, Council recently awarded the Chestnut project from Bullard to Herndon, so those were great. The only other additional comment I wanted to share is, again, we talked about grants predominantly funding things like the traffic flow improvements, safe routes to school, and the state criteria has been that they generally require disadvantaged neighborhoods as a criteria on those. So we wind up with a lot of grant awards coming to council. They're generally south of Shaw types of projects. And then also with the Measure C, the regional program, we were able to finish a lot of the Northeast Fresno projects early in the measure. So we had lots of high dollar projects for Herndon widening, Willow Avenue widening. My staff and I worked on a lot of those ourselves. And we had budgets, you know, more like 15 years ago where District 6 was the highest citywide. And now we're at the point, a lot of the measure projects are, you know, they're the Peach Avenues, Veterans, and other areas. So, but I greatly, very much appreciate the concern and the needs.
Yeah, and so just on the two other items, you have traffic flow improvements, and you know we've got 264,000. How are you defining? I mean, obviously it's self-explanatory, but is there a certain way you define traffic flow improvement? Is it just new signals, or what is it exactly?
Either traffic flow, either widening streets to add lanes, traffic synchronization. So as we broke those down, then let me see, within District 6, we have, let's see, projects that we have, the Friant Road corridor, we have the ITS project that's doing adaptive synchronization, so that's 189,000 on Friant Road. We have the beginning of the design phase for a left turn phasing project at Cedar and Teague, proposed in the budget.
But again, yeah, and I appreciate that, but you know, it's 264,000. You know, one district has 9.7 million. I mean, obviously, District 2 is with Veterans Boulevard. I don't count that, but you know, 4.2 million, 12.6 million, 5.3 million, 264,000 in District 6. We got traffic flow improvement issues too. Tons of them, as you all know. I don't know how we end up with 264,000. Other people have $10 million.
Councilmember Butterfield, is that in the form of a motion that I could support?
Well, a motion in what way, Councilmember?
You want additional resources, I think it's fair.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there should be a formula. I mean, I wouldn't know what to propose that's right. I mean, I don't want to just throw something out there, but you know, there's something clearly not right here. If we go to active transportation, safe routes to schools, I'm looking at districts that have 7 million, 11 million, 3 million, 5 million. We have $100,000.
What about a list of, I mean, your district clearly pays a lot on this tax base, Councilmember. What about maybe a list of projects that your staff has that you can include?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion, as everyone does. I've given a list, but it's still not addressing this. I mean, I don't know how we have $100,000 for active transportation, safe routes to schools. I had to go and raise money, as you know, at one elementary school, ask Clovis Unified to donate, and then I had to somehow get another $100,000 just for a traffic signal, and still, that was 2 years ago, I think, as you know, Scott, you were involved in that. I don't know, and we have traffic signals all over the place that we need left turn phasing, right? I mean, you know that, long list. How do we end up with $100,000 and other districts have 11 million and 7? What is that formula that we end up with 100,000?
So that'll be the motion for us to revisit the allocation methodology for,
Well, I'm asking the question, though. How do we end up with that small amount of money? What is the formula now that we end up with that?
I'm not sure on the traffic phasing stuff, Scott, but I got to believe that it is a newer area up there, so it's being built with the bike lanes. It's being built with a lot of the infrastructure that some of the older neighborhoods just haven't had a chance to
Councilmember
get the benefit of.
the frustration that you're feeling is the frustration that a lot of us have felt. I have a crosswalk on Lane and Armstrong that I've been waiting for 5 years now, and there was one child killed and another one hurt there, and so the process has not been fast enough. Comparing that, and not to pit any area against any other, but there was an incident up in your district, and I don't think you were the council member at the time, where there was a child killed. And the city of Fresno spent upwards of $10 million to ensure that pathway was done, right? And so I think what would give you a good perspective, because I remember all those investments that Director Mosier mentioned, is maybe retrospectively looking at a 10-year plan of where investments have traditionally gone, and dollar amounts, I think, would be a comparison of apples to apples. But to your point, I think you've been here long enough to know that, when council members are obviously pushing for projects and putting them on the list, I think that's part of the formula that you're trying to get to. But you know your district better than we do, right? I know where my bottlenecks are. I know where the high incident of traffic accidents are, and so I make it a point of putting them on the radar of staff. Because realistically, that CIP index tells you that we have over $1 billion in needs across the city. So there's no way we're going to get there.
But the question, Council President, is it's not, according to Scott, it's not about council members presenting projects when he's making these decisions. He's basing this on a formula. If I understand what you're saying, is this something else where council members have been asking you to put projects and that's part of the formula, or is it a separate formula that's not related to requests?
Well, isn't that CIP index that tells you exactly what the condition of the road is, when it was last repaved or slurry sealed or maintained? I think I remember getting that presentation from our Public Works Department, and it's a very specific formula.
And yes, Council, and that is correct. That's the starting point for the department, looking at those best investments and the greatest needs. Where we do work closely with council members on priorities is if we have two streets, they're both in equal need, and one is a greater priority identified by the particular council member. For me, and for our department, that's really a tiebreaker for us. If we have two that are equally viable candidates in the same district, of course we're going to gravitate towards the one that would be an individual priority.
Okay. So again, before I can make a motion, I need to understand, are you basing this on a formula or a council member request or a combination thereof? Because you sounded like you were saying there was a formula that led you to making these kinds of decisions.
Correct. And Council, we've talked before about life of pavement, where we're trying to catch streets before they fail. So with things like a slurry seal investment, those tend to be a greater investment with newer streets. We'll spend more of the slurry seal program doing that. We'll spend more of the paving dollars that you see on the list of street repairs with the older streets that are far beyond that point. So that is a formula, but again, I want to emphasize that the vast majority of funding in public works comes through grants, and for example, traffic flow improvements, those have been things like Midtown Trail, Palm, Belmont, protected bike lanes, projects like that, where they meet all the criteria, they check all the boxes and are able to bring those dollars in from Sacramento. And right now, with how the program is structured, for example, there are some programs where City of Clovis, for example, is not eligible to apply. Clovis demographics are vast majority, they can't qualify. So we face those issues and the challenges. How do we fund some of the needs in areas that are not disadvantaged?
Director, can I just chime in? I'm going to give you an example in my district. So when I first came on board, I identified Highway City, which doesn't have sidewalks on both east and west side. The entire neighborhood to the east of that Shaw and Polk area does not have any sidewalks. I've been working for 6 years to get funding, but I identified this early on with Public Works. On my 7th year, I finally have a portion of the west side that will get finally sidewalk. But it took me 7 years, and I had to be proactive. So I get it that they have kind of a formula and there are certain grants, but we have a responsibility as council members to identify them. We're the ones that know our neighborhoods the best in the city. And that's how when I identified this on the first month that I came to this council, I said, I'm gonna make that. And so there's been a lot of progress, but it's very incremental. There's planning, there's acquisition. It takes forever. It's like the housing development that I worked on for 6 years. And that's what that's why on mine, it made it seem like, oh, she has a significant amount of active transportation or dollars. Well, I will tell you, it took me 7 years to be able to get to that number.
But Councilwoman, if I may, I think that the bigger point here is the Public Works Department only gets $6 million a year from the general fund, which is the money that we have completely flexible to prioritize. In my South Tower neighborhood, 109 years they've been waiting for sidewalks, and they waited for 109 years because they rely on the city's general fund to fix that neighborhood, not on outside grants or anything else. So I think as a city of, as large as we are, to only give Public Works $6 million from the general fund puts in a position where the only work they can do is to go after competitive grants. And those competitive grants require scoring, and I completely agree with you. We should be doing more, but that's why with this historic amount of new revenue to the general fund, we're only increasing the general fund allocation to Public Works by $200,000. That doesn't fix one sidewalk.
I think that's part of the debate about why a CFD, and it gets just very complicated into how we can actually get it done, but I think that's one of the reasons why we have to explore that, because it doesn't require a drain on the general fund. It's kind of like the Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District. That neighborhood pays for their maintenance. So maybe, I can't believe I'm going to say this, maybe we need a council committee to put together a proposal.
Councilman Arias, you mentioned about a motion. I mean, so in this budget, we've got 1% of this pot. What if there was where each council district had a minimum? That doesn't, others can have 15, 20%. But at minimum, each council district should have at least 5% of whatever's available. I was going to say 10, but I think that's too much. Because there may be other districts that really have a greater need. But 1% is ridiculous. At least 5% seems reasonable.
Yeah, Councilmember, I struggle with this question for a while. We all get the same amount for our infrastructure budgets in our council offices. I have 100 broken sidewalks compared to somebody else who may have 50. But yet we all get the same amount for our council infrastructure budget. So equal hasn't worked out for the older neighborhoods because the costs are higher. But I'm open to the conversation on how we come up with some kind of formula that works for everyone, because everybody deserves improvements to be made. And I do think we got to have the harder conversation of how much more general fund are we going to give Public Works? Because we know it doesn't sit there in salary savings in their department. We give it to them on Monday. On Tuesday, it's out the door, making improvements. That's why I struggle with simply adding more positions to departments to only hear that the positions have been vacant for 5 years. And with Public Works, they spend the money at the moment that they receive it.
All right, so I'll make a motion for discussion. We can discuss this for the infrastructure investments by district. It should be at least 5% in a district, and we can discuss. That's my motion.
I'll second it, but how do you want to do that, Gary?
In the breakdown, there's a total of $212,465,000, and I think each district, what the motion is that each district should at least get 5% across street repairs, traffic flow improvements, curb gutter sidewalks, active transportation, safe routes to school, etc.
Well, I'll second it. Let's get on the board for discussion. Yeah.
Councilmember Bredefield,
Yes.
a friendly amendment would be something a little closer to maybe what Councilmember Arias was suggesting, where we have discretionary operational funds within each council district to create discretionary infrastructure budgets within each council district to be funded at a minimum level every fiscal year.
What do you, I'm not
You're talking
sure
about something
understand what
You know
different.
how we have an operating budget under each council district? Use it for staff, you could
Right.
use it for a town hall. If we had a minimum amount of dedicated infrastructure funds per council district as well, instead of saying 5% of active transportation or street repairs or traffic flow improvements.
Yeah, but the fact is, we're talking about $212 million here, not a small amount that we would add into our, you're talking about adding additional monies into the infrastructure budget?
That's
For,
correct.
yeah. I don't
Dedicated.
think we could even get close to these kinds of numbers to address the real needs that we have in our district.
Did you second the motion for Councilmember Bertopero, Councilmember Carbasi?
I did.
Okay, it's in the hopper.
Council
Okay,
President,
City Manager, Skidda?
Yeah, I just would, I'd hate for you to limit yourself with a number right now. And if you could trust Scott and I, and the motion would be something along the lines of, direct staff to evaluate alternative allocation methodologies for the dollars, and then Scott and I
And
will.
you bring it back to us.
And we'll bring that back.
Yes,
to you.
I'm comfortable with that as a motion.
You second that amendment?
Yes, sir.
Councilman? All right.
Okay, let's leave that as
On
the
All
motion.
right.
And then one final motion is the list that we submitted to the administration that would be adopted into the budget as was proposed before by others.
Second.
You have the list?
The list is already submitted.
All right, good. All right, Councilwoman Soria?
Council President,
Thank you, Scott.
can I just make a motion?
Sure.
And then I'll be quiet for the rest of the night. I promise.
All right, hold on, everybody.
Is that the motion?
Let me lock this in.
Mantitas.
Let me lock this in.
Unless Mike references me by name, and then it's all off.
Yeah. Second.
My motion is to increase the council's infrastructure budgets by $500,000 per council district.
Second that.
All right.
They have $1 billion or $1 million?
Motion made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. It's in the hopper.
Is that going to be mandated that it be used for infrastructure, not switched over to operations?
I didn't hear that from the council member.
Because oftentimes that's what ends up happening with
Jerry,
infrastructure.
you a
budget.
council member? What's happening?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand the motion for us.
It's our version of watching for salary savings, so.
It's the charter says that we get to have autonomy from the mayor's micromanagement.
So the answer
For the
is no.
record,
Yeah, it's
is-
the opposite of salary savings.
it
Salary.
is $500,000 for infrastructure specifically. That's my motion.
All right. And there was a second by Councilmember Maxwell. It's in the hopper. Councilwoman Soria?
Thank you, Council President. Director, I was just going to ask about the TOD projects that will be covered with the dollars that came from the Blackstone McKinley project. What are those projects? I wasn't sure which ones. I know that there's line items for them, but what is happening? Is it sidewalks? I know there is some slated to go to District 7, but I wanted to see where else in the neighborhoods we were going to see those investments.
Yes, Council. And that project is included in the capital budget. So that is the Blackstone McKinley TOD project. There's a line item for that. The scope of the project includes, first of all, protected bike lanes on the one-way couplets in the City College, kind of coming down to the Tower area. So basically that northbound, that is Van Ness, starting at Belmont Avenue, and it's Van Ness all the way up basically to the railroad crossing. It's where it turns into Maroa, goes up to the railroad crossing. Southbound, similarly, on Maroa, comes down, and then it turns into Fulton Street, again down to Belmont. So the two one-way couplets with protected bike lanes, and then there are sidewalks included in that project, grant funded on Blackstone Avenue, basically north of the Lingo development, up to right around University. There's a gap in that area with some auto dealerships and such. There's a sidewalk gap. And then the east side of Blackstone Avenue coming down to the south to basically get full sidewalk connectivity down toward Olive.
And that's slated to happen this next fiscal year and completed, or?
Those funds are included in the budget. Let me get the exact reference.
Like, are we still going to need like like planning and all that good stuff, or is it like slated to be constructed in this next fiscal year?
We are currently under design, and let me ask, contract award date? 22? Okay, so a contract award would occur in 22, and then the actual construction would follow and trail into 23.
Okay.
So it is, all the funding for construction is built, it is included in the budget.
Okay. Glad to hear that you guys have finally incorporated dollars for the ATP coordinator, as I mentioned earlier, so that's great. I support, getting information on the energy projects that were mentioned by Councilmember Carbasi. I do want to, though, make sure that when we do engage in solar, that we make sure they're add-ons to the energy efficiency projects that we're already going to be accounting for, because I want to make sure that we get our most bang for our buck when those are happening. So I look forward to the presentation, but I am going to have that expectation that we get the most bang for our buck in terms of adding on once the energy efficiency projects have captured those dollars. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that that's where I'm at with that. I know that it's taken a bit longer than anticipated. When do you guys expect the next awarded, I don't know if it's contract or on the energy efficiency projects coming to council?
Let's see, so let me briefly share with council that we went through an RFQ process, multi-department panel and tentative selection of Alliance, same firm who's done the MSC and City Hall project. And we are now, they've done a walkthrough of all the facilities, parks, police, and fire. We're costing those out and then doing the return on investment against energy savings. For date to council, and what are we thinking? Workshop in July and award in August. So
why has it taken so long? So it's interesting because I remember having this conversation and you guys totally pushed the whole RFQ, even though we had done the first phase. The same company that now you guys are going to recommend to get is actually getting the contract. So it's a little annoying. I will just say that even though we expressed, we're like, we should just continue on with the same vendor. They already have a proven track record with the city. And we've just, in my opinion, wasted all this entire year or even more than a year where we would have been able to do other energy efficiency projects. So I just wanted to put that out there for your knowledge to know that I do have a little frustration on that, on my behalf. Two other just, I guess, motions that I just want to put on the hopper, just like my colleagues on infrastructure. There are 3 Fresno High and Tower district neighborhoods that need some maintenance in terms of street repaving or slurry seal, I don't know, whatever. We'll need curbs and gutter and sidewalk replacement. I'm ballparking, I don't know, I think we've been in some initial conversations with your staff, with Brian, about some of these neighborhoods. I don't think it's in the upwards of 3 million, but just putting it out there, I think once we figure out what that amount is, if we can get that from your staff, we'll put the exact amount. But I do want to make sure that these neighborhoods that are also 100-plus-year-old neighborhoods get repaved. They haven't been in the last few decades. I don't even know when was the last time for many of these neighborhoods. So I'd like that. And then lastly, I mentioned the Highway City infrastructure project or dollars that have been allocated in the budget. I know that we only have still the 7 million, which is for the west of Polk. There is still a 4 million, I believe, remainder of it. Do you have a timeline for that? Are we not going to be able to get the remainder of it for the east, or is it, yeah, for the east part of Polk to finish out the sidewalk, gutters, and so forth?
Councilor, there are actually 3 projects in that area. The west side is moving into right-of-way acquisition phase right now, and then construction the next year. The east side, Councilwoman, you made a motion to fund the design phase of that work. So that is in the budget. That's been moving along. We've been working to solicit a design firm to tackle that effort. And then the third project is through CDBG, which is really the residential
neighborhoods.
streets in Highway City. And that would be full reconstruction, curb, gutter, sidewalk, street lighting, and full repaving. So that is also reflected in the budget.
Will those get constructed before I leave?
Currently, Highway City under CDBG is not funded for construction. We're in design and we'll be starting the right-of-way acquisition. So
How can we expedite that, since I've been asking since 2015?
And Council, and that's really, this is the first time it's gone, only the second year it's been in the CDBG budget.
I know, because we've never had money. Every time I asked Swearingen and Lee Brand, they would always say, no money, there is no money. So I know that it's taken this long, but how can we make sure that they get completed?
So we're making a very hard push on the west side of Polk Avenue. That's the one that's furthest along. And we also have the ATP grant for the completion of that pathway to Inspiration Park, the north side of Gettysburg, and the traffic signal at Gettysburg and Polk. So we have those in the budget. I might offer we could provide a timeline on all 4 of those projects together. The Highway City CDBG, that honestly, that is a 3-year project because of the right-of-way involved. We can't guarantee that every property owner will quickly agree to a friendly acquisition. That may take more time to address. And also we need CDBG funding in the following fiscal year. And again, I can't speak to, I don't know what level Congress will provide, what that block grant amount will be. Well, the Highway City Neighborhood Street, that's about a $4.5 million project altogether. I think we get about $3 million in neighborhood infrastructure that can be done each year. So that sounds like a 2-year.
But it doesn't necessarily have to be all CDBG, right? So there's ARP money that may be able to be used for some infrastructure. So we could do a blending of it, or if it's faster to get it with, certain one-time money that we have, couldn't we do that rather than wait for 3 years of CDBG?
And with respect to ARP, I'd have to defer to city manager on rules, eligibility, and such.
Do we know?
Yeah, so on the infrastructure, where we're feeling really good is that if we're going into a neighborhood, tearing up a street to put water, sewer, broadband, we'll figure out a way to get that, the road, sidewalk, trees in that corridor, like the complete streets question. We'll get the complete street done, putting the water and sewer in there. I don't know what the status is of water and sewer in Highway City, but what I'm hearing you say is that you would like us to
Well, I'd like to
find
explore,
alternative sources of funding.
if there are other sources of funding that could expedite, and then that CDBG dollars, could go to another neighborhood, either in D1 or in one of the other districts. But
Well, you'd like to have it
I'd
done
like
before
to
you-
see that.
before you're out.
Well, I'd like to see, he already told me the east part is not going to really happen in my lifetime here, but at least the west side of the street, which we've been working really hard to get done. So if we could do that, I guess I would be, I don't know if I have to make a motion, but at least you guys know.
You could,
that-
that'd be ideal. Yeah, it'd be helpful.
So I'll make a motion to explore other alternative source of funding in terms of having the flexibility to expedite the timeline for that neighborhood in Highway City.
I'll second her motion.
And then
It's in the packet.
I had brought up the repaving of Parkway going to the Sikh temple. It is really, really, really bad. You've seen, there's a portion of it that is smooth, and then once you start getting into that Fairmont area, it's extremely crumbling. That street gets a lot of traffic. I know it didn't get as much traffic during this year because of COVID and people weren't going to the temple, but I'd like to see that chunk repaved. Is that included in this budget or no?
Yes, Council, we do have enough resources. That's a relatively small dollar project that we can accommodate that is in this budget. Let me ask Brian Russell, timeline? This summer, August. Yep, summer. So basically,
Okay.
with passage of the budget, we'd be dialed in to pave that in August, and that would
Okay.
be from the Sikh Temple, up Parkway, and then around the corner on Fairmont.
Fairmont. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that information. I appreciate it. I think those are all the questions for me, Council President. Thank you, Director, and thank you to your staff.
All right, for now, until we hit 8:45 PM in about an hour, and we'll have some more questions. Let me just make one motion, because there's been so many motions, I'm getting motion sickness, and I don't want to lose my train of thought here. So I'm gonna make one clean motion to submit all my Council District 5 projects, like everybody else has. I'm going to officially call this the Rebuild Fresno District 5 Strategic Plan. So I'm going to hand these over to the clerk.
I'll second that, Council President, on the condition that you disclose all the projects that the mayor included.
Oh,
for
I'm
you.
not, they're right here, black and white. I don't have a
I'll
problem
second it with no
disclosing them.
conditions. How about that?
All 300 of them. So I'll do that now. They're in the hopper. City Clerk, did you get that?
I did, but I have a question going back on Councilmember Soria's motion regarding the tower, the Fresno High-End Tower.
Right, but the important stuff, did you get my motion on the hopper?
I did get your motion
Okay,
on the hopper.
great. All right, now
Council
back to
President,
Council.
that's
Now
secondary.
Councilmember Soria. What did you need clarification on for Councilmember Soria?
There was a second.
Yeah, there was a second.
I seconded it first.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so we got the hopper nice and full. Councilmember Maxwell?
Officially missed Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune now, so looking forward to concluding here shortly. Director Mosier, as you know, a growing frustration in District 4 has been the bottlenecking on Fowler Avenue north of the 180. Excited to see that we have a proposed traffic signal at Fowler and Olive, which I think will help alleviate some of that congestion. And I know part of the issue is due to the city-county jurisdiction. Part of it is city, part of it is county. What needs to happen today in order for us to get the right-of-way of that street and do widening of that to relieve the bottlenecking? As you know, we have probably 3 new housing divisions in that part of my district since I was elected to office a year ago. It's growing exponentially. Every single month, there's a new division, and yet the infrastructure for getting into those neighborhoods hasn't changed. One of the main avenues people get there is off the 180, off of Fowler Avenue. So what would we need to do starting today in order to allow more traffic and less bottlenecking into that part of my district?
All right. And again, as Councilmember, you stated, that is in the county today. About 3 years ago, maybe 4, our city team, we did a lot of the legwork to support a Fresno County grant application through the federal CMAQ program for the Fowler and Olive intersection. That we've analyzed it, we've looked at the flow, and that's really the bottleneck, is that intersection. 1 lane each way, always stop, very significant bottleneck. So the county, they did receive that grant. It's about a $2 million total project for the area to widen the intersection, put in left turn lanes, right turn lanes, and install the traffic signal. So that the wheels are in motion. We just need to continue to encourage the county to prioritize that project. Steve White's team is doing well. They need to acquire right-of-way for the improvements and then build it, but that's fully funded. So that, we believe that will really address the lion's share of the traffic issues right in that area.
What's the process for annexing the street?
And the process for annexing, I spoke with Director Jennifer Clark to go through those details, and we would need to work together to get a timeline and process. To annex the street right-of-way, as we understand from LAFCO, would also involve annexing the parcels on either side that are in the county. Some analysis would need to be done to see if there are more than 12 registered voters. Also, Director Clark indicated a service delivery plan would need to be prepared. The city would also be responsible for paying the fire transition fees in those areas to bring parcels like Gallo property and others into the city. If we have more than 12 registered voters, it would require 2/3 support of them to bring it into the city.
But what you're saying, Director Mosier, is that we can't annex the roadway without also annexing the adjacent properties on either side of that road?
To a great extent, that is correct. LAFCO rules and regulations deem that just basically a long, narrow annexation of just a street into a city is not permissible without the properties on either side, or at least on one side, maybe not both.
City manager, how do you feel about making Hank Swank a city asset?
Yeah, that's right there at the corner. I see. Well, I mean, eventually we're going to be there. The water plant's just around the corner.
Yeah.
I mean, that whole olive has already been widened based on the water plant project. I mean, it's ready to come. What our challenge is going to be, and I think Scott identified, is we're going to have to annex those other parcels. But typically when we do those annexation, there's a funding source that would do the improvements for the road all at that intersection, put in the light, because we put that as a condition of approval. So
But
if we
it's
go there
not
and do it
a
ourselves.
necessity. You could annex it without having that funding readily available.
But it wouldn't solve the problem. The problem is still the traffic's are going to be at that stoplight.
But at least we would lay down the path to eventually making those improvements. Why does it have to be all together? Why can't we begin that process?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I thought you wanted to solve the traffic
I would like to,
too.
but I think the first step is the annexation.
Yeah, that's a process I can work with Scott on to go ahead and look at doing that, absolutely.
I will make that a motion, but I'm going to do what the other council members have done, Director Mosier, and make a general motion to accept my DPW project priorities.
Second.
Could you also please take a moment to discuss what the process is for installing a Class 4 bike lane?
Oh, absolutely. We have, as Councilwoman Soria had asked about earlier, we have some Class 4 projects in the budget. So really, process-wise, one is just a planning effort on our part. We want to be sure that the amount of traffic on the street would be suitable. Often installing a Class 4, unless it's a very wide street that just has a lot of excess space in it, often it involves some sort of either a road diet to turn, for example, a 4-lane undivided collector, turn it into a 3-lane, 1 lane each way, center turn lane, and we get enough room for protected bike lanes. That's the exact approach on Palm Avenue and Belmont, where we obtained grant funding. So we want to make sure that works. Typically, we'd reach out, meet with a council member in that district, talk about that because some people love them, some people have concerns, frustrations with them. And then it's just a process of then funding the project. If it's a street that has enough width and we can do like a slurry seal, restripe it, like our street was a great example here in downtown. That was a low-cost slurry seal. It was time to do that paving, and consistent with the plan, downtown plan, it was to have bike lanes on it. So we were able to get that done.
Director Mosier, I know a few years back the Active Transportation Plan adopted the findings by COG, which identified the highest priority Class 4 bike lane proposed areas within the city of Fresno. One of the top ones, if not the top one, was Barstow Avenue between Jackson at Fresno State and Blackstone Avenue. And as you know, we're about to put up the Maple Class 4 bike lane just south of campus, which would really, in my opinion, make sense to have Blackstone connected to Fresno State, which then connects to Maple Avenue. So being as that's one of the highest priority Class 4 bike lanes, do you have any plans to install that anytime soon?
Currently, Council, that's not a funded or budgeted project. It was honestly not a priority, not something discussed with the previous council member for the area, but you've done your research. That is, it was rated as a high feasibility project. It is in the general plan. It is in the active transportation plan. So that's something our staff can begin working on to see, okay, great, let's see how we can get it done. The state of California has invested a lot of money in active transportation, and that to me seems like a great candidate.
So when you're receiving grants to create these Class 4 bike lanes throughout the city, is that the list you're going off of, Director Mosier, to figure out where you're going to invest that money?
Yes, that is correct. And oftentimes it has, of course, depended upon the community feedback, and council member support or lack thereof. Great example years ago that's talked about is Fruit Avenue. Was all lined up for funding, but it wasn't supported by the council member at the time. So that went away, and we could not implement Fruit Avenue. But
Director Mosier, wasn't there a scientific study for that bike lane?
Yeah, I recall a Saturday afternoon in a truck and tally marks on a piece of paper for everyone.
It was a lawn chair, no, seriously, it's a true story. It was a lawn chair, a big gulp of Dr. Pepper, not diet, because he doesn't drink diet, and sunglasses, and he counted how many bike riders were out there.
I guess that would
gonna
explain the
call him and
lack
give him a hard
of bike
time.
lanes in county property.
And yes, grant cycles are coming up regularly, so that's great to have on our radar screen, and work up a concept on Barstow Avenue.
Appreciate that. That will conclude my remarks. Thank you, Director.
All right, let me actually take one public comment. A young man's been waiting, Mr. Matthew Woodward, if you could cue him up, Brianna.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes, sir.
All right. I would like to thank the council as a member of the BPAC committee for supporting adding the ATP coordinator position. It's been a long ask of the department before I was even a member, so that's great to see, as it'll also help us get to silver status as a bike community. I also just want to kind of highlight, not as a member of BPAC, but as a Fresno State planning student, some of the arguments I'm hearing back and forth about, like, public dollars not being available, like in Gary's district being able to go to fix up Cedar, or dollars not available to fix up Highway City or other neighborhoods that haven't had investment in hundreds of years. A large part of that, in my mind, is because Fresno's too spread out, and because of that, I would encourage every council member here, when the opportunity comes, not to expand the sphere of influence. It stretches our city's dollars are spread too thin as is, and it's causing a lot of problems, and you're having to fight all the time over which dollars are going where, and I'm not happy to see that, and I want that to change. Just when the opportunity comes, just don't expand the sphere of influence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Brianna, does that conclude our public comment? All right, I'll close public comment, bring it back up to, any other questions, Vice President?
Yeah, I just want to go ahead and amend my previous motion with respect to the CFD. After conferring with my colleague Carbasi, it seems that there has been some memo work done on this already. So I want to maintain the existing language of the direction, but also wanted to add in the logistics of if it's going to take a consultant to evaluate these, how would we determine what the rate is or the amount is that would be added to the property tax bills? That not necessarily the answer, but how we would get to the answer. So as much information as possible with respect to pursuing the CFD route in individual neighborhoods and/or districts.
Council President. Can I
Yes.
make one more request to the director? In the proposed capital projects by district trade memo that was sent out, quite a few right-of-way acquisitions. Can I please get a memo or some sort of follow-up specifying exactly where those are for my district?
Absolutely.
I appreciate
We
that.
can provide that.
Thank you.
City Clerk, did you register the amendment that Vice President Sparsa? Okay, great. All right. Any other questions, colleagues? Councilor Arias?
President, I just wanted to confer with my council colleague Butterfield. We had made a motion earlier for reopening of the buildings, but we've confirmed with the mayor and the city manager that they will add an item to the agenda on Thursday to provide us a full presentation and an update on reopening so that the council can have a full discussion instead of simply just making a motion. So if that's the case, then we'll withdraw our motion and wait for the conversation on Thursday.
Yep, and that item has been added just for the benefit of the public. All right, seeing no other questions, comments, I want to thank our staff. Thank you, Director Moser. Thank you to our team. Appreciate the answers. We will be back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. And just for the benefit of the public, we'll have Economic Development, Neighborhood Community Services, City Clerk, City Attorney, Office of Mayor, and City Council. Thank you. Oh, Planning, correct. But darn.